that match after today. Okay.
Yeah, repeat what you were saying?
I was going to say, as far as the night one main event, I feel it's quite possible that an audible may be called as far as the outcome of that match. I have no idea which way they're going to go with it, but after the Vanity Fair interview Roman Reigns had, I don't know.
If
I don't know. Have you guys heard about that?
If what I'm hearing is true,
No.
I heard about it, but the thing
Yeah.
is, like, before we even get into it, you're running a sloppy shop, bro. Do the intro. Like, this is ridiculous.
Well, yours, sir.
No, I literally said you're starting the intro. Like, the heck? Tell another man do an intro. Like, what? You're on strike too, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages.
The Generation X would like to present to you.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, bitches of all ages.
Oh,
Ladies.
man.
And then that's
The
what
Generation Social Retards proudly presenting you.
Oh my god, I was about to say something, but I'm like, something you don't want me to do the intro because I might get your whole show canceled. Like, that's what I'm kind of saying.
The podcasting midget tag team champions of the world.
The road dog, Jesse James.
Oh, man.
Ass man, Billy Gunn.
We got Pyro as Triple H. Who's gonna be Sean?
Trey can be Sean. He's controversial enough.
All right, then Sora's trying to. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
That actually fits extremely well. Holy shit!
Because I am the rambunctious one, so I can be the road dog.
Sora is the ninth wonder of the world.
Oh, shit.
And then we wonder why she puts up with us.
Treat me for just. But what are we doing? What is this?
WrestleMania weekend, boys and girls.
Yes.
We have
It is upon us.
NXT Stand and Deliver. And both nights of WrestleMania, we have a lot to get through.
Yes.
And 6 hours to do it.
6 I predicted the length. Fuck you, Silver. This is 6 hours. I'm on your head.
So I mean, listen. If you want to break it down mathematically, if you want to do some Steiner math here, and that gives us an approximate 2 hours for each. Breaking out each segment of the show.
Yeah, and I don't think NXT will need 2 hours.
I don't think so either. Actually, I know you posted up the match card, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I put the match card for all 3 shows in the general chat.
Yeah, all right. I got it pulled up right here.
Yeah, I think
NXT is the last 2.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and I think before we start, like, I feel like everybody needs to introduce themselves because obviously I feel like some people haven't said anything so far. So
let's get it.
No, I have proof that I said something. If you look at the recording.
What, you introduced yourself? I didn't know.
Well, no, I didn't introduce myself.
I'm the one who said Trey Shawn Michaels.
Oh.
Well, I'm saying for the viewers because people are gonna be like, yeah, who are the other 2 people that are not talking?
Yeah, back from the dead after a little bit of a hiatus. We have Mr. Running Tree.
Yeah, woo.
Applause.
Come on, Tree.
and his pet rascal, Sora.
Reaction, huh?
Let's go.
Sora's like, I don't know what's going on, but I don't like being called a pet. I'm an animal. Get it right.
You got to give me a better intro for me to respond to that. Like, if you're being honest with me.
Yeah, here I was thinking people all around. Let's start off with WrestleMania 41 cards, and then we'll stand and deliver to you next, because we're going to go do our predictions with Cloud, the Canadian Wonder, the guy who might be a little bit under the weather, but whose fire won't burn out, Pyro.
Let's
We
go.
got Tree up in the house, and the mastermind of this whole debacle is Silver. And I don't deserve an intro. All right, me.
Good. All right, get to the show.
Not gonna lie, up until you said you don't deserve an intro, you were doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, it
Nah,
was
he
Wow,
really
that
was.
was
He
really
was on a
good.
roll there.
yeah.
He was on a roll. I love that.
Like,
I love
the
it.
fact that you
Started to
started
realize I'm doing well. I need to beat myself back down.
like when you said Fireball, Pyro, and
You
freaking
took
Treehouse,
my job.
and you said Treehouse, like I was sold, man. I was sold. But I think for me,
That's what I
'cause-
thought y'all were gonna do,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I don't know what's going on.
yeah, for next time you can kind of be like, introducing Cloud, the guy who's trying to aim higher than the sky, like something like that, That was good. And Silver, wait, what'd you say for Silver? The mastermind.
Guy running the debacle, the mastermind.
The mastermind. That's the first I heard from Silver. Silver, do you
That's
even
better
remember?
than being called the master baiter.
Oh
How,
shit.
I would
Little
prefer that.
NCWF reference for people who don't know. I used to play Tyler Bate, and Cloud used
Yeah.
to always call me the master
The
baiter.
master.
Because of how his
I
last name was.
can't.
And his finisher was called the Bait Master 6'9". I'm just
Yep.
saying. Instead
And
of the
I also
Tower
used
Down.
to do the giant swing, and whenever I did that, I would play "You Spin Me Right
Right
Around."
around, baby. Right. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, so we're doing Stand and Deliver first. What's the opener for Stand and Deliver? Did I get confirmed or no?
That
Hmm.
I don't know if that got confirmed as of yet. As to
Okay.
what's open and standing delivered.
So I
We
guess
may
we're
have
gonna.
more news on that tomorrow.
Yeah. So I guess we're
Because
gonna have to go.
because they're going to be Saturday morning, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh
Saturday,
yeah,
1
it's in the
p.m.
morning. Oh,
Yes.
1
Yes.
p.m. Eastern, I believe.
wow. Okay. Yeah, I thought they'd
So
be doing it like.
if the order has not been confirmed, then let's just start with match one.
Maybe
Hmm.
I don't know. Maybe
Oh,
it's
go.
the Fatal 4-Way Women's match since it says 12 p.m. EST and all the other ones say 1 p.m. EST.
Oh, there you go.
I just looked at. I'm like, I don't
There
know
you
if
go.
that was them fucking up accidentally or something because it's
It might have
literally
been.
the women's 4-way match says 12 p.m. EST.
Hey.
Everything
messed up.
else says
Okay.
1 p.m.
I mean,
Yep.
that would make sense if they open with the women's championship, the NXT Women's Championship.
No,
Yep.
no.
No,
They're doing.
the tag match for the number
Yeah.
one contenders for the
Okay, the number one
women's
contenders.
tag team.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
Yeah,
Silver,
I
could you
was
do it?
looking at it. I was like, wait, why did they say 1? I could have swore something said 12.
Yeah, I want to test Silver's like NXT knowledge. Silver, could you introduce the individuals in this match?
So you have Metaphor, who the representing members are Lash Legend and Jakara Jackson,
Right.
versus Fatal Influence, Fallon Henley and JC Jane,
Oh,
versus Tatum Paxley and Gigi Dolan,
chemical X.
versus Roxanne Perez and Cora Jade.
Wow. Team 2001. All right, let's go. Apparently, that's what they're called.
I did
Okay.
not know that, but
That's-
all right.
All right,
So
who's going
let's
first?
start. Let's start with that. All right.
Yeah, you want to go first, Byron?
Sure. Because I'm looking at this card. I'm looking at who we have in the match, and I'm gonna be honest with you. Two things come to mind. You can play it safe. Excuse me. You can play it safe and try to reignite the momentum that Lash Legend and Jakara Jackson had on the main roster before they just out of nowhere sent them right back down to NXT indefinitely. You could do that. I feel like that's a safe bet. That's a safe move in like calling them up. Or we can get a little messy here, depending on how long you want to tell the dissolution of Cora Jade and Roxanne Perez.
yeah.
They've been breaking up for quite some time now. They've been on the cusp of completely falling out. Like, to me, this story reminds me a little bit of even how Austin Theory and Grayson Waller's dissolution has been going. Roxanne Perez is ready, though. Roxanne Perez is ready for the main roster. She's ready for prime time.
Oh yeah.
So, do they hold it together, become the number one contenders despite their friction, right? And then later down the line, because it's a lot of seed planting here. So they get a championship match, they fail in their quest to become the champions, and then the breakup turn happens.
It's cinema at that
We
point.
break them up in the
well-
middle of this number one contenders match.
Oh,
That's where I'm kind of like iffy on those two and a half, if you will, different kind of outcomes. But to really give a definitive, I'm gonna call it Roxanne Perez and Cora Jade. I'll be a little messy and call them the victors of that match.
one of Team RC Cola. That's crazy.
Yeah, yeah.
That's crazy, man.
Trey was trying to talk, so Trey can go next.
Oh, good.
Well, like I say, I know very little. I know things here and there of NXT, not a lot. I would probably have to agree that they might do Roxanne Perez and Cora, because Roxanne Perez would be called up to the main roster. So the question is Cora Jade ready for the main roster?
I think we know the answer to that.
Because if not, then I don't know if they're gonna end up having him win.
She's definitely not ready.
Hey,
Because the thing,
Go ahead. My bad.
because
go
the
ahead.
thing is that if they're already planting seeds of something, happening, well, they're gonna want their big, names to be on the following, pretty much few weeks of all the sort of call-ups that are going to happen. And I feel Roxanne Perez will be on that list. So if they're not planning on bringing Cora Jade up, then I don't know. It's really hard to say. Because it seems like you're saying there's a story between them. Well, that would mean that they're planning on keeping Roxanne down in NXT?
I hope not.
Because
Right,
that's the
listen.
thing. They would have to continue that story.
They
So
would
if
have
they
to.
wanted to do that, they would have to have them win
Mm.
if they're planning on bringing Roxanne Perez up. If they're
Am
not
I-
bringing up Roxanne Perez, then yeah, they're probably going to go with Lash Legend and
Jakara Jackson. Yeah.
Jakara Jackson.
Mm.
Because
then
the
you do
thing
the
is
breakup
I'm pretty
segment.
sure that they'll be, sort of the new faces, like the replacement because of Bianca Belair and Jade Cargill not being in the tag division now.
Right.
True.
To piggyback off
Slash
what you
Naomi.
were saying in regards to if Cora Jade was ready, I feel, in my opinion, that WWE feels that Cora Jade is just as ready to come up to the main roster as they feel Nikita Lyons is ready.
And that breaks my heart you saying that shit. 'Cause that's exactly.
Because you know exactly what
truth.
I mean.
That's exactly the truth. That shit pissed me off. Why the fuck did you-
Well, stranger things have happened. I mean, they fucking put
Yeah.
Maxine Dupree up on the main roster
All right,
pretty quick.
so just for the insider terms, I think what Pyro and I are trying to insinuate is I don't think WWE is trying to bring up somebody that's injury prone. And
Right.
if you're injury prone, they don't want you on the main roster. Like they're gonna test you
Oh.
for yeah.
So
Yeah, that's
Dakota Kai's still here on the main roster?
well, the thing about Dakota Kai is, she's a Triple H girl, and like that's how it goes. It's always been like that. But yeah. Wait, so should I go next, or you want to go first?
Sora, how about you go, and then Clyde can go.
Okay.
Metaphor's cool and all, but I don't know. I don't really want to particularly see them go up. And I think Fatal Influence has a fatal flaw of thinking that they're gonna be like a good tag team, but I don't see it.
Yeah, but
No,
they're the chosen
Fatal.
ones. They're the chosen ones.
I mean, that's a pretty fatal flaw because it took 3 of them to beat the NXT North American Women's Championship
True.
kind of thing.
True. By the way, I was making a reference to the theme song because it's called the chosen ones. But yeah.
Roxanne Perez, yeah, I could see being good and stuff, but like not Cora Jade.
Yeah.
That was just to like give Roxanne like a showing, I believe. And the one I want to see win will probably be Tatum and Gigi.
Give us a reason why.
Uh, Powerpuff Girls all the way.
Son of a bitch. So this is why I want to go next. Son of a
Oh, you're going now.
All right, so I echo Sora's statements because this is what I was thinking about with what both Tree and Pyro were saying.
Okay.
Everybody's trying to think. Everyone's trying to think that this is kind of like a main roster call up for like the tag team stuff. But did we ever consider that like the tag team champions would just go to NXT to defend the titles?
That is possible.
You
Yeah.
are absolutely valid in
Yeah,
that
so-
assessment, but
Yeah.
I'll say this.
Yeah.
I will believe that when I truly see it. Now, that's supposed to be the rule
Mm.
that the titles flow across all three brands, but we've seen
And-
that fail.
Yeah.
Yeah, you
To the
never
point
see
where
it
they
go
had to
down to
create
NXT.
NXT exclusive tag titles only for them to be merged in.
Yeah.
And it's been a grip on the main roster, a main roster team holding those belts. I would love for an NXT team to actually,
Win it.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree.
But
Well, that's
I
because the
believe
main
that when I
roster,
see it.
from what I hear, compared to NXT,
Right.
NXT's women's tag division, from what I hear, is really good.
Oh yeah.
Well, the main roster, it's not as great. I mean, they literally have tag teams on the main roster, but they never use the actual tag teams.
And we'll get to when we talk about Mania, but there's a lot of makeshift tag teams nowadays.
Yes,
on the main
very
roster.
much. I.e., Bailey and Lyra Valkyria.
Yeah,
We'll get to that.
throw two people
get to that.
together
that's
instead of an actual tag team.
Yeah, that's W foreshadowing right there. That is crazy, man. But no, and another thing I want to mention too with one of the two winners. So like obviously, I think what Pyro said, Roxanne and Cora, and Tree said Last Legend and Jakara Jackson Metaphor. Metaphor, I think, already had a shot with the tag titles because they faced Bianca and Jade.
Jade.
And Naomi. Yeah, and it happened on NXT, I believe. So
Yeah, but they've been heavily.
You're right. You're right
No, but
about that. Yes.
So I'm saying like if like it would be kind of like them going on a run again, like using the same team to like fill that spot again, which I don't think they would because the other teams never had a chance to compete for the tag titles before, so that's only a wrinkle to that. So yeah, I do agree with Sora, and I'm gonna go with yeah.
If I could chime in for something real quick, I just thought of something.
Yeah.
Let's just say Roxanne wins with Cora Jade, right?
Right.
And again, I don't want to get too ahead or take up more time than necessary, but we get to the Mania match, and Bailey and Lyra Valkyria actually wins.
Yeah, that was something
That
else
sets up.
you already have.
That sets up an established history that's yet to be resolved in regards to Roxanne and the Bailey beef.
Yeah.
Man's
Good
cooking.
point.
Man's cooking.
Good point.
That's it. Yeah. Okay. If they do change the titles, then I can definitely see Roxy and Cora winning. But as far as I know, I'm just going with who the current tag team champions are right now, and I'm looking at the matchup, and I guess maybe it would be cool because this time it's Liv and Raquel, so it would be the same type of formula if it is Metaphor, the big girl and the small girl. But I just want to see a team that's underrated that just never gets any chances. So. With that being said,
oh boy!
What?
Breaking news.
We got breaking news as of 17 minutes ago.
All right.
Randy Orton will have an open challenge at WrestleMania.
Wait, is that something we already knew though, right? Or no?
It wasn't confirmed.
I don't think it was outright stated. As Adam Pearce said, it wasn't yet official.
Got you.
So now, with that being the word ahead of Mania,
that does change things.
Possibilities are very much open.
Yeah. Well, we'll get to that when we get to that though. Silver, who do you got?
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. You're the last one.
So I'm not gonna lie. I initially wanted to pick Roxanne Perez and Cora Jade just because they're the names that I recognize the most out of this match, apart
Of course.
from Gigi Dolan.
Of course.
But the more I was hearing you guys talk about it, and with the beef between them,
Hey guys, sorry I'm late.
Hey, no freaking way.
Chris
Is
Petey.
that
Is that who I think it is?
could it be?
Is it the man?
Is
It is.
The man
Pyro,
is
who the oh, Pyro's muted. God damn it.
not Pyro.
Pyro, who is the handsome devil?
That's gotta be Petey.
And Sora, what's his nickname? I don't know.
You're still
Damn it,
missed.
wait, hold on. Sorry, before you go. D-Generation X had more members, right? Like, we need another spot.
Oh yeah, we had X-Pac, we had Big Show.
You're not giving
I
that
believe
man.
Billy
King was a
Gunn.
member at one point.
Bro,
I don't
I'd
think Big
rather.
Show was ever part of DX at any point. Maybe Kane was.
Think it-
Well, at least I think they were drafting the
NWO,
idea.
NWO, yeah.
Yes. Yo, so are you good? You're showing your age, dude. What the fuck? But no, Chris, could you name all the members of DX so we can just know, like, who's available?
Let's.
I can name almost all of them. There was Shawn Michaels initially.
Yeah.
And then, of course, there was Triple H. Then there was Chyna. And there was this other guy. I forget his name. And he had like this beard and black hair.
Oh, I had
Xbox.
No. It wasn't
I
X-Pac.
was naming NWO members while you're talking about DX. God
Wait,
damn it.
wait, I was about to disrespect this man and give this guy Rick Rude, and then I realized, wait, nobody chose Xbox here, right? Like,
Okay, so Rick Rude was his name. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, Rick
Okay,
Rude.
yeah.
Rick
So
Rude,
Rick
yeah.
Rude.
Rick Rude
He was
counts.
like a-
I would count Rick Rude. I definitely would count Rick Rude, yeah.
Rick Rude, okay.
Yeah, Rick Rude was part of like the original quartet, even though he didn't really
Yeah.
have like many promos at the time.
Nah, yeah.
And after Michaels had to take a sabbatical following his injury, they adopted Road Dog and Mr. Ass. Badass Billy Gunn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I fucking love that dude. Hell yeah.
And of course there was X-Pac.
Yeah, of course, yeah. The most relevant member of DX. Yeah.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
Okay,
Well,
he had
Bronco Buster.
he had the Bronco
I
Buster.
don't think there was an irrelevant member of the original.
I
DX.
know, but I'm making a joke on the Xbox Heat. Like, he had heat for a reason. Like, what's up?
I know.
Yeah.
He
Well,
had
that being
heat
said,
for a reason, but he also had the best version of the DX theme. I'm sorry.
bro, you know damn well that was originally Mike Tyson's theme. Though they just refurbished it. Yeah, it was. They used it for WrestleMania 13, I think.
I did not know that.
Yeah, fun fact.
Huh.
Yeah. He has a remix version. I would say it is the better, but it isn't the OG version though. So that's where I had to correct Silver.
Okay. Well,
Fair enough.
With that being said, Silver, could you explain to Chris where we're at right now?
So
yeah.
we are covering NXT Stand and Deliver right now. We just started. If you look in the general chat of the server, you'll see all the match cards. And it's the first picture for NXT Stand and Deliver with numbers 1 through 4. We are doing the Fatal 4-Way women's tag team match for the number 1 contenders.
General chat, you said.
Yes.
Yep. General chat.
Look. I mean,
So,
I'm
you know,
seeing
when you
here is
see-
like a Silver Wolf 20 here.
Okay, so
So-
you know when you're looking at a server, you see like text channels, generals, games, and music.
Shoot, I'm not sure. I'm not really like too savvy with Discord here.
No, we know. Discord's I'm all trying to
Okay.
say.
I'm going to type something into a chat. You'll see a notification. We're...
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was gonna mention.
So
Chris, too.
where that notification is, if you scroll up, you'll see the pictures of the match cards.
Yeah.
All right, this Wikipedia page. Gotcha.
Right, and we're on the Stand and Deliver, the first one. This is one. for stand and deliver.
1P234.
Okay. So like
Wait.
supposed to
Before
run
you
the-
actually do start, are you familiar with the NXT? Like, do you follow it?
not closely, no.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
Well,
he's in a similar boat to me. Okay.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
So we're doing the Fatal 4-Way Tag Team Elimination match for number one contender for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship. Metaphor, Lash Legend and Jakara Jackson versus Fatal Influence, Fallon Henley and Jason Julian versus Tatum Paxley and Gigi Dolan versus Roxanne Perez and Cora Jade.
Okay.
Do you recognize any of those names?
Roxanne sounds familiar.
That's his pick then. It's gotta be his pick. Damn it, dude.
I mean, honestly, I've only been like following the storyline and
Yeah.
with Cody Rhodes and John Cena,
Yeah,
and I've also been following the story between Naomi and
Jade.
Jade Cargill.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Mania, yeah, it has a lot of hype moments. Not gonna lie. I'm enjoying this build. But yeah, if you were to say a team on that list, Chris, who would it be?
Okay. So let me try and find it here. Is it like the night
Yeah,
one card, or are we talking about the night two
okay,
card?
so you see night 1, night 2, and then you see 2 pictures under the first
Yeah,
picture
2 pictures.
on the
Okay,
yeah, first picture. Yeah, on the left. Yeah, the first match under.
In between night 2 card and
Night one.
Yeah, no, yeah, he sees it.
Family
Yeah.
influence, Roxanne Perez, and Cora Jade. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't really like. I know pretty much the majority of those names, so it's a little bit hard to say. Yeah, I mean, like, who's the baby faces and who are like
I can
the
help you with
heels?
that. So everyone's heels in this match except for Tatum and Gigi. So Fatal Influencer heel, Metaphor heel, and Roxanne and Cora heel.
Okay. So Lash Legend and Jakara Jackson.
Yeah.
They're the baby faces.
Heel.
Okay. Actually, I think I remember Lash Legend, and she had a spot with like what's his name, the big guy with the beard.
Big guy with the beard. Oh, Otis.
Otis, yeah.
Yeah.
Where like she kept falling into his arms, and she was like,
Definitely did. Not all about
Funny,
that
bro.
program back then.
That's exactly what it sounded like, dude. What the hell? But yeah, and also I think she has.
"Well, I've dated at least 4 black chicks in my lifetime, so."
Oh man. Who was the best? Sorry, not anything.
All right, so who do you see winning?
Who do you...
I mean, I don't know. Like, what direction do you think that movie take the story?
Yo, Silver, control your show.
Which two are you taking out for a night on the town?
Oh, I can't tell if he's trolling or he's being legit.
No, I'm just being
and why is it not only of them?
Oh man.
No troll, just being honest.
Oh man. Repeat the question one more time.
It's no cap, man. It's no cap.
All right, I would say since WrestleMania and like since the whole event's happening in Las Vegas, maybe like you should be a betting man and flip a coin and whatever it lands on.
Roll a 4-sided die.
Roll a 4-sided die, yeah.
So there's 4 teams.
Yeah.
I mean, I want to say it's going to be in Metaphor's favor here, but yeah, just like that, put me down for them.
Oh, okay. Oh, finally somebody else is. Oh, so wait, hold on. So we got 2 Metaphor and we got 2 Tatum Paxley. No, because I agree with Sora.
Yeah, I'm split. It's like I said before, I'm really split between the Metaphor and also Roxanne Perez and Cora Jade.
Yeah, but you're ultimately going to go with one.
I feel a lot of it depends on who wins that.
the
sense,
title.
Yeah, it's like I feel like
Wait,
Lash
doesn't-
Legend and Jakaro
sorry to
win,
interrupt you,
and
but I want to mention real quick. Like this stand and delivers happening before the women's.
yeah,
match.
no,
So
I
it's
know.
like, yeah,
No, that's why I was about to say. I feel like if Metaphor wins, I feel that would probably mean Liv and Raquel are going to win, possibly.
right,
And if
right.
Roxanne and Cora win, then
Yeah,
they might
Yeah, I
do
see what you mean.
Valkyria and Bailey.
I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah,
So one match basically tells the other match's result. Okay,
I feel like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But if you were a betting man, though, actually, you know.
You don't think it'll be babyface versus babyface, huh?
I feel like they would probably.
Mhm.
I feel, honest opinion, I feel they might do Cora and Roxanne because you want Roxanne to come in with a win off of something, so that way you have more to promote her with. Because it seems like they want her to come up into the main roster.
Okay, I can see that
Right.
because oftentimes what they'll do in promoting storylines and promoting characters is that they're going to elevate them and give them the momentum until they keep things going as they move up the roster and out of the mid card.
Right.
And it's sort of just like a vicious cycle that kind of goes on with the WWE storylines.
That is correct.
True.
Yep. Also, just since we're like on this match for this while, it just made me keep thinking in my mind. It's like, why is this whoever wins becomes the number one contender for the tag titles? Why can't it be whoever wins enters WrestleMania and turns that match into a triple threat? Because it would make sense to, like, qualify and stand and deliver and yeah,
Those fire alarms going off.
My
No, that's just a train rolling by. Yeah.
my only,
So yeah, I'm at least
Wait,
doing this in my downtime.
Oh, got you.
hang on. Is the women's tag title match night 1 or night 2?
Night 2, I think.
Oh, then yeah, what you're saying makes more sense then. Because if it was night
Yeah.
1,
Yeah.
then it would be like you're making one of the teams wrestle twice.
Right.
One show, but or one night, I should say.
Yeah,
but
so
if,
like in hindsight, when you really think about it, it should be like whichever team wins this, because then it doesn't give away the result for the tag title match.
No, yeah, I agree with that.
But again, this is one of the points that I believe you brought up earlier was how do we know this isn't going to happen on NXT?
NXT, exactly, and that's what I really think. Yeah.
We don't really know. I feel like this match, whoever wins, high chance they're not going to win the titles.
I'm of the belief whoever wins the match, regardless of who wins the match, I feel like the match may take place to Raw after Mania.
Yeah, that might happen. Yeah,
that makes sense.
That makes sense.
Now, if the match happens the Raw after Mania, we're subjected to a surprise where the unlikely team will win. So, okay, so let's just say it's not. Let's say it is Metaphor, for example, right?
Right.
Liv and Raquel retain. They already, they're the heels. They're riding a wave of momentum, and then they get upsetted on that following Raw.
Yeah,
I can see that.
I can see that. Yeah.
Good. Yeah.
So wait,
all depends on what happens.
You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna stick with my original pick. I'm gonna say Roxanne.
Okay.
So
that's 3, 2, 1.
I believe so. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
I don't think Patty said his pick, but
no, I think he said Lash Legend and Ricardo.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying too, because Tree went with that, and you two. Actually, no, it's 2-2-2. Actually, never mind. I can't do math. Because me and Sora, agreed. Tree and Pratty agreed, and you and
Well, no,
Pyro.
I pretty much said I'd go with the Roxanne and
Oh, okay,
Sora.
never mind. Then, never mind.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I feel like
Yeah.
they're gonna push Roxanne as soon as she's
Yeah.
on the main roster. So
Yeah. That makes
Yeah.
sense. Yeah. All right. What's
All right.
next?
Next up, we have the ladder match for the vacant NXT Women's North American Championship. Zaria versus Kalani Jordan versus Sol Ruka versus Izzy D versus Lola Vice versus Thea Hale. Clyde, you love your bitches. You can start.
All right. I'm happy that you gave it to me because I have to be on your head. It's pronounced Zaria, not Zaria. You
Tomato, tomato.
You dumb asshole. All right. Second of all, I could really see this match going. Oh, wait, let the train go by.
Let her ride.
Let the train go.
Or he can do it himself.
Yeah. Oh wait, Chris, can you do us a favor and mute? Until
Yeah,
we,
I can put it on mute.
yeah.
Do. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Okay. So, I can really see like all 6 women because all these 6 women actually have a claim to like actually becoming the new women's North American championship. But like, the thing that bothers me is like and I talked to Sora about this, is like I didn't like the fact that they had to vacate the title off Stephanie, because if y'all don't know, like the reason why this ladder match is happening is because Stephanie beat the main NXT champion and became the double champion, and also defended the title once, but because of the opportunity arises and they got to do a ladder match for WrestleMania weekend, they had to vacate the title off her, which I'm like, you could have just put her in the ladder match and defended it, and you could have literally had her lose it without even getting pinned. But
Agreed.
it's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
But if I had to choose somebody out of these 6 lovely women, I'm gonna have to go with Miss Cholula Green herself, Lola Vice. She got the hips that can't lie and the fist that can break Silver's face. So that's my pick.
Okay.
Joke's on you. My head is too hard to break. Both of them.
I'm invincible.
I feel invincible tonight.
Oh, don't be saying that now, because now you make me remember like why show intros suck nowadays compared to like 10 years ago. Like, what the fuck?
All right, I'll go next. I'll be short and sweet. Out of these 6, the one I would want to see win the most is Sol Ruka.
Reason.
I love the name. I love the entrance. And I don't need much more than that. I'm a simple man with simple taste.
Silver mentioned everything. Silver mentioned everything about Sol except for the one defining thing that actually makes her cool, and that's her finisher. What the hell?
I don't know her finisher.
Her finish is crazy.
Pyro, can you do me a favor and explain to like this normie Silver what her finish is basically? Because he knew
when it comes to NXT, I'm absolutely a normie. I won't deny that.
No. Could you like please explain it to them?
What is it? It's like it's like an inverted. Is it? Would I be correct to? Maybe I'm using the wrong words. Please forgive me. It's like an inverted sliced bread almost.
It's basically a somersault RKO.
Right. Yeah. That's a much better way to describe it.
God. Yeah.
That you talk about explosive.
Yeah, and I feel bad for you.
That shit is different.
Yeah, I feel disappointed for you, Silver, because I explained this to you because we had this talk when I was
the
like,
strength of that alone, she should win. Right.
Right.
I don't think, but I put it. I'll use this time to make my pick. I don't think Triple H take pictures with people more than once in their winning week. Let's just put it like that.
That is true.
She just won the speed title.
Oh yeah, she did, huh?
So she's the new speed champion. For whatever that's worth.
It's worth about as much
out
as
of
the
those
24/7
6
title. So go on.
Out of those 6, to me, the clear winner here is Zaria.
Wow, that's actually a really good pick. I can't even be mad.
I feel like they're gonna use this time to establish Zarya.
Yeah.
You know, they have a thing for their their trios,
One thing I want to ask
and this
him,
would be a way of establishing her.
one thing I want to ask for clarity for this because he said Zarya. Zarya and Soul are actually a tag team right now. If you didn't know.
Oh yeah,
Yeah. So you don't think it's gonna be a situation where they're gonna kind of be bickering on who pulls the title down or whatever? Like them
I'm sure for where they are currently, it will be friendly competition. I don't
hope,
think
man.
it'll cause like tag team friction, unless you want to begin
Mm.
a Zarya monster heel run,
Which we need.
or if you want, I can see Zarya turning before Soruka turns because Soruka is just too lovable.
Yeah, she's too much of a vanilla baby
Yeah,
face, as they would call her.
yeah. But I don't think we get that in this match just yet. I could be
No.
wrong,
Yeah.
but regardless of what the story being told will be, I call Zarya being the winner here.
Okay. Who next?
I'll just do mine really quick, just because again I know very little.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with Thea Hall.
Wait. Oh, Hale. Okay.
Hale, whatever.
I was like, wait, Scott Hall's daughter is a wrestler.
I'm just gonna say Thea Hale.
Yeah, okay. If you were to just be like one defining feature or one some like what would it be? Or, like, why would you want her to win out of everybody?
To be honest, she's the only one I've actually seen in a match.
Oh snap! And that speaks volumes.
The few times that I've watched NXT, I remember her going after the NXT title at one point. So
that makes a lot of sense. At least it makes sense to me. All right, Silver, you next.
Sora.
Oh, Sora. Okay.
All right. So I don't really see Kalani getting much traction because she's not really having traction.
Zoe, can you speak closer? Can't hear you too well.
I don't see Kalani having much traction, so I'm not going with that. And I don't even know what they're doing with Izzy. I'm not a fan of Lola like Cloud is, so
Oh, it is.
not that. So it's coming down to those three. Yeah, I like all three of them, but I gotta say, when Silver said something about like intro, like Soul Ruka having a good intro, nah,
Entrance,
fam,
yeah.
nah. I wanna pick Thea because she is the fire.
And what that means is she probably has the best theme song in this whole match, Silver, and that's all you need to
Probably.
You'll find out when you watch. That's all of this.
So yeah, Thea.
I will be watching at 1 o'clock.
Yeah. So
I may not be.
Yeah, we'll figure it out after show, like
I'm
'cause
watching NXT and I'm watching both nights of Mania.
Okay.
Whether people want to join me or not is another story, but
Hey, that's something we were talking to the after hours, man. But Silver, what's your pick, man?
I said it a while ago.
Yeah,
Oh,
Soul Ruka.
Oh, I'm tripping.
Yeah, I think the only person who hasn't is
Oh,
Chris.
my bad.
Yeah, the only one who hasn't said their pick yet is Patti.
Yeah, Chris, you can go.
So, I mean, this is another case where I don't know the wrestlers, and this time I actually don't know any of the wrestlers. And so, if you guys could probably get me up to speed about where their alignment is and what each of them are all about, that'd probably be helpful.
So Zarya, just think about her as like Dog the Bounty Hunter, like she's like basically Amazonic barbarian, like like tweener type of character, but like she's currently like babyface because she's teaming with Soul Ruka. Soul Ruka is like basically this athletic Hawaiian girl, surfer girl, vanilla babyface. We got Kalani Jordan. She's basically female RVD, and that's all. Like her finisher is the one of a kind. And Izzy Dame is basically, let's just say like Judgment Day surrogate female. Like she's basically like a I don't know what to really call it. It's just like she's just a dark character, I would say, in a dark faction. And
Is
Lola
she part of,
Vice.
like the Mafia?
No, Izzy Dame's a
Or is
part of
that
the
the other
Calling.
The Calling.
The Calling.
Okay, the Calling. So that's
yeah,
who she...
that's
Okay,
Izzy. Yeah.
sorry. There's a lot of
Yeah, that's why I'm like, if you don't know who Izzy is, I'm like, what? Hold on, sorry, you see this?
I didn't remember which one Izzy was. Probably because I didn't like Izzy that much.
Lola is basically a Latina MMA fighter, and she's like the queen of the underground. And Thea Hale is basically former member of Chase U that got disbanded. Chase U was like this academic like school character, I guess, and she was like the star pupil or something like that. And she's babyface, so yeah. And Lola's a babyface. I want to say Izzy's heel, Sola's face, Kalani Jordan's heel, and Zarya's in between. Any other questions, Chris?
And so, yeah, I guess even with that, and there's still like very little to go off of.
Right.
But like, where are all of them at in the story? You think?
Say that again.
Where are all of them at in the story right now?
Where are all them at in the story? They're all competing for the North American title, basically.
Okay, but don't they all have like their own place and their own like momentum?
Like Kalani has been losing a lot and been trying desperately to like get title back on her.
Right.
So she's been like showing desperation.
Mm-hmm.
Zarya wants to prove herself. Soul's like, oh yeah, like one of us can win. And Zarya's all about like, no.
He cannot have his bike in here.
What?
Stop that. Yeah, sorry, I work security, so radio.
Yeah, you're good. Continue. Sorry, continue.
Zarya is all about like, I want the title and stuff, and Soul's like, oh, as long as one of us gets the title, we're good. But Zarya's like, yeah, one of us, meaning me, kind of.
Right.
Lola is just kind of feisty and just, I don't know.
You're not doing a good
That's
job
more of
explaining
Cloud's
her.
territory.
No, you're not doing it. Like you know what she's done. Like explain to like Chris like who she is at NXT.
From what I'm getting, she's just a pretty
she
face.
had a lot of
No,
beefs
she's
with
not. Like
people.
that's
Like she got
like
hit in the face with a cinder block and then beat.
Oh, she got
Jada
hit by
Parker.
Christopher. Oh, you're not gonna talk
And
about
then
how
she beat Jada Parker and.
You're not gonna talk about how she's undefeated in the underground. And the underground.
No, I said, and then she defeated Jada Parker in the underground as like a retribution. But like
Okay.
that's what led up. The cinder block was what led up to the underground fight.
Right. But I'm just saying, like, yeah, obviously you don't know, but I'm just saying, like, they explained it multiple times in commentary. Like, she beat Shayna Baszler. Like, we watched that, actually. I remember it, yeah. She beat Shayna Baszler. She beat, I think, Natty, and then she beat, what's it called? I'm forgetting her name already. Freaking, what's it called? Miss Parker, whatever her name is.
Yeah,
because Jada Parker, yeah.
Miss Parker,
yeah. She's just a female.
She went for a pin in the underground fight, which was kind of a no-go.
Yeah. That's a big up pin. Like we'll get to that when we get to that. But yeah, she's just basically a female MMA fighter who, she's basically like Latina Ronda Rousey. Just like keep it a buck. And then what's Thea Hale?
What?
Who's Thea Hale? Like explain Thea Hale to you.
I don't know. I thought Chase U was kind of a joke, but then Thea came back to like a fire ass song and won. So
Basically. Is that enough information?
Well, I mean, I guess that said, maybe Kalani Jordan is going to be able to ride her momentum to win this thing. I think so. Yeah, I think she's probably going to be the one. Whereas I guess like Zarya might be on a losing streak, and the losing streak hasn't really been like in a spot to break right now. Because it kind of just like it happens where I don't want to say like wrestlers are buried, but sometimes they are just going to be like jobbed on the roster and not really utilized to their fullest potential, and they'll get their money, but they're all just going to like not really have any real place in the storyline and not really like get out of the mid card. So But that's just
Right.
like where I could see with that.
Right. So you're going with Kalani Jordan.
Yeah.
Okay. So we all chose somebody except somebody in this match except for Izzy Dan. But yeah. Oh, you can mute yourself again, Chris, if you can.
Sure thing.
Yeah. All right. What's next one?
Well, speaking of the women's champion who had to vacate her North American title.
Yes. Wait. Why is it in that order? Because that's the main event.
Oh, well, if that's the main event, then we're not going to cover it right now.
Yeah, that's the main event.
Instead, we'll move on to the.
Wait, did they confirm that? They confirmed the women on the main event?
More than likely they're gonna be. It's NXT. Yeah, they're in the basically.
Well, yeah, this is
Yeah,
true.
yeah,
They're more
yeah.
than likely to.
Yeah, it's not gonna
And I
even.
do agree that that's the stronger match
It
opposed to
is.
the Oba title
Yeah.
defense. Okay,
And
all
that's the
right,
one I saw on posters too. So it's got to be them.
right.
But yeah, going. So what's the next one after that?
All right, so in that case, we'll save that for last, and we'll go to the NXT Tag Team Championship match.
Yep.
Nathan Frazier and Axiom, the champions, versus Hank Walker and Tank Ledger.
Yep.
Now, I know a little bit about. I'll start. I know a little bit about Nathan Frazier and Axiom. They're the makeshift team that wins all their matches by basically dumb luck.
That's
Like,
basically a way to put it. Yeah.
they have at least one spot in every match where
Mm.
where they crash and burn with each other, or
Yeah.
like things happen to screw them, but they always end up making the comeback.
Right.
Yeah, they're a team that's also been on the cusp of breaking up. There's been some friction shown.
Yeah.
If not the cusp of breaking up, in a new day like fashion, both of them end up turning heel. Like Nathan Frazier seems more of the
Yep.
heel between the two of them than
I agree.
Axiom does.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I guess for me to clarify the other side of Hank and Tank, so consider Hank and Tank like I want to say like they kind of remind me either Heavy Machinery or Heath Slater and Rhino. They're like that
That's the
fun tag.
vibes I get.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they're that fun tag team that the crowd just loves. But the story with them like getting this match is basically they've been on a losing streak, and they've lost like every. Yeah, they lost to every tag team that was on the available NXT roster. And I think last week or the week of this pay per view, they basically did a gauntlet.
A gauntlet match where they started, and like Nathan Mabo has said, like, yeah, tough luck. You might have beaten every single tag team in the gauntlet match from spot one, but it's not gonna prove anything. You're gonna lose to us, man. Kind of
Right.
thing.
Right, he was just kind of being condescending to them, basically. And then his tag team, the good partner, Axiom said, be a good sport, like we were in their spot, like a year ago, and they shake both their hands. So just like it's a Pyro thing, they're trying to being like there's friction in Fraxium. Like Fraxium is not fun, basically, and it's all stemming from like their match against the Hardys because they had a match against the Hardys and they lost, which is I want to say it's Nathan's fault, honestly. But,
I mean, also a part of it was they also had like double duty for both the competitors. Where like one time it was like Nathan had a singles match and then a tag team match, and then later it was Axiom with a singles match and a tag team match.
Right.
Right. Very fitting that you mentioned the Hardys too during our stream. I will get to that later. But
okay. But yeah, that's
yeah.
basically the story. Like basically the champions are like the veterans that happen to have friction, but at the same time, they get the job done every single time. And Hank and Tank are like basically like the heavy machinery and Heath Slater and Rhino, which you really want to see them win, because they're like basically coming from the mud. So, with that being said, Silver, who do you got?
With that being said,
Yeah.
I think it's about time for Nathan and Axiom's luck to run out.
You think so?
I think it's time to flip that switch and make them heel. And what better way to do that than to have them lose the titles to Hank Walker and Hank Ledger?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards that too, because usually these title matches, especially if they are like at an inflection point like this, that's kind of like when the magic happens, if you will.
Right.
And yeah, so this is just like a high time where they're alliances, or I guess they switch heel, of course, and things like take a new direction.
Okay.
Sure.
Who wants to go next?
Who wants to go next?
Did Pyro go? Oh, you didn't go.
Y'all can hear me, guys?
Yeah, we can hear. We can hear.
Yeah.
All right. So I don't really have a whole. And I'm sorry to say, I don't really have a whole lot of stock in this match here. But just because of what's been transpiring between Axiom and Nathan on an almost week-to-week basis, and that they have had a lengthy run as tag champs, I'm giving it to Hank and Tank. I'm giving it to
Wow.
Hank and Tank. Stranger things has happened, you know. I think they'll become a made team, you know. They'll become made men in this way, knocking off the current reigning champs. And yeah,
Okay.
I think it's time for a fresh shakeup of the NXT tag team division.
Agreed.
And if they end up subverting our expectations, hey, props to WWE.
Yeah. Expect the unexpected. This guy. Anyways, I think the same thing as everybody else is thinking, but like in a different way, because I'm saying Hank and Tank are winning because it's about goddamn time that Nathan Fraser and Axiom gets called up to the main roster. I don't want a bullshit heel turn. I don't want no bullshit breakup. It's about time they actually, show up to the main roster and actually, compete, whether it's a Raw tag team division. I'm hoping it's a SmackDown tag team division because I'm trying to see Fraxton versus Machine Guns. Like that's a match that can main event a pay-per-view.
Well, who knows when the draft is, so things could change.
Things could change, but I think that's what I mean. Like in the sense of like they could lose Hank and Tank, they can get their match and lose, like whether they screwed out or whatever, who knows, and then they just get called up. Because we all know like the draft comes 2-3 weeks after Mania.
Yeah.
So
in a sense, they could go to Raw and Motor City Machine Guns go. Who knows?
Right. Well, I'm saying if they're gonna get drafted to Raw, then or if Motor City Machine Guns gets drafted to Raw, then they should be drafted to Raw. If Motor City Machine Guns stay to SmackDown, then it should be drafted to SmackDown. Vice versa. But yeah.
I'm just gonna be really quick with it. I'm gonna say Hank.
Damn.
I don't watch NXT. I know very little. I'm just basing it off the very little I do know.
Right. Yeah. I guess this might be a full sweep. Sora. Take it out.
Nah, this is gonna be different.
Oh no.
I'm gonna say like Fraxion or whatever. Just because stay undefeated, get called up, and vacate the titles.
Oh, I hate that shit. I've already told you how I felt about that with the Stephanie. I hate when people vacate titles. It loses prestige when you vacate titles. And it doesn't, like, if anything, what you gotta understand, sorry, it's like Fraxium is like literally looking at a younger version of themselves, like in the sense of like Hank and Tank is what they were before, like that dysfunctional tag team that just couldn't actually work, but then they actually managed to make it work. So why rob them of their moment to kind of be like the top NXT tag team? You know what I mean?
I just want to try to see the gimmick of them like actually just kind of being the dysfunctional but pretty much undefeated. So
Yeah,
like
but
they
then,
can like rebuild up to the Hardy match rematch.
Yeah, but this is the thing though, because I did my research. Like Fraxium's not really undefeated. Because if you remember,
Okay, recently from what you showed me, okay?
no, I'm going. Well, yeah, from what I showed you, but also they did mention in the commentary that what are they? 2-time tag team champions. They keep saying. I'm wondering why do they keep saying they're 2-time tag team champions. Oh, because they
Alright,
might
if that's the case, then okay, fine, clean sleep.
Let's go. That's all I'm saying. I could be wrong though. Like, well, watch how I just robbed Sora for your 1 point, but this could have been your Shinsuke moment. I robbed it from
Yeah, could've. No, none of y'all believed in Shinsuke, man.
you. And he just went on a fluke on Survivor Series, and now he's not even on. Actually, matter of fact, you might be going to Andre Giant Memorial now. Sorry, you might be onto something. With that being said, Sora, what's the next on the card?
One sec. I have to switch pictures. Next up, NXT North American Championship match: Ricky Saints versus Ethan Page.
Oh, I've been looking forward to this one.
Oh man, if this one was not a slap in the face to Tony Khan intentionally.
Could you
Like,
please?
I mean, Triple H can be a little petty at times, but god damn. Him and Sean said, yeah, man, like we got to, right? Like we have to. Like
Wait. What's the story between what's going
Uh-oh.
on with Tony Khan and these guys?
long story short, Ethan Page was a grab from AEW, right?
Right.
Just like
Okay.
the now Ricky Saints, former Ricky Starks, was a recent grab from AEW. So it's like, yeah, on our biggest show of the year for NXT, let's put the two most recent AEW guys that we just kind of made champions straight out the gate upon their debut. Put them in a title match against one another and let them show their stuff here that they wasn't allowed or didn't get the chance to show their stuff over there.
And then in doing so, the whole thing is Tony fumbled because the
Oh yeah,
crowd
that's
likes
a
to
shit.
chant
That's the
Tony
shit. Tony
fumbled.
fumbled.
Tony fumbled because
Then
Ethan
again,
Page.
Tony's probably going to be too high off of cocaine to notice.
Oh shit. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
You tell me that's what he used.
Are we uploading this?
Uh-oh. Yeah,
Oh man.
we don't want Meltzer to hear this. Uh-oh. Shit.
Well, I mean, not
Well, if
for
you got to
nothing.
air this out, I
I'm
understand.
not monetized. I don't give a fuck.
What's up, man? You almost escaped the lawsuit from Jericho, so I don't know if this is worth the risk of it.
It wasn't a lawsuit. He just nearly got my channel 3 strikes.
Yeah, cease and
Oh man.
There was
Last
no
man game.
lawsuit. There was just
True.
Chris Jericho not understanding, a fan homage,
Yeah, true.
not understanding role play.
True. It's not like he role plays every week on AEW.
Oh god.
Oh,
Yeah,
man.
he role plays as an actual in-shape wrestler.
Yeah, but just to add more, I guess, validity to what Pyro was saying, basically Ethan Page was like an AEW Dark Elevation guy. Like Tony wasn't just using him at all, and he just really said, okay, if I'm going to use it, I'm going to use it for the pre-show. And then for Ricky Starks, is basically Ricky Saints. They basically said, hey, we're not going to utilize you when it comes to major moments. Like we're not going to give you the world title, we're not going to give you the international title, this and that. But we're going to use you because you're marketable and basically you could talk. You're basically the ideal guy to actually build a company on. And but they said, hey, Jack Perry's is cooler. Jungle Boy, there's all these other people from AW that don't Young Bucks, and all these and also I think what led to his turmoil and exit out of the company is he was a CM Punk guy. So the moment CM Punk left, I guess that kind of sealed his fate in that company. But with that being said, though, Shawn Michaels is knowing what he's doing with these guys, and this is probably gonna be, dare I say, maybe either second or the best match of the night. Because is there a stipulation to this matchup, or is it just a normal?
It's for the North American title. It's just
Oh,
a
North
single-
American title. Okay. Yeah, so it's for the secondary title on NXT. Okay. But yeah, Pyro,
Ricky
who
Saints is the champion going in. Ethan Page is the challenger.
Right. Yo, Pyro, did you say who you're choosing to win this?
No,
Who you
I
want?
didn't. I
Yeah.
didn't say who I think is gonna win. This one, I'll be honest with you. This is another one I personally feel is cut and dry. I'm giving
Yeah.
it to my boy Ricky Saints. I'm giving it to Ricky Saints.
Oh shit.
I'm giving it to Ricky Saints. You know what? I'll elaborate a little bit because
Mm.
it's a lot of moving parts going on here. That's not just happening on the NXT front, right?
You're right.
So Ethan Page, I'm not sure if they've confirmed it or not, but he is being set up to be in line for a TNA World Championship match. And
Oh shit.
what is their pay per view? I think it's Unbreakable.
Yeah, Unbreakable. Yeah.
So I'm not sure if that's going to be a one-on-one encounter with Joe Hendry. I don't think it will be. I think it may be a triple threat. Him,
Mm. Right.
Joe Hendry, and Frankie Kazarian.
Oh, Frankie. Okay. Wow.
So I mean, listen, hey, it'll look cool, you know, unless you're booking him to win twice.
Mm.
I don't know. I feel like he's not going to walk into TNA because I'm pretty sure Unbreakable was after Stand and Deliver.
Right.
Like, you know, it's not going to be this weekend, clearly.
No.
I don't think they're going to allow an NXT champ to walk into a TNA title fight just to
Mm.
lose.
Right, because it just makes the NXT champion look weak, especially if he
You
gets
know?
pinned. Yeah.
So,
Right.
like I said, this is just a haha Tony fumble match on the card. I'm giving it to Ricky Saints.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll give it to Ricky Saints. I think that's
Yeah,
a
I'm
safe bet.
I'm gonna go next, and I think I basically echo your statements, but majority of what I'm echoing your statements is like Ricky Saints literally just won the title. It would be kind of a tragedy, kind of like literally just take the title off him and flip off a hot potato, because that's not what NXT does. They don't hot potato no freaking title. So that being said,
No,
I'm
they
going.
don't. Not really. No.
Yeah, so I'm going with Ricky Saints.
I think I can get behind that logic, but where are they both at in the angles right now?
Say that again.
He's saying where they're both at in the angles. It's Ricky's basically the babyface, and Ethan Page is the heel, and it's babyface champion. Yeah.
And
Okay.
mind you, Ricky pretty much just rocket strapped to the back. He just got here but a few weeks ago. Took the belt off of Sean Spears. Sean Spears
Yeah.
literally had it for 28 days. And yeah, we're off to the races with that one.
Not the shortest
From
title
the
reign.
moment he came in, though, this has been a little bit of a build. From the moment he came in, they've been building Ricky Saints versus Ethan Page.
Right. Oh, the main storyline I think is I think Ethan was like, oh, NXT doesn't like outsiders, not knowing obviously Ethan Page is an outsider, and he's basically being like, oh, it's kind of like a one-upmanship, because Ethan came to NXT and became the fastest winning champion. Like he won the title, like the NXT title, I think.
Right, and now Ricky's done the same.
Yeah,
Essentially.
he beat him to the punch with the NXT North American, and he's like, you're not gonna outstage me. It's one of those type of things. Does that help, Chris?
Yeah, and I guess I could still get behind the idea that Ricky Saints is probably going to win.
Okay, so that's 3 for Ricky Saints. Who wants to go next?
I'll just say Ricky Saints because again, I know very little about NXT.
Right. So
Clean sweep.
Ricky Saints. Sorry.
I think Ricky has a better face.
What? No, I said he was the baby face, not the better.
No,
Not a butterface.
he has a better pissed off face.
Yo, sorry, don't make me switch my pick, bro. Don't make me do it. Don't make
Oh,
me.
it sounded like you said butterface.
No, he has. I mean, does he put butter on his face? But no.
No. He doesn't mean
That's not what it means. That's not what it means.
No? Okay.
Hold on.
Yeah, butterfaces think, that hideous chick from Mortal Kombat who's got like the teeth.
Yeah, just think about somebody. Yeah, no, wait, not Belita. Maybe Belita. Actually, I don't know.
Yeah,
No, but
that's
basically,
Belita.
Oh, Melina, yeah. So basically, what he's saying is like every other feature is good except for the face. So, person like probably has a good body but ugly face. Anything butter.
Wouldn't that have
Everything looks
been
good
like?
on her face.
Yeah, anything butter face. Sorry.
So wouldn't it have that been of like Javon because his jaw got shattered?
Bro, come on, man. Why you gotta disrespect the boy we're not? Wait, is that the next match? Is that NXT? Is that actually the? No, it's not. Yo, sorry, you skipping the script. Like, what's going on here?
And before we go any further, where's Pete? He was what you recommended me in this room.
Yeah, Silver, where's Pete?
Did he ever respond to my message? No, he did not. So, oh well.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Chris, you could probably message him. Maybe he'll respond to you.
I shot him a message on Facebook, and yeah, I thought he was gonna respond, but he hasn't. I guess he's just like got his hands tied with something right now.
Yeah, because he was busy the other day. He's busy today. I'm
He's
pretty
with his fam. He's with his family. And yet yesterday it didn't happen because of that. So
I keep trying to convince the guy he needs to get a better paying job and move out of his house.
What are we talking about? Pete?
He's got to be marrying Mel soon.
I'm trying not to reveal information because
Yeah,
we are
recording. Yeah.
in the past.
I mean, I thought you guys already knew.
I don't know what he wants revealed and what he doesn't want revealed. You know.
Well, you can ask him, and then if he doesn't want, then you can just because you have the program, you can probably censor that.
I mean, low-paying jobs are all around, like McDonald's and stuff.
Yeah, but what does that do with the
So
price?
that doesn't really specify much of anything.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Before I go or say anything else, does everybody know what Pete does for a living?
Nope.
No,
I don't even know who that is.
Everyone here except Sora and Shree know what Pete does for a living.
Yeah.
But I don't think Sora and Shree have met Pete before.
Yeah. And he could probably explain it after the recording.
The only two Petes I know of are Pete Dunne and Peter Grill.
Well, this is your ramen.
So why'd you have to say the second one?
And he is neither of those two.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna clarify the second one. I'm not gonna.
Wait, who's Peter Grill?
Sorry, I'm not. That's your rabbit hole. I'm not saying anything. Actually, matter of fact,
go down the rabbit hole.
Wait, so stop. Say it after recording. Just say it after recording because I feel like it might be inappropriate. It might actually be inappropriate.
Isn't this a private room? I mean, what's going to be the harm here?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so you're not that clown, right? No one's gonna watch the show.
Yeah, we don't got the FCC on our asses or anything like that, so I think we're good.
It's not like the last prediction video had 100 views or whatever or something. There's no way.
If anything happens, you're paying for the lawsuit, sir. Go on.
Wait, who?
Go on, Patty.
Oh, Pat, it better be you.
No, it's you.
Me? What the fuck did I do?
You're the one who's championing giving personal information out on a broadcast.
Bro, I didn't say. Bro, I swear to God, if I get subpoenaed, I swear to God, man.
I swear to God.
I don't think any of us can be getting sued by talking about anything on here.
I know. We gotta fill that, the comedy bit for the quota. But what's the next match? Yeah.
Did everyone go for the North American title?
Yeah,
match?
we all said Ricky saved. Yeah.
All right, next up, 6-man, just a basic six-man tag team match. The D'Angelo family, Tony D'Angelo, Channing Stax Lorenzo, and Luca Crucifino.
Okay.
With Adriana Rizzo versus Dark State. Dion Lennox, Cutler James, Saquon Sugars, or however you pronounce it, and or Osiris Griffin.
Yeah, it's Saquon Sugars. Sugars. Anyways, does anybody know who Darkseid is?
Now I see. Now I see what the P
What? The what?
means for the elimination match for the women's tag title is the pre-show for NXT.
They still do the pre-show.
Yeah, look at the
Hell no!
look at the second
No,
picture
that
has the
That's
last three
ruined my.
matches.
No. Wait,
No,
and Rox.
look.
No, but I know I got eyes. But wait, you tell me Roxy's on the pre-show?
Yep.
I'll slap the shit out of you. What you No. She should have a Mania match. And you're telling me she's on the. Uh-oh. Fire might crash out, man. Crash out. Ain't no freaking way. We should have got that Bailey and Roxy match. What the hell? Anyways, I'm done being fake mad. So yeah, well, does anyone know who Darkseid is?
Yeah, who is Dark State?
Because I'll explain that to me. Sorry?
I'm asking you, who is Dark State?
Yeah,
Not like they be heels.
I would imagine.
Okay, I
Just
guess
a bunch of heels that were
Yeah.
like, I don't know, football players or something that just been interrupting people
Yeah.
and trying to beat people up and stuff.
Yeah, but how
And they
did
picked a fight with the family.
how are they doing? How are they beating people up? Like,
They're
what's the
just
stuff?
ambushing people and just beating them up.
And what type of do they wear masks?
I wouldn't call bandanas masks, but you know, you go
Or
for it.
bandanas? Okay. What type of design do they have on their bandana?
I don't know.
Wait, what? What'd you say?
I don't know.
No, you said something right, or did I just hear it? Okay, it's basically skull mask. So basically, yeah, they're the shield. They're the shield. Like, I just wanted to say that. You know, you can call them retribution, but like, I feel like that shit sucks. So yeah, these guys actually have more promise. So basically, consider them over the NXT's new reboot on the Nexus, I guess.
Stable versus stable match.
Yeah, basically, yeah. And the story I want to say for the D'Angelo family is because Tony, which is the leader, he's the Don of NXT. He got taken out with backstage, and basically his underboss, which I'm assuming is Channing Stacks Lorenzo, he's been making like all these calls and doing all these things, and you know and Tony D'Angelo said, I don't like the way you're doing it. I make the final call, etc., which is why I'm making the call to make this a 6-man tag match. You know, I thought it was gonna be like a handicap actually, because there's 4 members of Darkseid and 3 members of the D'Angelo family, but I guess they went with the 6-man tag idea. And that's basically the story, I believe. It's pretty good, but yeah, they actually had a parking lot brawl on NXT the previous week, which was actually really good.
Nice.
Yeah, cinder blocks was used, fire extinguishers, cars were broken, crowbars were used inefficiently, and I still think crowbars probably one of the weakest weapons. But that's neither here or there. But yeah. Wait, what was that, Pyro? I thought Pyro was saying something.
I don't think it was.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess I'll put my prediction, and it's got to be Darkseid. It's got to be Darkseid, and I think it's going to be something along the lines where there might be a friction between the boss and the underboss, and maybe Channing Stack Lorenzo will make a mistake in the match and cost the team. Because you're not going to have like this new faction that's going to have their first pay-per-view match lose. So I'm going Darkseid.
Right.
Pyro, who you got?
Because see, I haven't really been following this particular angle too much. However, I did catch a little bit of NXT on Tuesday,
Pyro, not to
and I
interrupt you,
seen
but
the brawl.
Pyro, could you fix your phone because you're kind of coming out like very scratchy.
Say that one more time.
You're coming out scratchy, but now you sound good, so you can continue.
Are we good right now?
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I checked out a little bit of NXT. Hold on, I hear it again.
Yeah, that thing. Like
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna drop out and see and come back and see what happens. Give me one moment.
Right. Technical difficulties.
Sound like he was just having an echo problem.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be our show without it.
Yeah, it's better now, I assume. We'll continue.
Okay, let's try this again. So, oh, shit.
I
Actually,
think we
anyway,
just echo based off of Silver's mic.
yeah, Silver, yeah. Could you mute yourself real quick, Silver? Oh, you try again, Pyro?
All right, you can hear me?
Perfect. Yeah.
Way better.
I can continue.
Okay, so hold on.
Yep. Give this man some time, man. So how's the viewers doing? Yeah, y'all doing great? It's wonderful, man. WrestleMania weekend. Great show, man. Great show. Stand deliver. Great show. Silver once said on actually I'm not gonna expose Silver. Actually, Silver, you can unmute yourself.
So
Oh, okay, never mind. You don't unmute yourself.
yeah, my bad. So just based off of what I seen Tuesday and also what you was just saying about it being the new factions, what's these guys' names? Forgive me.
Dark State.
Dark State. It's their first pay-per-view match. I'm
Right.
gonna give it to Dark State because Lorenzo made a call on Tuesday. Now I didn't get to finish the conclusion of the entire angle, but they
Yeah.
had a backstage brawl, parking lot brawl with
Yep.
the Dark State, and everybody was like, "Yeah. Where's Tony D? Where's Tony D? Where's the Don?" And it's like, "Nah, I'm the underboss. I made the call. Tony D ain't gonna be here. I made the call. Y'all trust me? Then let's do this." I feel like Lorenzo may be getting a little bit too big for his britches.
Too much dip in the chip, you know.
I remember another angle. This might have been at best maybe 2-3 weeks ago, where they was at the table and the Don was talking to the underboss. The Don was making a call. The underboss didn't agree. He was chiming in, and it was like, "Hey, look, man, I respect the fact that you're off. This is your position to offer me counsel, but now it's getting to a point where you're making calls without consulting the Don, and I think that's going to cost the group here." So I'm giving it to the Dark State, and we're going to see I don't want to say the dissolution of the family, but we're going to see some shit.
All I'm gonna say is the family better not end up like Chase U, bro. Because I actually like that faction. Like they're basically like NXT mobsters. Like they just whack people up. They do the whole dinner segments. It's like it's a really great group. And I do like
Whack people off.
yeah, you know what I mean. You know the old freaking mob movies where they're like they send a hit. And
Okay, I think you just mean whack them. They
whack
whack
them. My bad. I was thinking about something else. Sorry for those who thought I said whack off. But yeah, they're just basically old school, and they do all these. They're basically like kind of reminds me of like Scarface, like that's Tony like these kind of characters. He's kind of like the main mob trick type of guy, and if he has enemies, he takes them out. And now he has an underboss, and I feel like with the whole group, because I actually did my research, like each member of the Angel family has like serves a purpose. Like Channing Stack Lorenzo is like the underboss. Rizzo is kind of like I want to say the secretary slash like a person that kind of deals with maybe outside affairs, and I think Luca Crucifino's the concierge. I don't know. I'm just gonna say lawyer, bro. It's the council, the loyal council, basically the lawyer council. So yeah. With that being said, who wants to go next?
I'll just go, and again, I don't have much to say. I'll just go with Dark State.
Yep. All right, who's next? Sorry, you want to go?
I see the family as kind of dysfunctional and stuff, so it probably won't change. So I'll go with Dark State.
Okay. Silver? You can unmute yourself.
I'm a little sad.
Sad on what?
I really wanted to pick the family, but after hearing all that, I cannot in good faith.
Hey. You can be the what's it called, the defect. The defect. You can be like,
You
fuck.
could be the Shinsuke of the situation.
Exactly. But just know you're choosing the wrong pick. Just when you do that.
Nah, I
Well, that's how you said that, Pika. You lost.
Yeah, but like, I don't know why they did that. Honestly, like I think Shinsuke won that title by accident. Honestly, so because he's going to Mania with that title, so you know what I mean. But yeah, somebody going with the family.
no, I'm going with the Dark State.
Dark State. Okay, got you. All right, you can mute yourself again, Chris.
Just because, like you guys said, it's their first match
Yeah.
on pay per view. Like factions rarely lose their first match on pay per view.
Right.
Otherwise, I would have picked the family.
Chris.
Well, I mean, the thing about making these votes is sort of you're like,
Uh-oh.
sorry about that.
You can head up for your lunch.
So
Did you get me
sorry
something
about
good?
that. Yeah, it's about time to ask me anything right now.
What did you get me for lunch, Patti?
That wasn't even for me, but I was actually going to be having something for my lunch. Bison and mixed veggies.
Nice.
Oh,
Don't forget the Dino Nuggies too.
Dino nuggets.
Yeah.
You can also put the last M on it.
Get nuggies.
Yep. Anyways, before we get too off track, what do you
But
think,
yeah,
Chris?
anyway, I was just saying, the thing about like casting these votes and these predictions is sort of that you have to like make an informed decision about all of this stuff because you have to know like what's going on in the storyline, and you have to know the wrestlers, you have to know where they're at, and you have to know and understand that there's typical directions that the company will take to create these storylines and have these title reigns. And I suppose there's also going to be like the occasional X factor where they're going to have favoritism and protection from the boss, whereas Roman Reigns had his title reign and go on as long as it did because they just wanted to outshine CM Punk.
True.
But that result was accomplished years before his reign ended.
Yeah, by who?
By Roman Reigns.
Oh, well.
Roman held that
But
title.
I thought we were like
1,000
talking about something
days.
besides Roman Reigns.
So he held it like 2 more years than Punk did.
Yeah, so he did.
Yeah, but that part, it just doesn't feel like if we know he held it longer, but like it feels like that reign was kind of like worthless. Like at least with Punk, like in that 434, it's like everything like from past the 200 point was like hold on, like it's like now, especially when he turned heel, like when he got the Paul Heyman thing, that's what changed everything. From that point forward, every title match like just meant something. With Reigns, I feel like it ended after I want to say. He retained the title at WrestleMania against Bryan and Edge. Like at that point, I was just done with the title reign. Like I understood the process or whatever, but it was like I just really wanted somebody new at that point. And then they just had it for him for a while to the point where it's like, okay, might as well reach 1,000 days at this point because it's like you're just so close to it.
But yeah, I'm pretty much gonna go with like
Dark State.
Dark State, of course.
Got you. All right. Are we? Oh yeah, main NXT title time. So
Main NXT title time.
okay, what's the match?
The match is Obafemi versus Trick Williams versus Javon Evans in a triple
Man,
threat
he's bouncy.
for the NXT Championship.
That boy's bouncy for real. But yeah, so I guess you can go first.
I'm gonna explain this to Chris as best I can. Oba is basically NXT's Brock Lesnar.
Basically.
Okay, so
That's
chances are he's probably going to be elevated in, I guess, squash style or what?
Well, he's the dominant champion that consistently wins multi-man matches decisively.
just to put a better, just think about Brock Lesnar 03. Like he's 03, bro. I got it next year.
Yeah.
To put this match into more perspective than that, Trick Williams was the previous title holder, and Von Evans has like prospects to be like a future star and stuff. So this match is basically past, present, and future.
Yep. That's a good way to put it.
Yep. But I'm gonna keep what I have to say very short and very sweet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see it. I don't really see a scenario where Oba drops the title here.
Yeah, but still, he doesn't have to be
I'm just gonna say
pinned.
the same.
He didn't have to be pinned in any of the other triple threat matches he was in, but he
Yeah,
still
but
decisively won them.
yeah, but Silver, they're in Vegas, and you know what's the saying in Vegas? The house always wins.
Yeah,
Like,
Oba Femi not only owns the house, he fucking ate the house too.
because he's the ruler.
Exactly, it's his fucking house.
Basically, just put
It's the ruler.
the ruler. Yeah, he's basically
Go to Vegas.
And
Go
isn't he having a
back
program or
against
had a
the
program
ruler.
with the TNA champion before
yeah, he beat the
one
TNA
one
champion.
of the TNA champions before Joe Hendry won the belt?
It was Moose. He was defending
Yeah.
against the X Division champ. Moose was the X Division champ.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, I'll make my answers real quick and sweet.
Yep.
Like, who was just speaking? They said I don't see a scenario where Oba doesn't drop it. Oba doesn't drop the belt. Devon Evans, the young OG, thanks for coming. You earned your spot. Trick Willie, you earned your spot. Oba walks out. Oba went. How Shannon
See,
Sharp do it?
Doris, I knew there was a reason why we were friends.
How Shannon does it? Obi-Wan,
Kenobi,
Don who
Don
Oba
Julio,
wins. That's it. Whatever. Oba in 5.
Open 5. Bro, we better see the double fall of Grace though. Like if he doesn't double powerbomb them, then like come on now. Like what are we doing here? Like
Agreed.
his finish is the pop-up powerbomb, by the way. I'm saying this guy's gonna have to physically lift both opponents up in the air and double power. I'm being dead ass.
They're light enough that he could do it.
Javon is like if you get trick off,
I
I'm gonna lose
don't
that
see
shit.
a
I mean,
prospect.
the better question is whether it's going to be safe for the other wrestlers. So
I go as far as to say
Yeah.
I don't see a prospect
Yeah,
on the NXT roster right now
right now, currently.
that they're preparing to take the belt from that they are preparing to be the one to take the belt from. I don't see.
And just
Ricky
put it.
Six is dealing with the North American belt.
Yeah.
I don't see it. I don't
Yeah,
see
just
nobody. I don't see it.
Yeah, just to put it simple, like he's more dominant than Braun Breaker's NXT title reign, and you know what Braun Breaker was doing in the NXT, so
That's what I'm saying.
he was a 2-time champion. All right, this
See
man was
nobody. I don't see nobody on that roster right now that's being primed and prepared to take the belt from Oba Femi. Oba could go up. Oba could get called up as champion.
Yeah,
I keep
yeah, and this is
So
where
are they planning on signing Batman to the roster?
they might as well at this point.
Yeah. he might have a chance.
Yeah, Batman might have a chance of that.
Who's that?
He's gonna need about 5 months of prep time in NXT.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know who's gonna be in that Batman costume, Pyro? It's gonna be Hikalea.
Hikalea.
See, I've been reading the dirt sheets. I should stop reading the dirt sheets, but like, there's gonna be a big name that's gonna come to NXT soon, and that's all I'm saying, man. Nothing more, nothing
You know
less.
what? I stand corrected. I stand corrected.
I stand corrected.
If they want to go that route, now
Oh shit.
just throwing shit against the wall here, right?
Okay.
From what I understood, they signed Jeff Cobb.
Oh shit.
Jeff Cobb could come up in a big way and say, "Oba, I want you right away."
Oh
So,
my god. But that's a main roster, dude, Pyro. Man. You putting that man on NXT?
well, who? Jeff Cobb?
Yeah, hell yeah.
Fuck yeah, I'm putting Jeff Cobb on NXT. I'm throwing that man on TV right away. Hell no.
Oh man.
Jeff Cobb need a little bit seasoning.
don't think he just gets the AJ Styles treatment or the Dominic Mysterio treatment.
Nah. What's up? Ooh. Like
Be
that.
like, ooh, that title shiny. I want it. So wait, did everyone make the predictions? Oh, I didn't make my prediction. Shit. Yeah, Oba. There's no way in hell. But I do want to see the double OG cutter in this match because if you guys don't know, like Javon Evans, he basically is like he can just basically do anything. He's a video game character, and he does his like basically he does the Cody cutter, but he just does it better. And I'm trying to see
Yeah.
the double
Yeah.
Cody cutter in this match, and maybe a good near fall. But in realistically speaking, wise double, fall from base power bomb or just or like he power bombs Trick and then he power bombs whatchamacallit, Javon on Trick, and then it goes
He
to
used Javon as a battering ram to knock Trick
basically,
out and then hit him with the pop.
basically, yeah. Or like bitch toss somebody into somebody else and then just like capitalize on. So yeah, but yeah.
So I'm last.
Yeah, you're last.
Alright, so I want to see, since Javon was talking about how he beat Femi twice, I want to see him almost beat Femi just to get the pin broken up by Trick, and then Opa ultimately winning by pinning Trick. Just so
Yes.
like Javon could like kind of crash out later.
Yeah.
Be like, I had you, dog.
Yeah.
But like, and also
And I
try
want,
to bury the whole like Trick trying to like
yeah.
reclaim the whole thing and show it's Opa's time.
And also, I'm trying to see the crowd like switch the whoop that Trick to crash out Trick. Crash out Trick.
Crash out Trick is crazy. My feet. Yeah.
Yeah, because he literally has a shirt that says that. Like the crowd's gonna be chanting that soon. But yeah. All right. And what's the main event, sir?
Main event, and
Hmm.
we'll start with Sora on this one.
Okay.
Main event, fatal four-way match for the NXT Women's Championship. Stephanie Vicar, the current champion,
Bakir.
versus Julia, the former champion, versus Jordan Grace and Jada Parker. I don't know much about either of those two, so hopefully Sora can enlighten us on them.
Thanks to Miss Parker for earning that spot, though. That is crazy. She is in rare company being in this match.
I know, man. It almost makes you think like there's a reason why she's in that match, Pyro.
We all know it's because the crowd likes to chant, Miss Parker, Miss
Miss
Parker.
Parker. No,
No, she had a really good promo, but I don't really see her winning. Because I still don't really like her. I think she needs some bit more work. She's kind of the lone wolf in it for herself kind of thing, and that's kind of why she did not vibe with Lola Vice, because there was a awkward forced tag team beforehand. So then they went on to their like 1v1 kind of bout. The other person that Silver doesn't know, she looks really strong, and she put a lot of work into building herself that way.
Yep.
I could see her winning.
She's like this generation's China, I believe,
Yeah,
or Beth Phoenix.
I could see her winning. Stephanie
Ripley was this
obviously.
generation's China.
Wait, say that again, Chris?
I thought Rhea Ripley was this generation's China.
When you see Jordan Grace, you're gonna think otherwise, because she's more jacked than Rhea Ripley. So imagine somebody more jacked than Rhea Ripley.
That's Big Mama Pump. That's the female China.
That's the juggernaut. Yeah, continue, sir.
Yeah, and Stephanie is also really good. The way that she was, and like I would like to see her win, but the person I want to see win the most is Julia, because I'm biased.
Hey, we're all freaking honest here. Why are you biased? Explain to the boys.
I don't know. I just like beautiful madness.
And like what way? Like platonic or like what are you talking
Uh, well, what does platonic even mean?
about?
No sexual attraction whatsoever.
Oh,
Like, well, like a friendship and nothing more than a friendship.
Yeah.
I mean, I see it as a platonic relationship.
Okay.
I'm a viewer, and then they're,
Uh,
the
okay.
performer.
Got you.
So that's
It-
technically a platonic relationship right there.
True. Is there another reason aside from her just being a beautiful madness? Like, you think she's a good wrestler?
I do like I think she's a good wrestler. Like I
I
think
do too.
a lot of these
Yeah.
are good wrestlers.
Oh yeah. No.
I'm not too sure about Miss Parker, but like
Yeah.
eh, you know, but that and plus I like her accent.
And what's her accent? Wait, does she have the Italian accent or does she have the Japanese accent? Like, what accent are you
Yeah,
talking about?
the Japanese, right?
The Japanese accent. All right. So, is that enough to kind of explain to you over, who's in this match and what the story is?
I explained it more for
Hmm.
I had me and Sora explain it more for Patty.
Yeah, but you did not. You said yourself.
I didn't know. I mean,
yeah.
I did not know one of them, but Jordan Grace appeared in the Royal Rumble.
Oh,
So
okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay.
but
But
like what the storyline is with those two, I don't know. But I know who Jordan Grace is because of the
so,
Rumble.
so basically, Steph, who's the champion in this match, beat Julia a month ago when she was North American champion to become double champion.
Yep.
She basically said, "I want if I'm going to vacate this title, I want to choose who I want to face at Stand and Deliver." Then it became a situation where like all these women came in the whole program, and then she said, "Okay, I just want to face everybody," and basically that's what the story is currently right now. Oh, and
Yeah.
Julia.
So
Yeah, so you explain it, sir.
yeah, those two were fighting, and then Stephanie kind of got involved, and then like there's like a whole conflict, and it looked as if Julia came to assist Stephanie, but she ended up turning, and she was just really upset that like she didn't even get like a potential rematch offer from Stephanie. So that's why she turned, and she's like, "Oh, there are no friends when it comes to championships."
Yes, so you can call it like a light heel turn, I guess, or betrayal, but
Yeah.
she explained it like, oh, like there's no friendships with the title matches. But the thing I didn't like about the photo packages is like she did that because she was mad that Stephanie didn't come to her and be like, oh, you're first in line for a rematch, you know. But I was telling Sora like, it would have been more smart for her to kind of be like, oh, I want my rematch, because Stephanie was just gonna give it to her, but other women beat her to the punch, and I think Julia felt betrayed because of that, something like that, which caused a turn.
Okay.
So with that being said, who you got?
Stephanie just won the belt. I don't think they're gonna drop it anytime soon, but
Right.
or at least not in this match. But if I were to pick somebody to dethrone her in this match, it would have been Jordan Grace. Just because I want to see that belt on that mountain of a woman, but not now. So Stephanie retains,
Okay.
and it helps that Stephanie's actually a pretty decent wrestler.
Oh yeah, you care to say what her best move is? I feel like you've seen the match of hers already.
Yeah, I saw when she won the
North American.
North American title. Her finish is pretty good. I just don't remember the name of it or how it works.
But what can you like describe it? Like what was it? How did it
What
look
did I
like?
just say?
Can you not describe moves nowadays? Like yeah, what?
I've only seen it the one time.
It's basically a corkscrew moonsault.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, I'm gonna go last. Pyro, you can go. Pyro's still here. Or if you want, Chris, you can go.
He's muted.
Yo,
Oh,
my bad.
Yeah.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Let Chris go first, though. My bad. If he's
okay.
able to.
Chris, if you're able to, you can go.
I mean, honestly, I don't really have an informed decision on this one either.
Stephanie's current champion. Julia's former champion. Jordan Grace is a big, strong woman. Kind of like how China was.
I'd like to see it on Jordan Grace. I mean, I agree with you on that sentiment.
As for the last one, I think I don't know much about the last one, but Stephanie just won the belt like a month ago.
And I guess the potential
So
also
I
exists for
believe this
Stephanie
is
too.
her first defense.
And I guess the possibility still exists too for Stephanie to still hold the title for a little bit longer, because maybe they have like a direction that they want to go with her. I don't know. I'd say it's a toss-up between the two of them.
Between Stephanie and who?
Well, what's the name of the big girl you were talking about?
Jordan Grace.
Jordan
Yeah,
Grace.
Jordan Grace. Stephanie and Jordan Grace.
Okay. Oh yeah, Tree. You can
Between
go.
those two, who are you picking?
I'm gonna say, Stephanie's not gonna lose it yet.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh
Just
yeah, now
short
Chris.
and simple.
Yeah. Oh, Pyro, you can go.
So I see that's the general consensus. To be honest, however, I know you just said NXT does not hot potato the titles.
Nope.
WWE in general hasn't, but I feel like this is an easy layup for them to put the belt onto Jordan. My
Wow.
pick is Jordan Grace. I felt like they're ready to just put her in position. Like when you think about it, has happened very quick. Maybe not in a hot potato sense, but low key. Stephanie Vaquer got here. She got the NXT North American belt. Julia got here just a little before she got the NXT title. They immediately threw them together. I didn't expect a fatal four-way because of Jada Parker. I said shouts to her for earning her spot. I honestly expected a triple threat.
Right.
Minus Jada Parker.
Right.
You know what I mean? And I did expect both belts still, but they had, Stephanie Vaquer go the Keith Lee route of vacating the belt, which is fine.
Right.
Julia, from what I'm understanding in reports, got Mr. Kennedy, and it was like, oh, so she's gonna be out, or she's more hurt than she actually was.
Right.
But nevertheless, I feel like that's a feud they want to explore, a series they may want to explore, but I don't think it's safer if that series does not include the championship between Stephanie Vaquer and Julia. They already have a championship pedigree. After Stand and Deliver, they can go crazy with that. While Jordan Grace rules on top of the roof. And then her opponent will all be ready and made for Jada Parker to be the first one to get the one-on-one shot. My pick is Jordan Grace here.
That's a good pick.
The program for Stephanie and Julia does not need the championship.
That's a good pick.
So I'm calling Jordan Grace here.
Okay. So I was doing a lot of thinking, and obviously, like I feel like there's a general consensus of like what I should say and who I like the most in this match. But I'm gonna play devil's advocate here for this only one prediction, and I know I shouldn't, but I predicted crazier things before. I think the shock factor and the crazy thing to actually do is to actually give the title back to Julia. Only because she can literally say that like I lost like due to that technicality. I am like the rightful champion, and like I just feel like putting her in this match after her losing, it's kind of you're doing a backwards thing, especially when it's not like a normal 1v1. You put her like in a multi-man, so you could tell the story of like her getting her title back but not pinning Stephanie, which would lead to like a big Steph and Julia match, and this would be like basically the rubber match that ends their story, and whoever loses gets called up to the main roster. So I'm gonna agree with Sora, and I'm gonna say Julia. But what my heart saying and my mind saying, that's Steph, bro. She's the best woman in this match.
I think Gunnar T's favorite was Parker, but even though he likes Stephanie's move probably the most.
Well, what's the name of the move, sir?
I don't know what it is.
The Badanka.
I just know he's just like
Wait, you just call him Gunnar T? Wait, hold on.
Don't worry about it.
Sorry, don't steal my phrases, man. I coined that. You just stole that shit from me. All right, and and that's Stand and Deliver. I think
I come from a Gooning community.
And you're proud?
Not really.
I swear to God, when we get to the WrestleMania predictions, that you don't choose Gunther, like I'm gonna be on your head, sir. I'm telling you that because he's the ambassador and the ruler of the Gooning community. But
He's Gunther, not Gunther.
I could swear to you, they call him Gunther when he's defending his title. The world heavyweight champion.
They be pronounced in any kind of way. Sometimes it's Gunther. Sometimes they try to be, a little spicy and say Gunta.
That's what I heard. Gunta.
It all depends on who's on the microphone and how they feeling at the time.
Yeah. Speaking of microphone, like shout out to the new announcer that they have for SmackDown. That guy rules. That guy's so good.
He's dope. I like him.
Yeah, he's literally a fusion of Justin Roberts and Mike Rowe. Like I actually like that shit.
Yeah, I see a lot of the Mike Rowe cadence.
Right. But then he has like that tone that go on.
Yeah. So we're on the main shit now, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, but before we get to the main, could we like kind of brush like we don't have to really go in detail on this one, but what on SmackDown? Because I feel like these matches are important. So I guess we can go to the Andre the Giant Battle Royal that's going to be on SmackDown. Because everybody's like rapid picks. I think.
One. I mean, for the most part, if we all just pick somebody, whoever wins it isn't really going to get anything out of it. Past winners haven't really gotten anything from it. It's kind of like a throwaway thing, almost like here's a participation trophy for the year.
At this point, it's become a less prestigious version of the New Japan January 4th.
Right. Right, and that's sad. And what's even making me more mad is like they're doing the Andre, but they stopped doing the women. Like you're telling me the women don't matter? Like what happened to the women battle royal?
That's because of the fact of the controversy that happened with the person they were.
Yeah, but true. Do you know like why they can't just change the name to like another and just like keep that legacy going?
Why can't they name it after? You don't even do the Mae Young Classic anymore. Just call it the Mae Young Battle Royal. What's the problem with that?
Wait a minute. Yeah, they could just call it the Mae Young freaking thing because they
act like they have so many different pioneers. The Alundra Open.
The Alundra, yeah.
The Knife Wonder Battle Royal.
If they do the Knife Wonder, that shit might make me tear up a little bit. Nah, they can't do that. Oh man. But no, but Tree, who do you think? Like, if you're at
rest in peace.
Yeah, rest in peace. Oh man, she was literally my favorite women's wrestler. Yeah.
Especially hearing about that funeral after party following her death.
Yeah. And no, but the thing is, what bothers me is that Hall of Fame thing because she should have been in there when she was alive. But they just kept saying no, and it's like that put her in a more depressive state to like lead to that demise. But it was always saying Tree. R.I.P. though.
I think that, in all honesty, if they wanted to give somebody something that could boost at least a little bit, I'm gonna say Ludwig Kaiser.
Wow.
Okay.
Kaiser. All right, Pyro, who you got?
Hey, can we post like new photos here of like what we're talking about because I'm not really up to speed with these matches here.
So you remember the Andre Giant battle? You know, so basically anybody who's in the main roster, because I think anybody on Raw SmackDown is gonna be participating. You just say a name that you think on the main roster that you really want to see, because there is no like actual,
there's no story or anything to the battle.
and there's
yet.
no
It's
actual
just,
like list of people.
who do you
like,
think they're just gonna give it to randomly? To be
Right.
completely honest.
Right.
Okay, so this is like a fantasy football type situation.
Basically.
Sure.
All right. But I mean, Andre the Giant was like really over, and the only one who actually like ended up dethroning him was Hulk Hogan.
Yeah.
Before we knew he was such a cunt.
Oh yeah. Remember the time with Cesaro on it? Like when actually meant something. Oh man, I miss that real American team. But yeah, anyone want to go? Like, who wants to go next?
What? Andre?
Yeah, Andre. Yeah.
The Kaiser pick was unexpected, but I like that.
Yeah.
I'm sticking.
Chris, can you mute yourself?
Yeah, I'm going with Karrion.
Karrion who?
Karrion Cross.
Oh, okay. Reasoning?
Hometown boy.
Hometown boy.
Hometown
And also,
boy. Need a match.
And also one of the best things that's going on Raw, if I'm being completely honest.
Yep.
I live for his segments, bro. He's literally devil's advocate, bro. It's like, I'm not telling you to do something that you don't need to do, AJ. I'm just, trying to say, you need to, you need to be evil, basically. Show us your evil ways. But yeah. So, do you have a pick?
Penta.
Sliver, do me a favor, like look through the WrestleMania card, like look at every match, and then come back to me. Like, look at that one looking at iTunes.
Oh,
yeah.
I could give it to Ray Phoenix.
Hey, you just stole my pick.
That's what I'm saying. This guy's just saying people's picks, man. The hell?
I was waiting.
That's like Midway Kaiser, man.
All right.
Sorry, I would have beat you to it, but whatever.
Sorry.
All right. Let's see.
Well, my pick was Ray
I
Phoenix.
forgot he was in the SC. That's on me.
Yeah, so we would try again, Sliver? Like, goddamn.
You know what? Since somebody said Karrion Cross, I'll go the other end of that spectrum. I'll say Miz. Fuck it.
Wow. All right.
Yeah, that's just for the people at home. Like Silver does not know Miz got drafted to SmackDown and he's not doing the carry stuff anymore. Just to like
The last segment I saw with Miz involved Karrion Cross. Okay.
Yeah, that was months ago.
Now it's Mellow Don't Miz.
Now it's Mellow Don't Miz. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay. But yeah, sorry, you can go because your thing got spoiled. But
Yeah, I wanted Ray Phoenix. The guy that came from Lucha Underground alongside Penta.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Ray Phoenix. That's a really good pick because he's a newcomer. Okay. I guess if we're just going with people who we want to see win, like Carmelo Hayes. That's my pick. Because he's the greatest, ain't no hidden. He's the best here. If you want your shot, you gotta wait until next year. All right, Chris can go. Who you got, Chris?
Patty.
Oh,
he's unmuted, but he is not saying anything.
Yeah, we can't hear him. I guess we'll move on.
If it's not working, hang up and come back in.
Yeah. Try leaving and come back, Chris. But what's the other SmackDown thing that's important? Does anyone know?
Repeat the
Matches,
Yeah, the things that matter for the SmackDown.
Street Profits, and the guns, Motor City Machine Guns.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Motor City Machine Guns. Even though Street Profits is like, just literally won that, but I think there's more potential and more dream matches you can kind of do with them being champions. And they ended their reign too early, if I'm being, completely honest.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, actually, no. I'm gonna change my whole shit right now. No, I'm gonna change my whole shit now. Because see, that's a boring prediction that I just made. What should happen is both of these competitors face off, and when one team's about to win or the other team's about to win, you have like literally DIY come out, Pretty Deadly come out, Los Garza come out, and just mess this whole match up, and just make like freaking Nick Aldis' day like the absolute worst, so he can actually freaking have the balls and be like, hey, you know what? I had it up to here with all these tag teams at WrestleMania. You're all gonna be in a match, a ladder match, and
Right.
and
Ooh.
it gets to be like an extra match on the card, because that is a card that is a match that's WrestleMania worthy. We're being completely honest. So
Absolutely agree with that. I
yeah, so
absolutely.
yeah. So my answer is no contest. A prediction, no contest.
for the battle royal.
No, for the tag team. Bro, come on.
Well, I was texting Pete because he finally responded.
Oh, okay. But yeah, what's your prediction for Street Profits and Motor City?
As much as I love your prediction,
Hmm.
if I have
Yeah.
to give an actual winner, then I want Motor City.
Okay. Sure.
I'm just gonna say probably Street Profits are still gonna have it.
Okay.
If any shenanigans end up happening, it's just gonna be on the following SmackDown. The card is way too big as it is. I know Triple H is very big on not having massive cards.
I'm banking on the fact
And
that
both of the cards are already massive, so
I'm banking on like one or two of these matches, but primarily one to be on the pre-show. Because when you really think about it, like, there is a set of tag team titles that's being defended at Mania, and why isn't it, the best tag team division? Like, why do you relegate that to the WrestleMania SmackDown when you have the Raw tag team titles and the women's? Like, because the SmackDown titles in their division are harder than both of those divisions, so it's like, what's going on with that? So, but with that being said, Thor?
I want to see Motor City Machine Guns.
Why?
I like their theme. I like their wrestling style.
Hell yeah! All right,
Raise
Chris.
your fist.
Yeah, raise your fist.
Yeah, I can talk now. Sorry.
Could you?
I was just not in a good spot to unmute my mic.
Right, no, you're good. You're good. Could you name a person that you, on SmackDown that you just want to see to win the Andre Giant? Like anybody?
I mean, on the one hand, I actually heard a while back about Gunther, or possibly, being the rising star who really gets his new spot.
Right.
But on the other hand, I'd actually like R-Truth to really make his epic comeback of all time.
There you go.
That's a good answer.
Let him be the national treasure that he is.
Hell yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. Okay, and so the SmackDown tag team, are you familiar with the Street Profits and Motor City Machine Guns?
Street Profits, yes. Motor City, no.
All right. Motor City Machine Guns are the new tag team. They're really good. They're veterans of the tag team. They're basically, their catchphrase is basically your favorite tag team's favorite tag team. Like everybody just loves them. And they're great. And as Sora said, they raised their fist. But Street Profits recently won their tag team titles. So do you think? I think. Yeah, I don't know. I think is Street Profits like babyface. Like
they've been kind of more that middle ground now.
Yeah, so yeah, Street Profits are tweeners.
It's like
and
people really like them, but they're being more,
heelish.
Yeah, even though people still like them.
Yeah, because they changed their theme song. I noticed it.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, they don't come out to that face.
They're more aggressive.
So yeah, a more aggressive tweener, Profits, or the newcomers, more senior between Gunther, the veteran of the tag team divisions.
Oh, kind of like anti-hero tweeners or something like that.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Honestly, I'd like to see the Street Profits really keep rising and keep thriving.
Right.
You're predicting them retaining?
Yeah, I
Okay.
like to see them retain.
Okay. Choose anything else on SmackDown, or is it just those two?
That's all that's been announced. John Cena
Okay.
will be there, but
Okay.
yeah,
Another promo, huh?
Yeah. Yep.
it
Has
just
to be.
promo.
Has to be.
He ain't gonna do a match.
No. Not in Las Vegas. Like, we gotta wait till Mania. Oh.
Yeah.
Anyways, so Silver, what's the first match of the official WrestleMania card?
Well, somebody had said that night one,
Hmm.
the first match was the match was opening.
Yeah,
the
but
show was Gunther
do you
versus.
want to go in that order? Do you want to go in the order of like, because the list is different on here.
The list is very different on here, but
Yeah, so I don't want to. I
I
personally
mean,
wouldn't
for
want to go.
NXT, we saved
Hmm.
the match that was closing the show for last, even though it wasn't the last match on the order.
Right. So do you want to actually go the order that's
I
gonna
mean,
pop?
just for the first match, I was thinking, and then
And we could do that.
since Gunther and Jay are starting, we'd start with that, and then we'd go down the list
Right.
for everything else. That's what I
Okay.
was thinking.
All right, let's do it. So what's the
So,
match?
yeah, Gunther versus Jey Uso, singles match for the World Heavyweight Championship. There's really only one way this can go if you want to not completely obliterate Jey Uso's character, and that would be to have him win the title.
I agree.
So
Yeah.
as much as I love Gunther and I want him to remain champion for a long time, there's really only one correct answer here, and that's Jay wins the belt. Otherwise, what was the point of the Rumble win? What was the point of everything Jay's been doing?
His momentum.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like his momentum is going to be like in the negative triple digits if he loses this. Like, I don't think anyone would be able to take him seriously again, especially since he just challenged Gunther like a month before winning the Rumble and failed.
I mean, how confused were people when Cody Rhodes lost the first time? So,
But that was a
But
mistake,
Cody
though.
was a much bigger star than Jay.
And that was a
yeah.
mistake. That
Well,
Cody should have not. Yeah.
I'll really quickly go with this. I agree that I honestly would rather Gunther win it, but I feel they've done too much. They're gonna have Jay win it.
Exactly.
In all honesty, I feel Jay is. I don't think he's fully.
Wait, Chris, can you mute real quick? Because we hear your radio.
I just went ahead and turned down my radio.
Oh,
My
okay.
lunchtime,
Yeah,
so I can do that.
I don't feel that. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't really been a big fan of Jay as of late because I feel like his song is over more than him. That's the honest truth. His song is more over than him himself.
So would it be safe to assume that Jay is basically the modern day Fandango in the sense that Fandango was so over because of his song and nothing else?
I honestly kind of feel that way right now. Like
Wow.
Jay's good, but I feel like he shouldn't have been pushed straight to the top card as quickly as he did. I think they should have kept him around that mid card for a bit longer than what they did. And Gunther should still be a dominant force. If they have Gunther lose it, then it's like, well, Gunther doesn't feel as dominant because. So, in a sense, I feel like there's too much where whomever loses this is gonna get hurt. Their character is gonna get hurt. This is
You
like
know
a
what?
trap
I agree
spot
with that.
for WWE. They have
I
trapped.
agree with that.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. You're
Gunther
right
is
about
not.
that.
Gunther loses. He's not gonna feel as dominant as he has been. Jay loses. Jay kind of loses all of his momentum of being a main event.
And you wasted that
And
whole Rumble win.
credibility.
And you
Yeah.
wasted that Rumble win
So
too.
they really booked themselves in a corner with this, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But with how much they've already had Jay versus Gunther and Gunther winning every single time that they've done it, and now they have this build up with, how Jay's been going. They're trying to make him more of a serious character. He no longer has been really yeeting that much. I feel like they're gonna go ahead and pull the trigger and put it on Jay.
Right. Because I think the moment they did that Jimmy segment, it's like we knew. Like that's what kind of gave it away, honestly.
Yeah.
That like I'm telling you, and this is what sucks about it. Like this is the harsh reality. Because when he won the Rumble, like he had like all the momentum. It's just WWE did something to cool him off, whether it was on his end or whether it was on Gunther's end. Like it kind of messed the whole storyline up, and then they heated it up again with basically Gunther being like the Bash Shaggies, and he was like basically swimming in the blood of his own his twin brother Jimmy, and he took him out, and it's like, oh, okay, we see where this is going. But I never really thought about it like that, because in my mind I'm like, usually what it is, like if somebody wins a Rumble, just give them the title. I mean, what's the whole point? Like, unless you have a bigger narrative that you're telling with the current champion, you got to make the Rumble mean something with the the Rumble victory. That's, in my opinion, what's worse than the winner of the Royal Rumble main event WrestleMania or not. I can care less if they can main event or not. But if you win the Rumble and lose at Mania, that's something you can kind of complain about if it ain't like validated.
Especially after picking a champion that you just lost to.
Right.
With
yeah.
with that Rumble win.
Yeah, and they emphasized it a lot in the sense of I think Gunther cut his promo saying like I beat Jay like 4 consecutive times and nothing's gonna really change. Like this is just inevitable. I'm gonna beat you again, and it's like, oh, by the way, I want to talk about this. I think this is another thing who they kind of messed up with. I can understand what Tree is talking about with Jay. Why are they doing this whole storyline of him being clumsy? Just because he botched one freaking suicide dive, like he just all of a sudden lost his confidence and then he's like, oh, I'm just gonna mess up on my moves and
Well, I feel
fucking
like
hate that.
that had a lot to do with the fact that he was getting a lot of criticism. They've been getting a lot of criticism with Jay being the challenger, so they've been trying to do everything they can to turn that.
Right.
And when he did that botch moment, it gave more people not, getting a bit more upset about it.
Right.
It isn't that serious of a thing, but it gave a reason for people to get even more, like, well, why is he in this situation?
No, but yeah.
And
My
then they
issue is,
tried to write it off to the point where, oh, it's totally, we wrote it that way. It's them trying to save it.
right.
And when that wasn't gaining momentum, they decided to go with this whole bloody angle because now they're trying to get people behind more.
Right. No, but the thing is, it's what sucks is like capitalize on the momentum, because I see what you mean with like he's just being he's over by his theme song. But the thing is like if he does things to kind of validate his position on the card, challenging for a world title, then I won't just call him like like a theme song merchant. But he's not doing anything to kind of like really like like except for that one segment, and it's like, honestly, tell you the truth, if you want me to be like $150 on this shit, because I just thought about it even some more, it's like, I don't even like Gunther's reign. And I think I've said this plenty of times on this freaking prediction video ever since Survivor Series up until now. I'm like, bro, I think Gunther actually is the worst like world champion right now. Because when you really think about it,
yeah,
what it is really is like he's probably decent, but then he's coming off that IC title reign, and that IC title reign was fucking godly. But
well,
like,
that's because of how they've been booking him. He's been booked like to be honest, a bit of a wuss.
Yeah. And like, I'm thinking,
and that's the problem is they should have been booking Gunther as a dominant force. They haven't been doing
because he was his monster
Yeah.
for like 666 days. So I'm thinking in my mind,
Yeah.
like, fuck that shit, bro. Like, just give Gunther the win, bro. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm really thinking about it. This guy has a quota. Like, he has to lose one time a year. It doesn't have to be at Mania. Like, he could lose it at SummerSlam. But let him have a second win on this title reign and actually make him mean something. Because I like from the point that he won since SummerSlam up until now, like I'm just not been impressed. Like I think he's a weaker champion than Damian Priest, and I think he's a weaker champion than Seth Rollins. Like he's the weakest world champion so far we've seen in WWE, and that's sad to say because of how much he elevated the IC title. So to make him credible, you made him an ultra villain by like killing Jimmy. Make him kill Jay at WrestleMania 2 and fucking capitalize on that momentum. So I'm going with Gunther.
I never thought I'd see the day where God would pick Gunther. But I like it.
Tree sold it, bro. Because like
I like it.
But I'm not picking him because I like Jay more. But I'm just saying you made him a pussy champion. Made that like rectify that shit.
No, I know, and because
Yeah,
that's how you feel. I'm surprised you're going that way, but I like it.
Right.
I would have never seen that coming from you. And
also another thing too, I want to mention this too. Sammy did better last year. I'm not trying to see a repeat for Sammy. When Sammy did it, that shit was iconic. What Jay's gonna do right now, it's not gonna mean anything. It's gonna make Sammy shit look like it was nothing. No, fuck. I want to see a triple powerbomb on this motherfucker. So I'm going with fucking Gunther. Kill this man.
Wow.
Nah, bro. Tree, you did this. You did this.
Kill this man. Jesus.
Yeah, kill this man.
This might be a bit off topic.
Yeah.
If Vince McMahon didn't get caught in the scandals that he did,
Right.
suppose that he was still CEO, but you think Gunther would actually continue to have more momentum compared to what he does right now?
No.
No?
No.
I mean, I figure because like he's one of the bigger wrestlers, and Vince would have like pushed more to elevate him.
Okay, so let me put it like this, and then I want Tree to go because I want to know Tree's take. I want to know Tree's take after this because I feel like he knows something. For me, what I think it was, he was dominant as hell on NXT UK because that was all like Triple H and stuff. When he went to the main roster, Vince, strapped him because he wanted him to be like, that foreign heel. He wanted him to kind of be like Rusev or whatever. I think what it was is like he saw like because I think like what Vince wants is like get in shape, lose some weight, look appealing, this and that. He put the work in.
That's what I was gonna say.
He put the work in, and I think that impressed Vince. But I think that would only impress him until a certain point before he's like, okay, now you're gonna get Rusev. So he was probably gonna lose at that Mania, whatever. Like if Triple H wasn't in control, and he was probably gonna be a laughing stock going forward. But because Vince doesn't know how to book foreign heels. So yeah, that's. But what were you gonna say, Trey?
I don't know. I feel like if Vince was in control, Gunther would be seen more dominantly. Because the thing is I mean, who else would he have?
I feel like
because there's too many people right now that aren't really up there who can play that dominant role right now.
You don't want to hear this, but like I just know Vince. I think Loki he would have booked Austin Theory to beat that man, and we all would have laughed. But he would have done that shit. Just telling you, Austin Theory instead of being
I can see it.
Austin Theory instead of being John Cena that year, which was a freaking horrible match, it would have been Gunther. You wouldn't have got that triple threat. Just letting you know. Like I think that's legitimately what was gonna happen. That breaks my heart saying that shit. Cause that's fucking Walter, bro. There's no fucking way. Like Austin Theory out of control. Maybe Grayson Waller too. Who knows? Like maybe. But Austin Theory. That was the goal. Anybody who was a Vince's golden boy at that time, because I'm trying to figure out because it was Austin Theory. And I don't know whoever else like Vince liked, but whoever Vince liked was gonna beat Gunther that year, So, and we would have still probably had Max Dupree, not Elena. So, thank God Vince is gone. But does that answer your question, Chris? Or?
Not really, I guess. But I suppose just to tack onto that is that things have really just been all more bearable because of Triple H's leadership, and with him having been a wrestler himself. He just knows the kind of shit that Vince had put his fellow wrestlers through, and himself as a wrestler. Right? It's just a certain level of better connect, and wrestlers are also getting their own off seasons, it seems, and their own time to heal and be with their families, and there's also just more consideration for their storylines too.
It's a happier time in WWE, basically.
And so yeah, the departure of Vince's toxic leadership has been more than healthy for WWE.
Yeah, I think that's where they're on an uptick right now with the whole them selling all the gates or whatever. It's the right people know what they're doing.
I was recently watching a video of Randy Orton's opinion about Vince McMahon recently, and he didn't have any good things to say. And he was considered like this well-known company man for a while, but even he's against Vince right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, bitches of all ages, fantastic news!
Breaking news!
Joining us from the depths of the nether, the man, the myth, the interviewing legend, Petey's awesome guest panel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silver, and thank you for having me, guys. Again, sorry for the delay. Family calls, and I
Wait, Pete, before you continue, could you go closer to the mic? Because I think it sounds like you're far away from your mic.
It really is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sound really muddled, man.
How about now?
Still a bit muffled.
Still muffled.
Not really.
Yeah, you're still pretty muffled.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Why is he turning his camera?
I knew good things was gonna arrive when I saw this man join that profile picture. Like I should put. Oh, never mind. My day's ruined. Damn it. Anyways, Chris, who do you got?
I think he's coming back. I'm pretty sure he's either switching his mic or whatever.
Yeah, while he fixes it, listen, board of viewers. Chris, who do you got for Jey Uso and Gunther? Has he heard all our takes?
Are you asking?
I mean, yeah, I think there's
Chris,
just
Chris,
like a.
Oh.
You can just say Chris. It's fine. I'm not one of those people.
Yeah. Oh wait, is Pete back?
Yeah, looks so good.
Well, whether he's back or not, Chris, continue.
Yeah, continue.
So yeah, I think like Jey Uso was definitely like going to carry the momentum because otherwise his Royal Rumble win is just going to have amounted to nothing. And right. Gunther, as good as he is, and as much talent as he has, he just has to like take a step back and wait a little longer for his time to come, because it will come eventually.
Yes. I'm looking at it as like, like it can be something like a humbling lesson for Jay. Like, maybe the lights were too bright and it was too early for him. Because he had all that time, and I'm not saying doing majority on WWE's book, and it's like, you made this guy win the Rumble, man. Book this guy as a credible like champion. Like, book him as like Daniel Bryan WrestleMania 30, bro. They had that. Because the thing is, like, when you really think about it, the Yes movement, the Yeet movement, same shit. Capitalize on that. But then they turn him into, like, as Latrice said, like, just a theme song guy. That shit, man. Oh my god. The Yeet merch.
And for the first time ever, right, he was able to replace the what chant with the Yeet chant.
Yeah, with the Yeet chant, exactly. Like, I might just really think like that. Yeah, might be the chant in WWE. Maybe he ain't the main chant in WWE. But
then again, maybe it just like depends on the wrestler, of course. Because I guess the like still all around chant is what.
Definitely. But definitely not outside of the United States, though.
LA Knight, he's got the and Jey Uso, he's got the Yeet.
You got the Yeet, yep.
And the ref got the ref, you suck.
Yeah, ref, you suck. Ref, you suck.
Oh man.
Oh man. Pyro, floor is yours, man. You heard all our takes, man.
This is for
Jey Uso and
Gunther versus Uso.
Yeah.
I'm going to give it to Jay
Yes.
I'm gonna give it to Jay.
Hmm.
As far as the reasoning, I feel like one, it's just a matter of like, you've already teased it this far. If nothing else, you've teased it this far. If not now then when?
Well, you
'Cause
already have your radio with you.
right.
Wait, Chris, can you mute yourself while Pyro talks?
Sorry.
Yeah. Continue, Pyro.
I was just saying, like, it's a matter of like, if not now, when?
I get that.
And if
But
not now, will he remain credible enough when they put it on him?
That's another right. Absolutely.
Because that's the bigger problem, honestly.
Right.
He just lost to Gunther, then won the Royal Rumble. He has not looked that good going into
Mania.
At all.
Right.
Where like he could recover from another loss.
Right.
If you don't put it on him, then it's over.
Right.
Absolutely. But yeah, that's my prediction with that one. Fellas, my apologies. I do have to cut it a little short in lieu of working tomorrow morning.
Got you.
Okay.
That's
But I
fair.
appreciate y'all for having me, man. Always.
Anytime,
problem.
man. Anytime.
My guys. I'm gonna holler at y'all later.
All right, take it
Later.
easy.
Bye.
All right.
Peace. Well, one friend goes, we might potentially have another. MVP fixes.
Okay, there. I downloaded on my phone. Everyone happy? Let's move on with the show.
Now you actually sound like you're near your mic. Thank you.
Next.
No, next
Next.
is you. Jey Uso versus
Next.
Gunther.
Next. Thank you.
He said next match. He does not care about this. You did that to yourself, man. We should have just done the tag title, man.
Wow.
Apparently he cares about that more. All right. Tag title
The
match.
balls on this man after being 2 hours late.
Oh no.
Okay.
With a legitimate reason because I care so much about my family. So don't try to do that.
I did not bring anything up as to
2
why
hours
you were
late because I was doing something very important. That took me
I understand that, and if you want the world to know, you will tell the world. I'm not
Well,
gonna.
I mean, Silver, you're the one saying I'm 2 hours late. Well, I'm just
But did
explaining
I
why
say
I'm 2 hours
why?
late.
Did I go into your personal business? No.
No, but it made you seem like I was trying to no-show, and I
No.
wasn't.
I would have
And
explained.
hey, family is important so long as
I just didn't like, it's like it came off the wrong way, man.
All right, fair enough.
Because it
My
came off like,
apology.
yo, he's not, he's not reliable. He's late. No, I'm not like that. I have a legitimate reason why I'm late.
Okay. Meanwhile, Jey Uso versus Gunther, you're up.
Jey Uso.
Gunther. Oh shit. Oh shit. Damn it. No one's gonna agree. Bro, nah, listen. Gunther needs to kill that man.
Funny. Everyone's picking Jay, and the only reason you went to Gunther was because I convinced you, even though I still picked Jay.
Exactly. I should have just went the predicament choice. Like, no, but you really remind me how bad Gunther is a champion. I'm like, dude. That's the guy who had the IC title and made that shit like chicken shit to chicken salad. Like, what the fuck happened, bro?
True.
Like, it's just crazy. But yeah, we're on what, the world title match?
Oh,
World,
we just finished the world title match.
world tag title match is what I meant to say.
We are on yes, the World Tag Team Championships.
Yeah.
The War Raiders, Eric and Ivar, versus the New Day, Kofi Kingston and Xavier Woods.
You can go first, Silver.
I can go first, and considering New Day went heel, if you want this heel turn to be any kind of impactful, you would have New Day win. But on the other hand, if you want to create one hell of a WrestleMania moment, you would have Big E come out of nowhere and cost New Day the tag titles to begin a feud with them. The real question is Big E going to be cleared to compete anytime soon?
That is the question.
I'm not so sure. And because I'm not so sure, I'm going to go with the New Day to win, and Big E will screw them down the line at some point.
Interesting.
It's just a question of
I can
when.
get behind that. That makes sense.
Yeah. Project Silver, like, hold on, so you watching the product?
No, not recently, no.
Yeah, okay. That was very I guess that goes to show like nothing's happening with New Day and War Raiders that like Sora can accurately predict that shit. That's actually insane, man. But I going against my better discretion, I'm gonna say War Raiders. Because it makes sense. You turn New Day, it makes sense, you're hated, it makes sense to give them the title, but at the end of the day it's like New Day sucks, man. Like it's like that whole Big E segment, this and that, it's like I'd rather them just, like let this be their karma, And I'm just kind of sad that they never put a stipulation on this match because it seems like it's just a regular like tag match. Because this should have been like like a Viking rule / like a maybe
Well,
a biker match. Yeah.
the big thing too is there's been barely any build to this. There really hasn't.
Exactly.
Last minute.
Added on,
There's
last week.
barely been any build. So what's the point of putting it on the WrestleMania card if you're not going to have New Day win?
Sure, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I mean,
yeah.
that's how I feel. So my pick is the New Day because otherwise there's no point in it being on a WrestleMania card because there's been no build.
Yeah, but I don't know. Like to me, I'm just not too sold on the idea. It's like, oh, this is just
a title change will make the match more,
a good
interesting.
match.
If it just goes straight and the War Raiders end up winning it in the end. I mean, truly, what was the point of sitting through that at a WrestleMania but to fill a spot?
If it's a good damn match, it might be worth it.
Yeah,
that's about it. That's about it.
I don't know if I trust Wolf to deliver a banger like that.
Then you're out of your mind because they're all great tag team individuals. They're genuinely great tag. This is not the whole makeshift situation. Like War Raiders are a really good tag team, and New Day.
No, it's nothing. It's nothing against the teams, but in comparison to the other matches, it's already not as strong as everything else. It's the weakest match on the card.
Some would say. I feel like there's a weaker match on the card that we'll get to. But I can see what you guys are saying. But the thing is, to me, I just find that pointless. Like in a sense of like, oh, this makes it on a mini card because we're the only reason why it's making it because the titles are going to change hands. If you're going to do that, then they should just book this match at the Raw after WrestleMania. Like that makes
honestly they should have, but they decided to throw it on WrestleMania.
No, but going back with my logic is like War Raider wins, and then New Day gets a rematch on Raw, and they win on Raw. I don't know how to get the rematch on Raw, but like that's a better story than just them winning. Because if they win, then like who's next in line?
Well, the thing is they do the draft here soon. There's going to be new things everywhere. So
right, but let's say even New Day wins, like who do we see gets drafted facing? That like would be interesting because I promise you.
Well, New Day has always been a very good team to go against anyone.
No, I agree, but what I'm saying is like, okay, this is going back to like the whole like world title match thing with Jay. The thing is about Jay is like I didn't find him credible after his because they did everything in their power not to make him like a credible opponent at WrestleMania after his Royal Rumble win. I feel like ever since the New Day did their turn, they just became cold as hell. They didn't capitalize on anything. They became boring as hell. Like I don't even care about them anymore. So for them to win the titles is like kind of like a throwaway if you're just gonna like if there's no story to it. Like what Silver said makes sense.
But you can build the New Day from winning it. If you have them lose, then in a sense, New Day's in a situation where it's like they literally will fade into the background. They need this win to be.
I'm perfectly fine with New Day losing and then getting drafted to SmackDown. That's where I see their destination. If I'm being completely honest, that's a good division for them to thrive in.
Yeah, ultimately, New Day definitely needs to win so they can stay relevant.
I know, but it's just I don't like that mentality of just like they just gotta win the title to be relevant. Because then it just doesn't put prestige on the title. War Raiders defending it with a banger match, and whether you guys want to see that or not, like even both teams. Like, but the thing is, like, the match has to be good. But like, I just see in my mind if New Day wins, it's gonna be some bullshit. Like, they're not gonna win clean, and it just ruins the prestige of the the Raw Tag or whatever prestige that it freaking has left. But anyways, Silver, Silver, did you go? Oh, you were the first one, right?
Yeah, I was first.
And then Tree went. I went. Then Tree went. All right. You can go, Chris. Oh, no, Chris said.
I mean,
yeah.
I'm thinking that them not even getting a clean win would also just make sense enough for them to be heels, of course. And so
Right.
yeah,
Yeah, I feel that.
it's all the more feasible that way for them to actually just win their tag team titles and just continue on with the momentum and the relevancy. And this could also be the build up that they need for Big E to make his epic return.
Right. I hope there's a payoff. That's what I'm hoping. But all right, Sora, you can go.
I want to see the War Raiders win because I just don't like the New Day.
Thank you. I don't like them either, and they had no momentum. It's like I don't know. It's just literally just this match being on the card just for a title change. Like, I just wanted it to be like, oh, they're on the card because these are two great tag teams. New Day will try everything to cheat, but then they still lose, and then it'll be karmatic because like them losing, they still have heat in my eyes because they'll be like, oh, we didn't really lose. It's a conspiracy. We know you're all against us. Y'all still thinking about Big E, but no, Big E's not the reason why. Like, we won all these tag titles. It's because of me and Kofi. You know what I mean? You can play on that shit on the loss. Because if you make the War Raiders lose, you just made their reign absolutely dookie. It's like the whole Gunther thing that I was complaining about. Because ever since they won the world title, like, they're just not having, like, And I feel like a high-profile match at Mania just like elevates that title and elevates the War Raiders. And knowing potentially who could be drafted to Raw, you can tell a grand story with that. So. And they're Triple H NXT boys, like, come on. But yeah, what's the next on the card?
Fair enough. Next up on the card is singles match: Rey Mysterio versus El Grande Americano.
Who? Who that's over?
Gonna guess it's a new person that joined WWE from either AEW or. Oh wait, no. That's
No, continue.
no,
Continue.
I just figured it out. It's fuck. What's his name? No, that's Chad Gable actually.
Bro, it hasn't been confirmed nor denied. Like, what you mean, this Chad?
They kind of messed up.
Well, he's the one that he wanted to. He was fighting all the luchas, and then he became a lucha himself.
Are you sure that's somebody from ROH? Like, you're onto something, man.
They messed up recently in one of the last episode. Is that there were the camera panned to the back of El Americano, and people identified that the tattoo that you could see on the back is the same tattoo Chad Gable has. So they kind of everyone knew who it was, but in a sense, they kind of messed up multiple times in showing that.
Yeah,
Mm.
They gave away the identity.
Really? I'm gonna have to investigate on that. Oh.
Either way. Either way, I think Rey Mysterio is winning this.
Really? Huh. Okay. You can go next, I guess, Trey.
Okay. Well, the great thing about a mask and not knowing who's behind it, supposedly, is that you can technically put the mask on anyone. So, I honestly think that somebody else is going to have the mask and Chad Gable's going to come out during the match.
Nice.
To kind of throw it off. And honestly, I think Americano is actually going to win because Ray has, if you think about it, has won the past 2 WrestleManias. So you're going to have him win a third one. He's probably getting, let's be honest, towards the end of his career. Chad Gable, even if Chad Gable is they continue to have him under the mask, you're going to have Chad Gable, an up and coming, in a sense, who's not really had a lot of luck with this American made, but is a really good wrestler, end up losing. I mean, this one, I could see them go ahead and have Ray win, but I would rather them have Americano win. Because again, it's Chad Gable. It'd be good for his,
this whole like
to build him. Yeah.
gimmick. Yeah, I can see that. But my prediction, though, I feel like this is like as cut and dry as it's gonna be. It's basically like Ray being on the card and Chad Gable getting an opportunity to be on the card. Well, I mean Guardian Americano, my bad. Let me not break kayfabe here. But no, what I think, like, because it depends on how serious they take this program going forward. Because obviously, like the whole gimmick is Grande Americano is like kind of impeaching what Lucha Libre is. He's basically cheating. He put like a metal piece in his head, and he does like this diving headbutt, to win and all that. And I feel like the whole point of the storyline is to figure out who Grande Americano is. And I feel like that's basically what it is. Like if they've done whatchamacallit, Dominic and Ray against each other like all those WrestleManias ago, and they couldn't give Dominic the win. Why the hell would they give like Grande Americano the win? This is just another like one and done with Rey Mysterio. We're gonna figure out who it is, and that's what the story is. Unless they really build it to a next pay per view, but nobody cares to really see that. So this is one and done. Rey Mysterio is my prediction. Who wants to go next? You can go next, Sora.
I think I don't like Chad Gable, but
Hmm?
Grande Americano, he kind of cool.
Oh, okay. He's from the Gulf of America, by the way. Just saying.
Hey,
If you did not know,
he kind of cool.
Yeah. Okay.
But like I think
You think what?
I think Grande Americano needs to beat Deadbeat Dad.
I see that.
And honestly, I'm going to have to side with the Associated Press's perspective on that, on what the Gulf of America should really be called.
And what's that?
The Gulf of Mexico.
Oh, I thought it was the Gulf of America. Like, damn. You learn something new every day, man. Like, honestly. But yeah, and also I just remember something. It ain't a 5-man panel. We do have a 6th person, so if Pete's still here, he can give his take on the match.
I'm here.
Yeah, what's your thought?
And I think the deadbeat dad is finally gonna get his ass kicked. Long live Grand Americano.
Bro, that's my Starbucks order, by the way. Just I'm telling you, that's legitimately what it is, man. But okay, so wait, is everyone saying Grand Americano except for me?
I said Ray.
Oh, you said Ray too? Okay, all right, I'm not tripping then. Yeah, because the thing is, to me, it's like I can definitely see Grand Americano win, but it's like, do we have that much care to kind of see them like face off again? Like, because I'm not really invested into the storyline, even though how funny it is. Like when you really think about who's under the mask, it's like it's cool, but it's just what's the point?
I can also get behind Grand Americano getting elevated myself because, it's sort of just a recurring theme or even a gimmick, if you will, that the older wrestlers have to just put over the newer ones. And so, it's just inevitable.
And I think what it is for me too, it's like, if it really is Chad Gable under that mask, I would rather Chad Gable get, a win as Chad Gable at WrestleMania against Rey Mysterio, not some fucking hokey gimmick. So, yeah, that's another reason why I'm doubling down on Ray. Take the mask off, man. It did wonders for Ray on WCW.
Time for the deadbeat dad to lose finally.
It should be Dominic that's supposed to be the Mania, you know? Like, it shouldn't be freaking grounded, bro. Because that payoff still hasn't ended yet, but I think that's all the predictions over. What's next?
Next, we have Jade Cargill versus Naomi
Ooh,
in a singles match.
interesting.
Pete, you can start. If he's here.
Petey.
Pete, you there?
Peter.
Peter.
Yes, I'm here.
He's here.
Jade Cargill versus Naomi. You're up. Look at Tree. Jade Cargill versus Naomi. You're up.
Can everyone hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, this is all your fault, Silver, for making me do it on my phone. But nonetheless, my prediction is going to go to Naomi because I think Bianca Belair is actually going to turn heel.
Wait, that just went over my head. Hold on.
I told him to switch to his phone because we couldn't hear him with the other device he was using.
No, wait, hold on.
So it's like, do you want to be heard or not heard, Pete?
It was over.
I'm sorry, was that rhetorical or you actually asked me that question?
I was actually asking you that question. Because
No,
that was
dude,
why
I'm
I
just
told you to
okay,
use
but
your
I'm
phone.
just letting you know. I'm just letting you know there could be issues on this phone as well.
And if there are, so be it. But at least we can hear you when you talk.
Okay, can you hear me now? Is this a
Yeah.
problem or is this good?
Yeah. No, you're good.
Honestly, that's all that matters. We can hear you just fine, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Wait, hold on. What did he say though?
So
He was saying Naomi.
He said Naomi because Bianca Belair will turn on Jade Cargill.
Yeah, that went over my head big time, man. I got no. Someone else go. I gotta let that.
On the subject, though, has there been any segments between Bianca and Jade,
No.
as of late? Because I didn't really see any.
No. There was only that one segment when they both cried and on SmackDown, and that's it.
Yeah, but to be fair, has there been any segments with Cody and Rock, and they're building him as being part of that Cena Cody feud?
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
because-
but that's like a different thing, though. I'm
Yeah.
talking about whether even Jade and Bianca at least are still friends, or at least they consider themselves to be
Yeah,
friends.
but Chris, who's to say that Bianca's not fooling everybody and saying she's playing everyone, saying, "Oh, I don't talk to Naomi anymore," when she's really playing us all.
Hold on, yo, Pizza Jr.
Well,
is
yeah,
there.
but that's not really what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the fact that could Bianca at least be showing signs that she is already going to be betraying Jade, or was there
But
at least
but Chris, when has there ever been like that? I mean, how many times have we seen that? There was never signs of Big Show turning on John Cena and siding with John Laurinaitis.
But Big Show is a completely different thing, man. He's
No,
always gonna do a
still
fucking.
counts.
He's always gonna fucking do a swerve.
Okay, that's a fair point, granted, but still, that's beside the point.
I'm crying, bro. Oh, I needed that. I was like,
Okay, let me ask you this though, Chris. This is a fair one. Did you ever see signs of Linda McMahon turning heel when she kicked Jim Ross in the balls? Were there any signs of that?
I don't even remember that necessarily. But
Okay.
my point is that, I want to know if there's at least been some kind of just back and forth between Jade and Bianca because they just I don't really see any segments of them and talking to each other or rebuilding a friendship or even Bianca even asking if or why she never really talked to her about anything, or even be Jade confronting Bianca about having been friends with Naomi the whole time, or at least not even seeing it.
But Chris,
And
this is WWE booking.
well, I know, but what's Where does the suspension of belief begin and end here?
Okay, but the WWE
There's gotta
booking
be,
is
like,
never known to be very smart.
Hey, we all know.
What has WWE creative ever been known to be smart? And we're not even talking about without Vinnie Mac there.
Cody finished his story. Wasn't that like some good stuff?
Yeah, but no, but I'm saying like, come on. Yeah, but there's other stories too. Like, who threw the pie? Kevin Owens. Who raised the briefcase at the King of the Ring for Austin and screwing him? With the creative control. Do you remember with WWE with the CEO?
Who ran over Stone Cold with the truck?
No, but
who ran over Kevin Nash with the Hummer? Even though that was WCW.
No, but real question: who was the higher power, though?
The higher power turned out to be Vince. And I don't even know if he was supposed to.
Okay.
I don't even know if he was supposed to be Vince.
All right. Pika, who were the ninjas that kidnapped Samoa Joe?
I actually forgot that shit happened. Hold on. That had to happen at the pandemic or something. Oh, no, that happened in TNA.
Oh, that happened in freaking TNA.
Yeah, that's TNA. I was about to say, ain't no way that happened. If it happened in WWE, that's retribution. I promise you, that's retribution.
That had so much potential, but bad booking turned that into pure crap.
Exactly. But they're trying to do it again on NXT, so they have their last chance to actually do it successfully. But just to play devil's advocate, because I think I kind of understand what P was talking about.
Thank you, Pika. Thank you.
No. No, because I was really thinking about it. Because I was like, wait a minute. Like, let that digest, because that went over my head. I had to keep really thinking about it. And then, look, Sora can be my witness, because I've been talking about this. If they really have the balls to kind of be like, hey, Naomi was just an accessory to what happened to Jade, but the real mastermind was Bianca, this might be some crazy ass next level storyline. Because really think about it, it's like, okay, but Naomi said she did it. Yeah, because guess what? Like, a mastermind would manipulate somebody and be like, hey, you take the fall for this, because like it's going to really tarnish what the greater picture is. And the greater picture could be like, a heel turn Bianca. Because when you really think about it, and I don't want to get too much into the WrestleMania Triple Threat match, if you look at the build-up, how Bianca's leading into this match, it's really coming off like the crowd's like turning on her. Like, nobody really cares. Like, Rhea's over, Io's the underdog, and Bianca's the girl's getting booed every single week. Everyone's saying like, oh, she's getting booed because they're outside of the United States. That's not the case, because when they came back to the United States, she got booed the hell out again. And it's like, bro, like, people are getting tired of the sale of Bianca. They want her to turn heel. Give us a reason. There was no point in turning Naomi heel. Nobody really takes that seriously. She works better as a babyface. So what are we doing here? So
I'm loving the Naomi heel work. She seriously needed a revamp, and honestly, I've been loving it.
No,
yeah, and I definitely like her Owen Hart style look. And I'm also appreciating the fact that she seems to be more like a tweener, if not like an anti-hero babyface.
No, I get that, but the thing is, it all doesn't matter. And why I'm saying it all doesn't matter is because, like, realistically speaking, we're on Jade and Naomi. Jade's winning this. There's no
Pika.
way in hell. Well, yeah.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I just gotta say thank you though. But thank you though for the nice compliment you gave me earlier. I'm hardly a genius. Though, but I must admit though, you did make me fucking blush like a bitch. So thank you for that.
Anytime, Pete. Anytime.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, that's
like a bitch. I don't know if you
Sorry,
just
because
be a
already
bitch.
married.
You made me blush like a bitch.
No, I agree with you that they're gonna have
Jade win. So that's what I'm saying.
I wish. This is the first time that I actually would like to see Naomi win. I have not been a fan of Naomi for the entire time. But when they have been pushing this heel turn, this is some of the most that I've enjoyed her, because she needed that.
It's interesting.
All she was before was a club dancer all the time. It's like, so it's nice to see, something new from her.
No, I get what you're saying, but the thing is, when someone's a natural babyface and they just reek of positivity, and you just want to support them because they just have that natural babyface energy. Like, it's like the same thing. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you. It's probably the same reason why I didn't root for the New Day show. Because when you really think about it, yeah, that's interesting. What they did with the New Day turn with the baby. But nobody really wants to see Kofi as a heel. Xavier as a heel, absolutely. Do that shit. Kofi as a heel, like I just don't
Dude,
want to see that.
That was the fucking when they turned heel. That was the greatest fucking
And
segment.
guess what? Nothing came from that. Nothing came from that because it was a dumb idea. Like it really was in hindsight when you really think about it, because it should have been a main pressing point. It should have been. They should have Big E maybe do commentary. Big E do interviews. Like there was no follow up. Big E just took that shit like a bitch and he left. And I'm like, bro, like what is this, bro? Like you not only did you break my heart, like in the sense of like breaking one of the best groups in WWE, but you turned Kofi heel, a guy who's never even supposed to ever be heel. Like you know what I mean? Like he's just not a natural heel. It's like
Well,
turning.
even when they were baby faces, they were going stale.
Yeah, Chris, can you mute yourself? Yeah. What were you saying?
When the New Day were baby faces, they were going stale. I think Big E decided to come back to help them with their heel turn.
Yeah, but what
to
it
give
should have
it
been
more legitimacy.
Yeah, but what it should have been, it was Xavier excommunicating himself from the New Day, being like, I'm done with this. Like literally, this guy has a broken neck. He's useless to me. And Kofi, you're the reason why I've been losing. You said I was supposed to be the the quarterback / team coach of the team. You're not listening to me. You're just going to get against my back or whatever. Because when you really think about the whole build up to that, Kofi was sympathetic. Kofi only had one moment, and it was one backstage segment where he bounced back at him. And he gave him a taste of his own medicine. He was like, "Oh, you never amount to anything in WWE. I'm a Hall of Famer before you, and this and that." Like, yeah, that's heel tendencies, this and that, but like Xavier pushed him to say that shit. You know what I mean? And the thing is, at the end of the day, like we don't like Xavier, so him trash talking Xavier doesn't make him a heel. So it's like that. Going back to Naomi's like freaking like the Jeff Hardy of the women's division, bro. Like that's the way I look at her. Like she's literally just charismatic, and I just love her entrance and music, this and that.
I honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you personally. When Naomi was during her babyface time, I would actually walk away from the TV.
And that's fair because they weren't booking her well, but I genuinely like that.
I was not entertained. I was on because I didn't like her character. It didn't really work.
And the thing is, what's kind of is like makes me even double down on what I'm saying is this is not even the first time we've seen her do heel stuff. I remember when she did the Team Bad stuff. I hated that shit.
Well, I think a lot of people just thought that was a dumb, thing to do. But this is her on. This is her on her own, not a team.
No, I get that, but I'm saying like you turned her heel for what? Just to lose. That's why I'm hitting the heel turn because they're not going to capitalize on this. They're not going to have like Jade just lose on her first singles match at WrestleMania.
And she didn't always suffer from bad booking because remember her TNA run.
Right, and I think what even it makes me even double down on this is like if let's say Jade was undefeated, then I could be like, oh, Naomi should be the first one to defeat her. They freaking blew that shit off on one of the SmackDowns where Jade lost because Naomi interfered. There's no way in hell you're gonna make if Jade loses it, then you made Jade look like a bitch. Is what I'm saying basically. Naomi loses shit, it's like okay, oh well, like it's bad. But the thing is, she could probably bounce back from this, and maybe get sympathetic, and the crowd can really go back into cheering her again. Because when you really think about it, this is how you know she's not an effective heel. Who's booing Naomi? You might like this work, but it's like you have to do a heel turn to actually make somebody generate actual hate, actual animosity, actual heat. If you're getting basically oh go away heat, which is that's New Day to me, they're like go away heat, I don't want to see them on TV. Then it's like you're just that's anti productive. So with that being said, we all I'm assuming are gonna say Jade here, but it's like that heel turn wasn't necessary. We'll get to another heel turn because there's another heel turn that's a very high valuable match, and that's something that person should win. But this one on the other end, I don't trust WWE in doing it because they're not trying to mess up Jade like that. So Jade's my prediction. Who wants to go next? The Silver? Did you go?
I went. I did not actually.
Yeah. All right. You heard all sides. What do you got to say?
I say more likely than not, they're gonna give it to Jade.
Right.
Unless they decide to have Bianca turn. But since Bianca's having a match the next night, would they pull that trigger?
I wish they would, because it makes that triple threat even more interesting. Heel Bianca, fuck, that changes the whole dynamic.
That's the best women's storyline that they got going on in WWE right now.
Right.
True.
also, but this is the thing though. Do you agree with what I'm saying though? So where it's like, if you're gonna turn Naomi heel, you should go all the way and like have her win, right? But if you're not gonna have her win, then was there actually any point to actually turning her heel?
Yeah, right. It's just a question of
Mm.
does she win clean or does she win with help?
I hope she wins with help. Yeah.
If the only way to not hurt Jade's character or anything like that would be to have Naomi win with help, then that's the route you probably should go. But I want to be wrong, but I don't think WWE would pull that trigger. So because I don't think they would pull that trigger, I'm gonna go with, unfortunately, Jade to win.
Yeah, that's not even a bad thing.
But
It's a bad thing in the sense
I
of,
do like what you're saying, though.
yeah. You're right. Sora?
Jade to win is what I'd go with.
Sora.
I just
Yeah.
I don't know.
I was gonna say,
Naomi has lost a lot of glow.
No, but what's
over the
your
years.
thoughts? What's your thoughts on her? Like on the heel turn? Do you like her or no?
I don't know. I don't like Naomi as much as I used to.
Thank you. That's all I need to hear, bro. I'm not like hitting on anybody that likes the heel turn, but it's just, to me, it's like, it's weird. Like, it's like, this is somebody now. Like if Bianca wasn't a part of this and it was just strictly Naomi this and that, I'm like, oh, okay, perfectly fine. Like, but Bianca is that wrinkle. That Bianca's the person that needs that heel turn badly in comparison to Naomi, badly. But they turned Naomi instead of Bianca, somebody who was actually being cheered. Like, fuck out of here with that shit, man. And then basically what it is the situation is the way I'm looking at it. It's like, oh, they consider Bianca like the John Cena of the women's division. Then fuck you then. Like, you just ruined freaking Naomi with that shit. Like, because of that whole Bianca. Like, you're afraid to turn her. Like, fuck out of here. Like, no. Turn her. Like, I agree with that whole idea. Just literally have her turn on her, like in the match or whatever. I'll even paint the picture. It literally is a situation where like they're literally like massacring each other, like beating each other, this and that, and then Bianca just like can't like handle it, watching backstage, and she makes it to ringside. And it could be even a situation where like maybe she tries aiding somebody, but then she accidentally aids like the wrong person, and then she hits Jay by accident, and Naomi wins. Jade's gonna confront her after the match, saying, why'd you do this and that? Like, you didn't need to come out. I'm supposed to be your friend, this and that. And then you have fucking Naomi be like, enact order, execute 66, and they fucking both beat the crap out of Jade, bro. Like, that's like must see TV, bro. And then you just literally have like an interesting, matchup, leading into like a night, because now there's gonna be people that are gonna be like, I want to see Bianca win now. Because now what I'm really thinking about, Bianca's the third wheel. It should just be Io and freaking Rhea and Mania. But now that you did that turn, it's like, okay, now there's a camp of people that want to see Bianca win because you just did something different with her after like fucking 5 years or 4 years she's been on the main roster. But wait, who didn't go? Chris? Did Chris go?
Yeah, I haven't gone yet.
Yeah, you can go next.
Okay, so on the one hand, I actually would like to see Naomi win. I've always been a fan of her since probably 2017, and hell, I've always enjoyed her move, Bootylicious.
Hell yeah!
I mean, sign me up for WWE right there. Shit.
Well, then now it's confirmed. Patti had a big old bowl of bootios before this started.
I can't even be mad about that. That's a rear view. Like,
rear view and Bootylicious are two different moves.
But two different. Oh, my bad. I'm not bootologist. My bad.
Well, yeah, a Bootylicious is when she hooks her feet behind her opponent's shoulders and gives him the stink face, sort of.
Oh yeah, like the head scissor driver thing you're talking about.
Yeah, the head scissor driver, and she just rubs her ass in her face.
Yeah. Hell yeah. Yeah, so you won't see a lot of that in against Jade though, right? Like she has to be pulling out like the whole moveset, right?
Yeah, I mean, I figure maybe use her Starstruck move that she coined in TNA.
Man, hold on. You are a real fan of Naomi. I thought you were just playing her out. This guy knows the names of the movie. Yo, you actually watch her TNA run?
I was at least watching a few episodes when she was on.
Yeah, and you saw her match with Jordan Grace, I'm assuming, and who else did she face on TNA. Like she had some really great matches.
And honestly, I can't really tell you because I only watched like maybe 3 or 4 matches before, or she eventually would
back to
move back
WWE.
over.
Yeah.
Move back over to WWE. Yeah.
Right.
And ultimately, it was just like Vince's departure that got her back. So.
Right. If only you got the full half and not the one half, if you know what I'm saying. Because you know when she left, yeah.
Now, I also support the theory that Bianca could indeed make her heel turn to give Naomi the win.
Right.
But here's one other plot idea that I also had that was just sort of thinking outside the box. What if it was actually the entire women's locker room that conspired against Jade Cargill? And this is actually a big setup for her to have a gauntlet match with all the entire women's roster.
Yeah, I can see that.
And when that happens, she'll be facing off against all of them and to essentially decide a push for every woman's departure on the roster and make way for all of the women's talent in NXT. But if she loses, she ends up separating with benefits because she is essentially being forced to leave on account of a toxic work environment that is entirely against her.
Yeah, the system is against her,
Yeah.
That makes sense.
It would be the system itself that would be against her. It would be more like the women's roster itself because she was a well-known, unstoppable force in AEW, and it's like not unlikely that she got plenty of side eyes from the entire roster. And Naomi and Bianca were sort of, I guess, like two-facing her the whole time too.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this though, just to play on something I said a while back, and I'm just kind of sad that WWE didn't actually do it. I really wish they actually did reveal that Charlotte was the attacker, because this would have been the ideal perfect match. Non-title, Charlotte, Jade, boom, everybody's happy. Because if the title's not on the line, Jade wins. You know what I mean? And it's beautiful, but they went that freaking route with Naomi, and it's just they made it make sense, but it's just no one's really buying it because it was kind of uncooked. There's something that actually was missing, the actual and the fact that Bianca just only had one segment and just left. I said, "No, you're on your own. You're gonna have to deal with that. I'm focused on this and that." It's put your eye out at Elimination Chamber. And you were so worried about this and that you never followed up afterwards. Isn't that kind of suspicious? Bro, they're playing us like we're freaking idiots here, bro. And I think that just validates the Naomi heel. If Bianca actually helps Naomi, it's a beautiful world. But and realistically speaking, Jay losing that would be cool. But hey, that's fantasy booking 101 right there. What's the next over?
And to your point and credit with the whole people not complaining about Charlotte if she faced Jade in a 1v1.
Yeah.
People would not. We wouldn't be getting the Charlotte Tiffany build up if they went the route you're talking about. Which
right.
From what I'm hearing, the build up to that has not been very good.
Exactly, it could have been somebody else, but at the end of the day, it is what it is, and I accept it for what it is because I just know it's going to be a good match. But that ain't the next match, though, is it? Or is it?
No, LA Jacob Buck.
Yeah, okay. LA Jacob Buck. Who wants to go first on that for the U.S. title? I'm assuming.
Yes, for the United States Championship.
Yep. Who wants to go? You can go, Silver, if you're confident.
It's not that I'm confident. I'm just trying to think. LA just won the title, right?
Correct.
In the last few months.
Correct. Yeah, he beat Shinsuke a month ago.
Can Jacob Fatu survive not winning his? I'm assuming this is his Mania debut.
Yes.
Can he survive not winning on his debut, considering the gimmick that he has?
What's the answer you think? Because I know the answer.
Can I interject?
Oh
Go
yeah,
on.
definitely. Yeah, you can go up here.
I think there's a way he can lose Silver without actually having to be somewhat buried. I think Solo should accidentally screw him, thus creating a not clean victory, more like kind of a dirty victory for LA Knight in some ways.
Does that answer your riddle, Sora?
So that way he doesn't.
Because
Yeah, it
he-
sets up the Jacob and Solo rivalry.
And remember too, it doesn't. Fatu doesn't have to be pinned. He could be disqualified. It could be where Jacob interfered on his behalf and got him disqualified, thus protecting him.
Mania though.
How else are you gonna,
that's
dude?
sketchy.
Okay, but how else are you gonna protect him without taking a pin or submission?
He would have to take a pin.
Kinda. No contest.
You don't have. The thing is that there's going to be too much backlash for a match to end in a DQ or a count out at WrestleMania.
Running I respect your answer tremendously, but let's not forget, this is WWE, and this is the same people that gave fucking Jerry Lawler and Michael Cole 30 fucking minutes. Again, I'm not saying you're wrong, Running Tree. I actually like your idea, but this is WWE logic you're dealing with.
But
Yeah, and
they've
anytime that they've gotten a lot of backlash, they've done everything they can to fix it. They are.
How did you
They
fix? How did
know.
they fix that one?
Yeah, how do you fix it?
I'm talking
How
about
do
in
they
these
fix
this recent time.
Okay, fair enough. Fair
Well,
enough.
hang on, back
I'm
up here.
not
Like,
talking about
what was Michael
past
Cole
time.
and Jerry the King Lawler for 30 minutes?
Yeah, Vince did shit and wouldn't apologize and would tell the fans, "Y'all don't know what you want," So
We're trying to be sports entertainment. Like that's what's the motto,
Vince
That
pulled
match
the
was
shit
legit
that
30
I
minutes.
know what you want. You don't know what you want.
I'm gonna give you what you want. I don't know anything else.
Give me what I want. No, I'm gonna give you the ass beating you deserve. I'm gonna give you the ass beating you deserve. No, that's not what I want.
I'm not gonna lie. The one thing I will definitely say I never forgave WWE about is they never gave us the CM Punk ice cream bar. Like to this day, that shit actually that haunts me a little bit. Like, we needed a CM Punk ice cream bar.
But as far as this match goes, I believe LA is going to win, and it's going to be because Jacob Solo Sikoa ends up accidentally fucking over Jacob Fatu.
Wow.
Yes.
So with those opinions, though, Silver, what do you got now? Did you formulate something now?
I would actually prefer, and this is not because I don't like LA Knight or anything like that. I think LA is above the mid card titles. He needs to really start working towards one of the top titles.
Right.
Because of that, like Jacob's the perfect person to build up in the mid card, so I would give it to him. I would still have Solo kind of interfere in the match, but have Jacob win regardless, and then you do the feud like Solo. You tried to screw me out of my first WrestleMania win. I still won anyway. I'm gonna eat you alive, type of thing. Because I'm a fucking werewolf.
Oh, okay. Okay. See, I knew that Jacob Fatu was the favorite. I knew I had a feeling, man. Like I don't know what really gave it away, honestly.
I mean, he does represent my spirit animal.
Yeah, it's something, bro. It's like a symbiotic thing, But
yeah, but I mean, I really do mean it when I say LA Knight is above the mid card titles. He should.
No, I do agree. But I just feel like even if he is this actually the right time for him to drop it though?
Probably not, but
right.
Is it also really the right time to have somebody lose their Mania debut?
Yeah, if it's a screw job.
In a title match.
Yeah, if it's a screw job. Yeah. Not screw job, but you know what I mean. If it's something along the lines of Solo try to help him, but then he, because of the interference, like it screwed Jacob the match. It makes all the sense in the world, and I don't think Jacob loses any momentum from that. because the heat goes on
Yeah.
Solo. Yeah. And the thing is, like, I do agree with you. Like, yeah, that guy's destined for title, but it's just like, bro, we ain't around Money in Bank season yet, baby. When we get a little bit close to that, then yeah, I'd say drop the title. Like, I'll even give you one better. If he can probably win the title at WrestleMania Backlash, or whatever the next pay-per-view is, you know. Then you have like
But if
basically.
Solo screws him, then WrestleMania Backlash is going to be Jacob versus Solo.
I would say triple threat.
You could do it that way too. Yeah.
Yeah, triple threat, and basically Solo wins because he takes advantage of no. What I said Solo? I mean Jacob wins because he takes advantage of Solo's Samoan Spider, some bullshit. You know, like he throws him out and like he takes the win for himself and takes command basically, and Solo can't do anything about it at that point. But yeah, I'm going with LA Knight. Like it's come on now. We're in Vegas, bro. Like the odds are with Andre, bro, man. We're gonna see the freaking meat stick. We're gonna see the fucking gravy train. We're gonna see the fucking buffet. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Everybody's saying you're gonna see Slim Jim's flying everywhere, Silver, man. Come on. Like I promise you, if the sponsor for that match is Slim Jim, I bet you like my house that he's not losing.
If the sponsor is Slim Jim, he's not losing.
The moment we see Slim Jim on the side, yo, fuck you, Pika.
Actually, that match.
As soon as we see Slim Jims on the main ring.
Actually, their match is presented by Wheatley's American Vodka.
Oh shit! That better be a sponsor for LA Knight too, or else my dad just holds it. Put the screw in my whole logic. But yeah,
Slim Jim is for Gunther and Jay's match.
Damn.
They fucked up on that.
Yeah, that's how I wonder. I got said on that. No, anyways, I'm done with that gimmick.
Can I also say praise be Slim Jim and for pushing WWE out of RKO?
Getting the F out of here. Yeah, what you saying, sir?
Wasn't Jay also part of the Slim Jim commercial? Not just LA?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're yeah, exactly. They're both ambassadors for the Slim Jim, I believe. But anyways, what are your thoughts on LA Knight and Jacob Part 2?
Personal preference, which one I like better, LA Knight.
Hell yeah.
Who I want to see win, Fatu.
What? I knew you were against this match. I knew you were against this match since Survivor Series. I knew it. You had a vendetta against this match. You just don't want me to have U.S. champion. Man.
Oh, look, somebody other than me picking Fatu. How about that?
Hey, I have you know, man. Louisiana Knights.
Sora, I knew there was a reason why we were still friends.
Oh my god. Now I'm okay with that though. Let me put it like this: would I be okay with Jacob? Hell yeah, I'll be okay with him winning. But the thing is, like, I just don't want like him just winning the title. It's just like that's it. Like it's the whole transition thing that I'm just not a fan of. Transition or like doing a title change just for the sake of doing it. Because when you really think about it, it's like, does Jacob really need the U.S. title? That doesn't validate what his gimmick is. What validates his gimmick is destroying people. You can eventually put a title on him, but I'd rather a world title. Build up for his first title, the world title. That would be a lot better than just the generic, win a mid-card title and then elevate yourself to the world title status. Hell, and I'll say this too: you can even give Jacob money in back. Fuck it, I don't give money. You know what? It's like there's so much you can really do with that.
You could. I personally would not want to see him win Money in the Bank.
I do too. I'm okay with that happening only for the fact that like the unpredictability of the cash in. He's not gonna do the chicken shit like, oh, I'm gonna take advantage when the champion's weak. He's gonna cash in when the champion's like, dead ass like healthy and win that shit. Like right in his face too. I'm cashing in. You know what I mean? Like he's gonna do that shit, I promise.
I disagree. I disagree. I agree with Silver. Actually, he shouldn't win the Money in the Bank. It'd be too similar to when Braun Strowman. But did Braun Strowman win the Money in the Bank?
He did.
Because that's what reminded me of.
He did. Wait, Braun Strowman. Wait, did he?
Too much, too soon. Yeah.
No. Was it a successful cash in or did he fail it?
No,
he failed.
So they did the job.
Brock screwed him, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh my god. Brock,
But he caused the DQ.
Braun was
Yeah.
on fire, bro. Man, screw the Great Balls of Fire, man. Man, get those times away
You
from
sucked.
me.
Goodness
Imagine-
gracious, great balls of fire. And everyone knows that The Rock has great balls of fire. Anyone remember that?
You know knowing the Rock is a part of the executive team, he would probably bring that tape back. You know he would. And sponsor that shit with
Well, that was
Terramana.
a promo. You remember?
It was?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Well, yeah, Rock did plenty of singing segments. Not just the one with the guitar where he trashed, what's her name?
Who?
Guerrero.
He did a
Vicky
singing
Guerrero.
segment
Oh,
with
Vicky Guerrero.
Vicky. Oh, you're talking about the
during
Rock
the
concert.
WrestleMania 19 build-up.
You say, yeah, 19?
Yeah.
Rock and
Oh.
Cena, Rock and Austin did a singing segment together during their build-up to WrestleMania 19.
Oh, yeah.
No, that was Rock and Cena. Wasn't it?
No, that was Rock and Austin.
Yeah.
I thought during Rock and Cena, that was when
It
he
was
did
both.
that
It
segment.
was both.
I remember, wasn't
Yeah,
Rock
he did a Rock
singing "We Will
concert
Rock
during his
You"?
build-up to
Yeah.
Rock Cena. Yes.
The Rock Cena one, like, it was the whole, like, Fruity Pebbles, the Yabba Dabba bit. Like, I remember.
Yeah.
But guys, didn't The Rock sing "We Will Rock You" or some shit, like
Yeah.
a parody of that?
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
the Cena thing.
Cena, you're a bitch eating Kung Pao chicken. Rising up the hate. Team, bring it worldwide, taking over this place, singing "We Will Rock You."
Rock you. Oh, man. Anyways, wait, what was your prediction, Chris? Jacob or,
So,
oh,
I think it could go either way, but I'm definitely leaning more towards Jacob.
oh, okay.
And it would make sense for like LA Knight to continue his elevation because he's not necessarily mid card material. Well, hell,
True.
he should actually be one of the main eventers because he's so over and he's got the chant that's going for him.
Yeah. No, I agree with that. Like have him lose, let him get drafted to Raw, and then he's the one to get thrown out there. I'm all about that.
Yeah, and if Jacob wins, he can also continue his momentum, and he can also get to doing something else here.
Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, like freaking LA Knight and Raw will hit like crack. Actually, now I think about it. Like, why did keep the guy on SmackDown? Like, Raw has the better talent. Like, what the fuck? It's been 2 years too, because I think they put him on SmackDown because of the whole like breathing, and they just kept him there like for like another year. Like what? And they didn't even know how to really use him until they finally gave him the U.S. title when he beat Logan Paul. That shit's crazy. Anywho's, I think we all gave our predictions.
Maybe he requested the lighter schedule. You never know.
Maybe.
He is older. Like he's in his late 30s, early 40s, right?
Yeah, I would say so. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he he maintains his like he looks like $1 million. I ain't gonna lie.
Well, right, but what was his injury history before joining WWE?
Zero. That's
Okay.
probably
Okay, fair enough.
That's probably the reason why he's going at the level that he is. At his age, it's like when you get 0 injuries, you're that good. But yeah. What's next?
Hey, maybe he does DDP yoga.
He probably does. That shit saves people's lives, bro. Shout out to
I gotta get back into that.
You do, bro.
I used to do it.
Yep. All right, what's next over?
There's plenty of YouTube videos that you can watch for free, man.
Oh, yeah.
I used to own one of the DDP Yoga DVDs.
Oh, it's got the DVD.
Hey, he's been featuring that shit for 12 years, and I think it was going to be free eventually.
Speaking of DDP, can we talk about this? Like, so DDP is the one who's inducting Lex, right, in the Hall of Fame?
Yes, I believe so.
Lex Luger, yeah.
So, did AEW say no for like Sting?
Probably. If I had to guess.
They bastard for real, man. Like, they actually bastard for real. Like, because the thing is, like, dude, like, this is a once in a lifetime opportunity, bro. These guys are not gonna, like, you know what I mean? It, like, would be a memory. But Tony Khan's like, yo, to damn, like, like, we're not gonna give you somebody, even though they're just gonna appear just for show to, introduce somebody. It's not like he's fucking even wrestling. But anywho's, yeah, that's it. I just find that like despicable. But what's next on the agenda, so?
What's next on the agenda? Tiffany Stratton versus Charlotte Flair. Singles match for the WWE Women's Championship.
Now explain the story to the people, because I know you're invested. This is your favorite match of Mania, bro. You gotta ride it down this, bro. Like,
Oh, let's
yeah.
see. Charlotte Flair won the women's Royal Rumble for some ungodly reason,
Ungodly. Okay.
and
Yeah,
she's challenging.
Look at
and
the
Just because he was booked, man. That's just all there was to it.
as the
No,
champion.
nothing ungodly about it.
But the grace of God. All right, continue.
She chose Tiffany Stratton as the champion that she wants to challenge.
Well,
What
why
the
Tiffany,
story
bro?
is beyond that, I don't really know. I just heard they had a god awful segment during one of their encounters.
But if you were to like kind of like manifest like what could potentially be the story, like what do you think the story is?
Tiffany wants to prove that she's the new queen of the division because she's the champion. Like to be the best, you got to beat the best, and that's what she wants to do. But
all right. So do you have
unless there's more to it than that?
There's definitely more than that, but like actually no. Let me think. Yeah, because I think the build up to this match. Well, actually, hold on. Tree, do you know the build up to this match?
What, between them?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Charlotte and Tiffany. Yeah, could you explain it over? Because I'm zoning out on that one.
Pretty much it's how he said, and I know recently it was like really weak, but their segments that they had were going off script and they were getting
They were
personal.
shooting. Yeah, they were just like basically
Like straight up, this is the one match I would not be surprised if you saw legitimate punches at some point getting thrown.
You see what I mean? This is why I'm saying this is your favorite match, Silver. Like you're literally gonna get what you want.
Like those two seem to legitimately hate each other at this point. Like there could be some strong hits in this, just like not holding back on some punches.
Just think about like the women's version.
Yeah, you say that, but I'm probably not going to get what I want.
Well, Running Tree, can I ask you something? Do you think it's going to be very similar? What do you mean?
No. I'm saying what Silver said, not you.
Running Tree, I have a question for you. Could you talk about like you think they're not going to pull any punches back with this? Do you think it's going to be very similar to Survivor Series 2021 when Becky Lynch and Charlotte Flair had the legit heat like that?
Ooh. What's the cops called? Oh, no.
I don't think I don't think it's gonna be like seriously bad, but there are gonna probably be some stiff hits. I don't think it's gonna be to the point where they're gonna be completely unprofessional. But I think at some points they may end up having those moments throughout it.
You guys also notice, I mean, they're both at fault to this, but it's mostly Charlotte's fault because if you look at history, though, she has a history of going into business for herself. Look what she did by throwing the belt with the whole Becky Lynch thing with the belt exchange. Let's not forget what she did to Nia Jax. Remember that thing when they fought in the ring?
Well, wasn't that because like Nia Jax injured Charlotte? Like she was.
Yeah, but Charlotte could have been more professional. She didn't have to make it worse. She made it much worse.
I thought like handling receipts was being professional though. Like if someone hits you really hard, then you get them reality. Like bro, hold on. Yeah, what? My bad. What are you gonna say? Okay, what I was saying basically is like the way I'm looking at it. The way I'm looking at it is like Nia Jax at that point in her career was kind of like Ryback. Like she was dumb and stupid, and like CM Punk could like legitimately call, said, "Oh, bro, this guy's like so." Probably with the Nia Jax thing, I understand, but with the Becky thing, yeah. But I feel like with that one, it was kind of on both ends too. Even though definitely Charlotte's the aggressor on that one, but like Becky wasn't being professional either, so that's what led to that lousy segment. But
fair point.
Yeah, but what was I gonna say though? No, but like to answer like the whole Charlotte thing, it's like father like daughter, bro. Like she's like legitimately her dad, bro. Like she's gonna be doing dirty.
0-3, woo! 0-3, woo!
0-3, woo! Yeah, keep that same
But you know what? There was, you know what? This whole feud was cringe, guys. But you know what? There was one very good thing that came out of this feud. We got a very wonderful meme that said, Ludwig Kaiser, the one guy that was accused of cheating, and not a single person believed it.
You know what's so funny though? There had to be somebody that believed it though. There had to be because I could have sworn I saw like a comment or a thread where someone said like nobody believes that, But if someone said like, oh, like men do like women of experience, like sometimes like the new engine isn't the best, you want some
Yeah,
knowledge
but
back.
I don't think Kaiser goes for grandmas
Oh shit.
or Joe River. No, I love Joe Rivers. I take that back. All due respect, I love Jones Rivers. No, let's go back to Grandma Charlotte.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah,
like
I was about to say if you're gonna use the example of Betty White, you and me may no
I
no longer be
I would
friends.
never say that about Betty White. I respect that woman.
Exactly why I said we would no longer be friends.
No, but I don't
great.
respect
She's
Charlotte
too much of
Flair.
a national treasure.
I don't
Oh,
respect
man.
Charlotte Flair, so I can call her grandma.
That's fair point. But the way I'm looking,
Brock Lesnar, party's over, grandma.
the way I'm looking at it, obviously there's a result that everybody wants to see, which is the right result, and then there's a result that like I'm assuming everybody would just freaking hate because like it's just the result that just keeps on giving, right? I think that I'd be an idiot to bet against Charlotte in Las Vegas because she's definitely winning that 15-time world title. But I'll say this though, that's going to be a 5-star women's match for sure, because we're definitely going to see who has the better moonsault. We're definitely going to see more versatility from like Tiffy's end, and we're definitely going to see maybe a potential of like Tiffy breaking out of the figure 8. Like this might be a situation where the supernatural selection comes into play, and hell, I think this would be even really cool if they do the whole like Seth and CM Punk thing where they just steal each other's moves. Because the way I'm looking at this feud, it's kind of like mother and daughter. Anything you can do, I can do better. And I feel like that alone would just be like worth the price of admission. But the 3 things, and I feel like we all know about this. So like tread lightly with this shit. The 3 inevitability of life is death, taxes, and Charlotte Flair becoming a champion and becoming 18-time champion, and then freaking Cena's gonna shake her hand. So yeah, Charlotte's my pick. All right, who's next? You can go, son, because I know you love Charlotte.
I love Charlotte as long as she's not in title pictures.
Also, you definitely don't love Charlotte in this situation.
Yeah, you've known that for months, sir.
All right, so let me
Ever since
play.
she won the Royal Rumble. Ever since she announced that she was going to be competing in the Royal Rumble.
Yeah.
I told you I didn't want Charlotte to win the Rumble.
Yeah, but I have a question. If not Charlotte, then whom? Who would have you actually wanted to win that Rumble?
Io.
Yep.
No, I
was on that. That was my prediction.
But
way back when I was
right. That was almost everybody's prediction because I think I even said that too. Like I definitely wanted.
It's funny. My final 2 were that I believed when I did my prediction with who I was with. Were literally the first 2 that came out.
Right. Yeah, because for me, what it was, I think it was either I said Io number 1. And I think my secondary pick was probably like Liv Morgan. But
I thought it'd be funny if they actually, for the 3rd year in a row, had Liv get 2nd place. Because that would set up for the next Royal Rumble of her finally winning it.
Right, but the thing is, the fact that they did it so many times, and like the fact that like Liv Morgan's like always about to win, but it just loses. It's like you got to break that curse like eventually, bro. So that's why I thought like, oh, this would be the year for her to break it. But Io was the most over person going into the match, like definitely for her to win. But I'll say this though, Io found her way to Mania, and the fact that she can find her way to Mania doesn't mean that she has to win it. So then,
we'll talk about that.
Yeah, but you know who the one person who can find their way to Mania without winning the Royal Rumble is? Charlotte.
Yeah, but it's even worse that way though, because if Charlotte just says, "Oh, I'm coming back and I want a title shot because I'm Charlotte back," so Charlotte and cashing my Charlotte in the back, that adds more fuel and like that will get people really mad. At least it could be like in the situation she earned a shot. Right.
In quotations.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I'm asking
Okay.
like who's number 2? Like I like because Io will find a way. Like I agree with Io, but then who would have been that number 2? I really don't see a number 2. Like I said, Liv, but like we didn't really think about it.
I'll be honest. Say,
Wait, say
I'll
that-
be honest. I was behind the. I was like okay with the Charlotte versus Tiffany at WrestleMania,
Yeah, same.
but I did not like the idea of her winning the Rumble right out of the fucking gate. That
Yeah,
was
they could-
my biggest complaint. Is she just got it right out of the gate?
They could give it a chamber. I agree.
Yeah, I would have been better if she got it through the chamber
Yeah, same.
rather than her getting it through the Rumble.
Same.
Same.
But the thing is, I'm still looking at it for like there's still not like credible women to win that. Because Io, like I get that makes sense, but she found her way to Mania, so it's like okay, like I can accept her not winning it, and then anybody else is like,
See, I would have also accepted Jade surprising everyone coming out of injury and winning.
yeah,
the
that would have been cool. But the thing is, like that's what they kind of.
I don't know. I
Uh-huh.
don't know how comfortable I feel with Jade yet. I know we talked about it. This match coming up with Naomi is going to be the first time that I'm going to be really focused on seeing how well Jade does in a match. Because let's be honest, all of her past matches, she hasn't really done a lot. It was Bianca that was in it for like 90% of the match.
Right.
Jade really hasn't been in the match, and the times that she has been a part of a match were parts of the match where there was, sad to say, a botched moment.
Yeah,
So yeah, but that's the thing is from what we have seen from her, there's not a lot of time that she's had in the ring. Even the matches 1v1 matches she's had, they're not they get, interfered in some way. Every single one of them. She has not had an extended match.
Right. And my only answer to what you're saying is because I do understand what you mean, but that didn't stop like WWE giving Ronda Rousey to win the Rumble too. So
yeah, and how did people feel about that?
Bad because she wasn't active.
Yeah,
nobody liked her. But Jade is actually
yeah.
It's different with Jade. Like people actually like her. You don't see her as an entitled prick. They see her as like the kid is charismatic. X-Men Storm, like look-alike. Like,
well, the thing is, she has to have that moment though first, where we see her in a actual match,
right?
And I'm afraid that what if if they made her this big moment right out of the gate with a big match,
right?
She hasn't been tested truly in WWE in a real match.
True.
So it's like they would be truly rolling the dice because she hasn't
but the thing
been
is,
that.
this is the thing though. I know what you're saying. We're strictly talking to the WWE bubble, but like I'm not familiar with this. But a lot of people say like she's been ready though, because like she's been like she obviously came from AEW, and from what I'm hearing, she never stank the joint at all. Like nobody ever said she was green, and she literally had like that title. I'm assuming for like a year plus or whatever thing. So it's like she had all of that time for experience and this and that. I just think what it is she's adapted to the WWE style. But the fact that they put her in the tag team with Bianca, they kind of like nerfed her a little bit. And then like I feel like with that botch, what you're saying is like it sent the bad image, it sent the bad like thinking like she's green this and that. But in actuality, I think she's probably on Tiffany's level. I think Tiffany's better, but I don't think she's too far from like Tiffany's skill. And look at what's going on with Tiffany right now. She's a world champion. So
but Tiffany has had multiple times seen what she can do. Not only
right, and I'm saying Jade does
but
too.
Also through the NXT, time.
But I'm saying with Jade is like she didn't have to go through NXT because of her tenure in AEW. Because I heard she killed it. She was literally the most like over person / like number one woman of that company. Like they had nobody beat her. Like I don't think
you can be good in the in different promotions, but it's completely different elsewhere.
No, I get
Things
it, but, like,
are different.
No, I get that, but like the thing is like just to give AEW credit, like if their whole moniker is like.
But as far as
this is where the best wrestlers.
As far as this match goes, I'm gonna say I feel Charlotte's gonna win, but I'm not gonna say Charlotte. Because I'm saying Tiffany just in spite of the fact that I don't want to say Charlotte.
Okay. Hey, you can go for whatever. Well, who didn't go? Oh, so sorry.
I'm just on the TV time, okay?
You're on the Tiffy top. What is that supposed to be?
I just like Tiffy.
Better than Charlotte? What, Sora?
I like Tiffy's personality better. I think she's cuter, and yeah.
Yeah, but
And,
do you
and
think
she has like a really good moonsault, you know? Don't worry. Don't worry.
You said good moonsault. That's why I'm not taking you seriously. If you said prettiest moonsault, like I would have believed you. Like you messed up big time.
I'm not gonna call out moves, bro. That's for like, people that like move sets.
Why would you say that on the podcast? CM Punk doesn't like hearing that. It's like an inside joke. You can't say moveset.
I don't know. I
CM
thought
Punk.
Kevin Owens has a pretty good move set.
Oh man, why'd you have to say his name, man? Yo, speedy recovery for Kevin Owens, man. This man, oh my god, he carried the company the last 2 years, man. I ain't gonna lie, man. When people say Roman carried his company, I'm like, did Roman wrestle Stone Cold at WrestleMania? No. Okay, did Roman have the greatest tag team, main event at WrestleMania? No. Well, I'm not trying to hear that shit. Kevin Owens carried that bitch. So hopefully speedy recovery with that guy. But hold on. So what's your thoughts on like your opinion on Charlotte? I'd be honest with us. I'm actually curious what your take is.
Opinions on Charlotte? She's a cool person. I think she's gotten better over the years. I did not like her at all when I first saw her.
Hell yeah. I can attest to
But
that. Yeah.
I don't know. Tiffy had it all from the start, so
I know, but I'm just saying, like, if let's say Charlotte wasn't wrestling somebody prettier than her, then would you have gone with Charlotte for this match? Like, let's say if it was
Depends who it was.
Like, let's say if it was Charlotte versus I don't know, like Bianca. Who you got?
Oh hell yeah.
And I rest my case, buddy. I rest my case, people.
I don't like Bianca.
I know you don't, but like, I don't know, like, who do you like? I'm actually curious.
What about Charlotte versus Bailey? Who would you pick then, Sora?
I might go with Charlotte over that. I mean, Bailey's cool and all, but like, I don't know. Charlotte has gotten better.
Yeah, there you go, man. So that's what it is at the end of the day. It's like how you view it. I can understand the Charlotte hate, but like at the end of the day, it's like if she's one of the best women in that company, and if she has the best women's matches in that company, and she put her time in that company, I get it. They shoehorned her, they gave her reins and this and that, but like if she's a 5-tool player, fuck it. If she's gonna have that Hall of Fame career, fuck it. I get it. Like I think we're all in agreement that she could have that. It's just they're doing it too fast. But I'm gonna say this though.
Right.
I've gone to the point where like it's inevitable. Like you see, I think there was a point. I don't know, like if Silver ever remembers or whatever. Like I was just I think I know what it was. It was around, and I think P might remember because I might have talked to Pete about this around that time frame.
What's that?
I remember like the whole WrestleMania 2 women's match. It was like Charlotte, Sasha, and Becky. I
remember that. Yeah.
I think everybody wanted Charlotte to lose that so badly because she was entering that match with the Divas title, and she had a long reign with the Divas title. They still gave that to her, and I'm like, bro, why are they shoehorning her like this? Like she wasn't this good on NXT. What's going on? The years went on. I'm like, I understand. She's just above the pecking order. Like she just
Yeah,
has that
I think Pika, she's obviously protected not only from Vince, but she's also protected by Triple H as well.
Yeah, and that's what surprised me. Because I thought it'd be something along the lines like, oh, you know what? We shoehorned you so much, like now we're gonna cool you down. Like you're gonna get your 18 with, or you're gonna surpass your father, but we're gonna go by our pace. They said no.
And guys, I don't mean to interrupt at all, but I just found it out. Did you guys know they're actually selling? First of all, you remember when we had New Day had the Budio cereals?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, apparently Jey Uso has his own cereal called Frosted Yeets, and they're selling at WWE store right now.
Oh, I guess this is real. Hold on.
Yeah, look it up. Frosted Yeets.
There's no way.
No, there is a way. Look, Google image it.
All right, let me see.
Frosted Yeets pour WrestleMania 41's weekend. Frosted Yeets.
That's a crazy name for a cereal. Hold on.
But did you see it, Pika?
Yeah. What the hell?
Frosty Eats.
Wait, what's the date today? Is it April 1st? Wait, hold up.
No, it's not April 1st, dude. This is legit.
See, now, they introduced the cereal like this.
I still think he's losing though.
And
It's not making me want cereal.
Something like this and have him lose.
It doesn't even look good. Like, I mean, it's not like Bootios that look really good.
It literally looks like a worse version of Frosted Flakes. Like,
Yeah,
I'd
it
rather
really.
Frosted- yeah. I'm looking at it like a picture that's not like high quality. Like, I don't know if I can find it.
To quote Bret Hart, I already see it. It's a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna put it in the chat so everybody can see it. It's definitely like 10, bro. This shit does not look
Yeah,
real.
put it in the chat.
Yeah, this is come on, man. Like,
This is bad.
Like we rooting for this guy. Yeah,
We want this guy to win. Oh god,
no, but
even his cereals.
No, but real talk. If he does win or lose or whatever, like if he loses, I want Gunther to actually like pull the cereal from out in the ring and like eat it on top of his like body while just be like, hey, they're actually pretty good. But you know what's delicious is victory.
That maybe so, Pika, but I'd rather have Urkelos.
Urkelos.
That shit actually existed too, I believe. Urkelos.
I like
I believe it.
I like the holiday cereals, like the blueberry ones. Remember the Count Chocolate, the blueberry, and then
Oh yeah, Frankie Berry, Blueberry, Count Chocolate, and Monster Mash.
bro, they need to bring all those back. Like that's like, come on, man.
Oh, I love Halloween
They
season.
usually do it around Halloween time.
Yeah.
Right. So anyways,
so did we get everyone's prediction for the Tiffany and Charlotte?
Yeah. Oh no,
Almost
I didn't give mine. I didn't give mine yet.
Okay.
He didn't give his. I haven't given mine either.
I pray Tiffany wins.
you have to pray, man. You have to pray.
Not with Charlotte Hogan, unfortunately.
Yeah, because we're about to find out if God's real, man. Like, if Charlotte loses, there might be something going on.
Yeah, Pika, I'm just afraid. Pika, she's gonna go. That doesn't work for me, Hunter. That doesn't work for me, brother.
That doesn't work for me, bro. I see it. Actually, she might be the modern day Hulk Hogan. The more I think about it. Like, that's crazy.
Fuck Hulk Hogan.
I
love you, Shiki baby.
I know. He should be the advocate for American Made, honestly. But anyways, sir, final prediction.
As much as I know they're gonna put Charlotte over on this match, and against my better judgment, because I know they're gonna put Charlotte over, I'm gonna predict Tiffany just so that if it happens, I will be so happy.
Man, I need to be in a call of y'all for that match, bro.
Mayday subvert expectations.
We all just want Tiffany to win. We know Charlotte's winning. We just want the opposite.
Yeah.
Like if I was betting, I'd put like $100 or $200 on Charlotte winning, but I just really don't want Charlotte to win the fucking match.
God.
Only 200?
I'm not stupid enough to not put money on Charlotte if I was a betting person, but
man. It's Vegas too, like it's like a formality. Speaking of Vegas odds,
and pretty much after that match, night one main event.
Yeah, the best. Dare I say, the most anticipated best match of this WrestleMania card. Silver, could you tell this beautiful viewers what's this magical match that we're getting as the main event?
It is a triple threat match for the custody of Paul Heyman.
Wait, for real? For real?
He's like, for real?
It says that? Like, hold on. I'm about to ruin the match for me. Hold on.
No, it's just a triple threat match, but it's
okay. My heart couldn't take that. Go ahead.
It's Roman Reigns versus CM Punk.
Yeah.
With Paul Heyman in the corner of CM Punk.
Yes.
Due to the favor that Punk and Paul Heyman had with each other from months and months and months ago.
Yep, he cashed it in.
Versus the outsider who probably has no business being in this match, but is here to make the match better.
I guess.
And because he has history with both men, Seth Rollins.
True.
Who wants to start?
Man, You know what? I'll start, man. This means something to me, man. This has been a long time coming, man. Because I knew the moment when Punk came back to WWE, man. I was like, they're gonna give this guy the main event, hook him by crook. Like, does he have to win the Rumble? No. Does he have to win an Elimination Chamber? No. But can he just cash in the favor? Absolutely. But the funny part is he didn't even have to cash in this favor to get this main event. That's the aura that Mr. Charles Montgomery, Cookie Monster, Chick Magnet, Canadian made Punk, got what it takes. This is him being the top star that
Canadian made. What the fuck?
I know. I'm like, the fuck is he talking about?
He's absolutely Canadian, man. Look at the color scheme.
No, he's absolutely a Chicagoite. What the fuck?
He's 100% Chicago.
No, he's
Man
Canadian,
supports
man.
everything Chicago.
Yeah, how do you know that he's not American? Come on.
And any wrestler that is any kind of good has to be from Canada or they're not good.
All right, hold on. I gotta put my trump card in. Sora, you back me up on this. That's Canadian.
Oh, speaking of Trump, is everyone excited for Canada to become the 51st state?
Is everyone excited that
Welcome to America, bitch.
We're trafficking the hell out of fucking.
Yeah, say goodbye to your free healthcare.
Yeah.
That's the most valuable thing. No.
You get to still keep the maple syrup.
They definitely can't get the maple syrup, man. Boy, ain't no way, boy.
Yeah, they can keep
Boy.
the maple syrup because it's ours too.
Hey, you gotta come and take it. Come and take it, man. Regardless.
What's yours is ours now.
Regardless. Charisma Man Punk finally gets his main event. And I'm not gonna lie, I got a little bit emotional on this. Like, would I wanted it to be like in another situation, like in a perfect world where like he wins the Rumble and he gets that title match at Mania. I've been saying that. But obviously, with the last year building, the freak accident, the tragedy that happened, it's just, that was the foregone conclusion. He was probably going to win the Rumble or so. I don't know. Like, it is what it is. The finish story is fantastic. But even with the title not on the line, this is something special because he gets something as good as, this being a title match. And it's him being, reunited, reacquainted with Paul Heyman. This entrance, I'm going to tell you that's going to happen, bro. They might even bring Living Color back. Because if you remember the last time Punk had a entrance at a Mania, he had Living Color with him. And I'm betting on the fact that we're probably going to get a live performance on this. And it's going to be a big indicator, too, if he does come out last. Because knowing Roman's in this match, like, if he comes out last, it's like, no. Like, that's a short. But the story of this match, though, obviously, this is kind of like alluding to, like, the whole Survivor Series. The fact that CM Punk was the last person to, the last, the voice of reason to kind of, like, be like, oh, we need help. And Roman, accepted that help from CM Punk day one. Because of CM Punk, he is now currently the only tribal chief in the WWE currently right now. And for Roman to kind of still be like, hey, you know what? Like, I don't care about Punk and this and that. Like, he's coming out very selfish and ungrateful. And to nobody's surprise, because when you really think about Roman, it's like he's still that same person that he was with the title without the title. He's always been that selfish bastard. You have this wrinkle with Seth. Everybody wasn't, picturing that the main event was going to be Seth against CM Punk, but they did it at Netflix. Now, the way I'm looking at this is like this is probably like the closest we're ever going to get to like a Shield triple threat at WrestleMania. And I feel like everything that they could have done that year, whenever they really want to do the Shield triple threat at some point, but they couldn't, they're going to really do it in this match. I'm putting my finger on this. This is going to be the match that's going to have all the near falls, all the shock moments, all the potential where's Heyman's allegiance going to be? Like, is he going to be honoring his tribal chief, or is he going to be loyal to his best friend with a favor? Everything is kind of being undermined in the sense of when it comes to Seth's side, because when you really think about it, as Silver said, Seth is the third wheel. He's the person that shouldn't be invited to the dance, and a little bit of me kind of thinks like, oh, there is a possibility, a nightmare possibility that they might really give it to this fucker, because in the sense of like his WrestleMania streak and how, like, not WrestleMania streak, but how much of he's been losing lately. Like, he's like, everybody's been doubting him. Like, he doesn't have what it takes to win, and et cetera, et cetera. And this might be the heist of the century 2.0. And to those people, I tell you, hey, Punk's main eventing. Y'all just sit down, relax, calm down. Punk's winning this match. He's probably gonna pin Seth because Roman's probably gonna be like, I want a 1v1 match. Punk's gonna get what he wants, and it just like I just feel like this is Punk's match. And I feel like why this is Punk's match is we don't know how many WrestleManias that Punk has going forward. And I feel like, anything can really happen from this point until WrestleMania 42. You don't want like a situation where basically you have a Punk lose and then you try to tell like an overlapping story for the next time. Punk doesn't got that, next time. There might be a situation where it doesn't happen. So reward this guy from being gone for 10 years. Everybody chanting his name, CM Punk, CM Punk, CM Punk. That brought him straight to the main event. This is clearly the most important match of this WrestleMania card, this night, because clearly they didn't do a good job with the world title. So my pick, and I'm doubling down on the Canadian-made CM Punk. All right, who's next? I'm done.
Yeah, honestly, I think you made a pretty good point there. I can't really think of a good counter argument for it.
Thank you.
And yeah, honestly, I think it's pretty legit that CM Punk may very well pick up the win, and he's at least like just got that going for him right now. And I suppose, yeah, even though Roman he lost his last WrestleMania, it's not unlikely that he's going to lose a second time.
And he's gonna lose and take another break and come back in SummerSlam because that's Roman basically. That's why he's not winning. He's a part-timer, glorified. But I digress.
Such as it is. What was the last time he wrestled?
When was the last time who?
Roman wrestled. When he
Roman last time he wrestled was Survivor Series. Actually, no, Rumble.
Yeah, he was in the Rumble match.
Yeah, prior to that it was Survivor Series War Games. He's a part-timer. I'm not trying to hear that. If anybody wants to make a claim that he's not.
Wasn't doubting you.
No. I'm just saying, because I know some are probably I know somebody's gonna be Roman. Is there a case for Roman? I'm like, no, there is no case. He at this point, he has everything in the palm of his hands. He needs to just put over the talent. He had that that vice grip on that talent for 1,316 days. I'm fed up with that bitch. Where you can go, Tree.
Well, I'm gonna say pretty much who I feel is gonna win is probably gonna upset you, but I do believe that the winner will be Seth Rollins. I feel that there is going to be something going on with Paul Heyman that screws over both Roman and CM Punk. They've been teasing it. I feel they're going to go ahead and pull the trigger on it. Because if you actually look at the past, Paul Heyman has done something to hurt Roman. Paul Heyman has done something to hurt CM Punk. The only interaction between Paul and Seth, there's been no negativity between them.
Wait, no, I disagree with
Paul
that.
has screwed CM Punk over in the past. Paul has screwed Roman Reigns in the past. He has never screwed Rollins over.
He's right.
Actually, look back
right.
all of the years. Seth is the only one Paul has never screwed over.
Yeah, which is why he's probably going to screw him at this Mania. And help Punk win. Yeah.
And I'm going to have to agree with Running Tree. I'm going to go with Seth as well. And I think I'm going to go even further because I'm going to say that his heel turn is going to foreshadow one of the matches in Night 2, which I will get into later details later on about.
Okay.
So Pika, if you thought I was a genius with that Jay and Naomi thing, I'm curious to see what you're going to have to say, what I have to say about two theories I have about this match.
This match when it comes to Night 2, or are you talking about
I'm not going to say the match, but you'll find out.
Okay. Well,
Surprise.
I'll be anticipating that. Silver, the floor is yours, man. The line has been drawn right here.
The line has been drawn.
Yeah. What side are you on? What are you going to be waving?
Everyone makes compelling points. Heyman never screwing Seth. It being Punk's first main event, he should win because, that. Roman being that dominant person who lost last year's Mania, can he afford to lose 2 in a row? All good points. But the most important thing to consider, if the rumor mill is true, will Roman be around for another WrestleMania?
No, it's a rumor mill, Silver.
The rumor mill is that Roman is thinking about retiring.
Okay.
And this is opportunity.
So where'd you find that rumor out? Like from a fortune cookie or like in the back of the cereal box? Like where'd you get that from?
Well, I mean, I have not confirmed it yet, but I've seen like thumbnails, things like that, and stuff like that, talking about Roman's thinking about retiring. It's just a question of when. So if the retirement talk is going on, would they have him win at WrestleMania?
You want me to answer that question, sir?
I think the answer would be no.
No, but
because usually you retire on your back.
Right.
So with that being put into consideration, I do not think Roman is winning.
Okay.
Question comes, who pins Roman? Does Seth pin Roman or does Punk pin Roman?
It would come more full circle if it was Seth pinning Roman.
It would. But
wait, no, but Seth did pin Roman though.
Mania, when he cashed in Money in the Bank, yes.
So yeah, so we don't need to see that again. We've seen it already.
I mean, if it's not going to repeat it, then yeah, it'll definitely be Punk, I'm sure.
Yeah, so it would make more sense with the Punk, but it's just one thing I want to mention real quick though is if we're talking about rumor mills, this was something I'm assuming Pyro would want to talk about, but he had to go. So the thing about Roman, because obviously the news came out about Roman today. The news that came out about him is he had an interview with I don't know, God knows who, and he basically said I support Trump, and the internet's like eating him alive, and I think that's probably what Pyro was talking about in the sense of like WWE probably has like what you call it a PR nightmare now, and with that being said, that's probably the reason why Roman's not getting because he supports Trump or some bullshit. I think that's what Pyro wanted me to say it here on behalf of him.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Triple H's mother-in-law is the head of education for Trump's administration.
Yep.
No, but you don't understand though. It's like backlash like that. Like you're not gonna give somebody a win, no matter if it's
Hey, Silver.
The
Not to interrupt.
backlash is coming from the very vocal minority.
No, it's not. It's not. Trust me, it's not. Everybody's talking about it, and everybody's saying like they're not messing with Roman no more.
And Silver, lighten up on Linda McMahon. She's trying to bring the best of A1 in our school systems. Come on.
I did not say anything positive or negative. I just stated what her position is.
I was joking, dude.
So
I'm just saying, I thought it was very wonderful of her to do the wonderful A1 programs in the school. I mean, it's very good that she's thinking about the kids and their steak sauces.
Oh my god!
See,
The beautiful A1 sauce. The beautiful
now, if she was really worried about the kids getting good steak sauces for their schools, she would be giving everyone JR's barbecue sauce.
That's what I was literally gonna say. Like,
No,
I think
wait a minute. No, she wouldn't because that's barbecue sauce. Steak sauce is totally different from barbecue sauce.
You can use it for both.
Yeah, but
okay. Yeah, just like ketchup and mustard are the same thing, but nonetheless.
They're not the same thing, but they can be put on the same things.
They work the same.
True.
Way. Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
I would say, as far as politics stuff goes, I say just ignore that stuff because if WWE truly hated, the idea of this Trump stuff, do you really think they'd still have The Undertaker be a part of their whole company?
No.
Because Undertaker, there was that big ordeal that he sat with,
Yeah.
like at a Trump rally on stage with fucking Trump.
Right.
So if it was a big deal to WWE, Undertaker wouldn't be there.
No, I get that. You can even make the same claim of like, they wouldn't have Hogan as an
And
ambassador.
the other thing
I know,
is no matter how you look at it with the politics, you're gonna piss off half of the country.
Yes.
Yep.
Right. But what I'm saying
So
is,
it
Maybe
doesn't
more
matter.
like
what?
a third
No,
of the
you-
country, because one third votes Democrat, the other third votes Republican, and the last third they pretty much need to get their shit together because they can't really pick a side.
all I'm saying is, like, I get
The only
that.
time I agree with wrestling and politics is when I see Jesse Ventura on TV.
Oh my
Good way to
goodness.
put it. Yeah. So
Yeah, but
as
you're too
far
bad at
as
politics.
far as
I don't know if you got much room to talk there.
yeah, as far as politics go, I say we focus on the wrestling. We don't talk about politics because it's one of those
No, I get that.
things
But I'm
that
saying,
can be quite controversial.
no, but
and
basically the claim that I'm saying is like Roman should have just kept his mouth shut because this guy's not PR trained, and because of that, WWE's gonna punish him. That's all I'm saying, and that's literally what it's gonna be. He's not. Bro. I'll bet my house that Roman wins that bitch. He's not, bro. Especially what he said. Like he might get booed. Like I'm telling you, if he gets booed, I'm gonna be sorry. I'm gonna laugh. I'm gonna be like, this guy's getting booed like Hogan. This is beautiful. Like I might lose my shit, but they might actually turn him heel for once, like an actual heel. Like they haven't fucking really made him a heel this whole time. But with that being said,
yet at the
yeah.
Super Bowl, you have video of people cheering Trump and booing Taylor Swift. It
Yeah,
just it doesn't.
You gotta look at.
Well, Trump's popularity has really plummeted now, so keep that in mind.
Exactly. The whole traffic thing, and then but I don't want to get into that. What I'm trying to say is look at where they're at. That's all I'm saying. That place neighbors, certain, another state. That's all I'm saying. So it might actually be tragic for Roman. Hopefully, it doesn't translate. But from what I'm hearing, everybody's says setting fires ablaze to what Roman was saying, and he didn't even say anything really bad. He said, I'm literally in between and this and that, but I don't hate Trump or whatever, this and that. I'm like, bro, he doesn't even shit. Keep your shut, bro. Focus on the wrestling, what you're saying, Chief. But he didn't. He put himself into that political standpoint, so he's gonna burn in. This is his punishment, But regardless, sorry, you can.
Then again, this brings up the point: nobody's booing the Undertaker.
So
Yeah, he's the Undertaker.
Yeah, but nobody really cared about the Undertaker. It wasn't really
He's the
so much
Undertaker.
about his views, and it was kind of just
Undertaker.
more about the fact that Hulk Hogan had actually a well-known racist rant.
That's what I'm saying. That's
Also,
what I'm saying.
can recall all the lies that he's told, and people haven't forgotten.
Right.
Let's also remember this was fucking California that he was in.
Yeah, he was already hated, and then he just did the whole Trump thing, and then he got even more hated. Undertaker, he's always been loved. Nobody ever said one bad word about him. If he's ever says I support Trump, cool, you're Taker, bro. Roman's not Taker, bro. He doesn't got that aura. He had that aura. He was about to have that aura. He was going to retire probably as a legend, and the way I'm looking at it, people would now view Roman differently. It's like I don't want to get. I think said I don't agree with trans rules or whatever bullshit. That's basically what Roman basically said when he said that's how some people are just gonna view it, and they're just gonna not see him the same anymore, and it kind of ruined his credibility. But anyways, sorry, you can go.
So Roman Reigns. I can't do a Paul Heyman voice, the tribal chief.
Yeah.
Just picturing if Roman's going to retire, why not lose the whole wise man kind of thing? It's he'd be like wise man, and it's I go to you for counsel, and the whole betrayal fact. It's and then it's him saying that since he's a tribal chief, he don't need no wise man that's not loyal.
Okay.
And maybe he takes a page out of Sokola's book and hurts Heyman, which focuses Punk onto Roman, which then Punk's blindsided, and that way Heyman sees that Punk's fighting on his behalf and ends up becoming like a CM Punk person in the future, but maybe through the rage, Seth Rollins could kind of steal the win. So Roman would lose the wise man, and Rollins would pick up the dub, maybe.
Wait, Chris, can you mute yourself? Because we hear you back.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay, so that's actually not bad. I could see that, but it's just if you're gonna have Seth win, what is the follow up? What do you
I'm not completely sure, but
yeah,
at least CM Punk would gain a wise man, and Punk could probably use that in a future build up towards something.
Maybe
I don't know.
Maybe, but the thing is, the way I'm looking at it is like I want Punk to be in the title picture, and what better way to get him in that main title picture with momentum, credibility, and all that is to win the main event of WrestleMania. Like I don't know where he's gonna go after the draft or whatever. Like if he's gonna stick on Raw, then are we gonna get that? Because that would make sense. Kill Jay, like we get that Gun 30 CM Punk match because I've been wanting to see that match for a while. But if he does go to SmackDown, they do have some unfinished story with Cody and Punk. So it's like there's so much you can really do. If you have him lose, it's like we're in that rut. It's like, bro, I got my main event, but like, it's like, bro, I want Punk to actually finally get something. And I feel like legitimately due to that injury that he had last year, this and that, it's like he earned that bitch. Like it's tough, man. Because like, you know what I mean? So it's like I'm okay with seeing. It's just I don't know, man. I don't know if I really am okay.
It's a triple threat match, and wouldn't necessarily be a loss if Roman was the one to eat the pin from Seth.
Yeah, because if Roman gets a pin, I think that's the only way I can really accept it. I'd be like, okay, CM Punk.
And like then Punk would get the wise man while not actually taking a pin.
Right. This is what it is for me. It's like I feel like Punk's just been on whatchamacallit. Because I think what it is the elimination chamber bullshit. Because he was good, this close to winning, and then lo and behold, Seth Rollins screwed him. That's what I'm saying. Like I think all that, everything that led to this moment, like Punk needs to get back so bad, and he needs to prove something to Roman Reigns. Because if Roman Reigns, whether he loses the match, he gotta be like, yo, if Seth gets pinned, you didn't pin me. And that could be a high profile SummerSlam match. That could be a high profile for Survivor Series. No matter when you do it, there's a story there you can kind of tell. And then you can really do the custody of Paul Heyman at that point. If Roman says, yo, I freaking lose this shit, I'm done. I'm done. You can have him, you can have him. Seth is to me just he's coming off as a filler character, man. I don't know. There's something about that shit that's just not adding up to me. He is in this main event by process of elimination because he's associated to a story, but he doesn't have that momentum, that draw, that appeal that a Roman or a Punk would have, because that's the main crunch of the story. No one's watching this main event for Seth. It's fun that he's in the match and he's going to make the match better, but when you main event in the Seth thing, what potentially could happen with the Seth thing after he loses this match, that could be cool, but it's just, are you going to finally give up and just move on? But or are you going to still be disgruntled or whatever? But I see both ways though with the Seth and Punk thing. But who hasn't went with their prediction?
I think we got everyone for this one.
Everyone? So, okay. All right.
Although I want to circle back to something here with regards to Roman Reigns being out as a Trump supporter. He apparently is a registered Democrat. Can someone make that make sense for me?
That doesn't make any sense.
I mean, RFK Jr. was a registered Democrat. He switched to the Republicans.
Well, he was actually for being switched over to the Republicans, making that flip.
Because what I have seen is a lot of people didn't like that Democrats focus so much on identity politics instead of actual things.
We already know that's bullshit, though. But there wasn't really any actual controversy with identity politics other than what Fox News manufactured and tried to make it as the central focus.
Right.
Ultimately, that was just more politics.
Right.
And
Like I
behind the
said,
scenes, no
I
one
would
really cares.
feel, I personally, I would feel better if we didn't start throwing politics into it. There's no
Yeah.
I
need
agree.
for it.
I agree.
It-
It's just
it's
Yep.
this is about wrestling. We're not having a debate of things because
Yeah.
all I have seen from people with all of this stuff is people starting to hate each other. I'm tired of seeing stuff like that. So
I
I would
got
rather
one
us talk
political
about the
question.
wrestling.
You got what, sir?
One political question.
All right,
If
hit it.
Canada does become like a 51st state, does that mean Canada is technically American soil? So would that mean Pika could technically become a president?
I'm not trying to hear that bullshit. I'm not trying.
I think it definitely means that there's going to be like more Democratic seats for sure.
You could have said any
I
Canadian. Why do you
think
mention me? Like, why you mention me?
meme question aside, I think the answer to that would actually be no.
I don't think so.
Only because you were not born a U.S. citizen. You became a citizen later on.
No, but it's not becoming a citizen if Canada is American. It's not becoming.
And yeah, it's Canada
If it's
pretty much
American,
being annexed.
Yeah.
the only bar is not being born on American soil. So Canada
Right.
would be
And if
technically
Canada
American
is
soil at that
American,
point.
exactly. And I'm born in Canada, so that would technically just make me American by process of whatever that is.
Yeah.
But,
Process of annexation.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just wanted it to be funny, and I'll just throw that out there.
That's funny.
Yeah, lighten the mood a little bit, sure.
Yeah, that's funny as hell. All right,
But
moving on though. What we got in the
since everyone but me actually said a name to win the match, I'm gonna go with CM Punk ultimately.
And is it because of what, like what I said, or do you have your own?
It's just, like I said, the whole thing with Roman potentially retiring.
Right.
Seth, we saw him pin Roman before.
Right.
It would be nice for Punk to get a win in his first ever WrestleMania main event, which is the main reason why I'm saying for him to win.
Yeah, it would be a beautiful moment. I agree. Okay.
But with that, we move on to WrestleMania Night 2.
Yep. What's the first match?
And we know what's ending the show, but do we know what the opening match is for Night 2?
Didn't he say it was the women's triple threat?
Is it what? Oh, the women's triple
Pyro
threat.
say it was the women's triple threat, which
Yeah,
was
the women's
opening night 2.
Yeah. Yeah, women's triple threat. Yeah.
We'll start with.
Wait a minute, Silver. Before we start, though, can I just make one request for the main event?
Yeah.
Can I be the first one to start that the main event? Only because I have a really good theory that I want to break down for you guys.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll save that for when we get to Cody versus Cena.
Okay.
All right.
But now we're on the
Alright,
women's
so-
triple threat, though.
Meanwhile, Io Sky versus Bianca Belair versus Rhea Ripley.
Yeah.
We already kind of talked about this a little bit in the night one prediction section because of the whole Naomi situation and Bianca Belair, and that the results of one match could affect another.
We talked about
yada,
it, but we didn't give our predictions. So.
Yeah. I'm just prefacing it for the viewers because this is a long fucking show.
Definitely. But they know what they're getting.
But even the show, I mean, are we actually going to be broadcasting it somewhere?
It's going to be uploaded.
Yeah, this is being recorded, and I'm gonna edit and upload it to YouTube.
Basically.
This is not a live stream.
No. So we'll figure out one day with the live stream because that'll make it a lot more easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For now.
Okay, Pete never told me this. I thought this was just a conversation and among acquaintances. So
yeah.
My bad, Chris. My bad.
Yeah, we're all buddies here, man. Like I feel like the viewers know about this. It's kind of like a buddy relationship, love hate sometimes, But yeah, do you know what the build up for this match is, Silver? The women's triple threat, or no? Or do you want to guess what it is?
No, not really.
What do you think it is, though? Like, why do you think this match is a triple threat, not just a 1v1?
If I had to guess, I know Io recently beat Rhea to win the title,
Right.
like a month or two ago.
Beautiful
and
moment.
Bianca. Didn't Bianca cost Rhea the title to Io?
Yeah. Accidentally.
Yeah, so like Bianca got added because of that, and
No.
now we
No,
have a triple threat.
Bianca was qualified through the Elimination Chamber.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Either way, as long as Bianca didn't turn heel, to help Naomi, then I would want Io to retain. But if Bianca went heel, then it would make more sense for Bianca to win the title. But ultimately, I'm gonna predict Io to retain the title because she just won it, and we don't want hot potatoing
Yeah.
unless it's for a good reason.
My whole thing about this match, Rhea is the one person who kind of feels like, to me personally, won't win. I could see it's like a moment where if Io doesn't win, it kind of really hurts her character because she has been pushed in the background between these two constantly. So it would hurt her if she doesn't win. But I could see them giving Bianca the win because she is one of the only people right now in WWE that have an undefeated streak at WrestleMania.
Yep.
If they wanted to continue that, they would have to have her win, and they could build something down the line in every WrestleMania because they don't have any gimmicks like that anymore. So I'm afraid they're going to have Bianca win, but I want Io to win because of how they have booked this. It's going to destroy Io if she doesn't win.
Right.
So my thing is, I'm predicting Io to win because if Bianca wins, it destroys her career, destroys Io's career. But I'm afraid that that's what WWE might do and have Bianca win it.
I think it only really destroys Io's career if Io gets pinned. Because it's one of those situations. If you don't get pinned, like you lost the match.
Yeah, but I still think either way, if she doesn't get pinned and she still loses, it still hurts her because she's been pushed into the background. Either she gets pinned and she was, the weakest link in it, or she doesn't get pinned and she truly is the person in the background. Because again, the visual is going to be Rhea and Bianca.
Right.
Fair point.
Yeah.
I feel like a lot of this WrestleMania, they kind of booked themselves in so many corners with a lot of these matches.
Agreed. So the way I was envisioning this WrestleMania card is definitely different than what we got. Yeah. I'm not mad about what we got. Like, it's actually very good, but it's like it's cutting a lot of it's like why are you doing this?
Yeah.
Type of situations. But
All right. Who's next?
Sorry, you can go.
I don't know. I obviously want Io to win, but like Rhea's kind of scary.
Scary to whom?
Don't worry about it.
Guys, I'll be back. But I think Io's retaining.
You're retaining? That's a good one.
Yeah, I just want Io to retain.
Who do you want to see get pinned up?
Obviously, Bianca.
Any particular reason why?
I don't know. I just never liked her character.
So you're
She had
telling
too
me
many hearts on her outfits for the most part in the past.
Are you basically saying to hell to that streak? I mean, like who
or
cares?
kissy faces.
But,
I mean,
yeah, but she has a streak.
Yes.
You don't.
I mean, Asuka had a streak too, and we don't see like us like talking about that.
That is true. That is true.
That was under
Because
Vince. Just and it was against his,
Mhm.
it
But the
was
one
against
thing-
Charlotte Flair, who
Yeah.
buries every woman who goes against her.
Yeah. Yeah. If I could go,
Except for
like,
Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, I feel like it depends on how big of a star you are too, because they tried so hard to have Charlotte bury Becky, and that didn't go as they wanted.
Right, exactly. Yeah, but yeah, I understand like all the sentiments that you guys are saying with the like this is kind of like a must-win match for Io because of like how they're really treating her. It kind of reminds me of the triple threat match they did at the main event of WrestleMania 30, Daniel Bryan, Batista, and Randy Orton. It's literally like the women's version of it when you really think about it. It's like the company wants this person to win because of the streak. The company wants this person to win because they're the most over women in the division. And then you have like, Io, who has like this, fan following. And as you kind of see, like as the weeks go on, like people are really cheering Io. They're really, invested in this whole thing. They love her as a champion. They could capitalize on this momentum. People are booing like Bianca. People are like even booing Rhea sometimes because of how over like Io is. And I know for a fact this match is going to steal the show for night 2. But what I really think is the case is like, as what Tree said, they really did book themselves into a situation where like they fucked up Bianca because she's definitely going to lose this match. I don't know if they're going to like have her get pinned. I don't know if they're going to have the other person get pinned, which is Rhea Ripley potentially. But the two people I likely see winning, I'm in a different stance, is either Io or Rhea. Rhea, in the fact because that is literally one of the biggest women that they have in the roster right now. People love her, like there's like a huge fan following with that, and it's like, yeah, they're gonna come loud for her, and people are gonna want to see that super riptide, and I wouldn't mind seeing a super riptide onto like somebody that's on the ground because we've never seen that before. But yeah, it's like I'm torn between them two. It's like it's gonna be Rhea and she's gonna pin Bianca, or it's gonna be a situation where Bianca has Rhea in the KOD, hit the KOD, and then there's a Mutal out of nowhere, either hit Bianca, and then like either she's gonna pin Rhea or she's gonna pin Bianca. More than likely, she's gonna pin Bianca. So I'm really gonna go with the prediction that Io wins, and yeah, she pins Bianca. Simple as that. You can go somewhere, I guess, or did you already go?
I already went.
Okay, so Chris.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. And so, yeah, on the one hand, I think it's very plausible for Rhea to win, but all the more with like the reasons you stated, it just seems very plausible for Io to go ahead to keep her title and just continue her momentum.
Right.
As it is, it may very well just lead up to her career's demise, or I guess decline, or whatever it would be. And I also can see that Bianca probably can't win this one either because she's definitely got like the shadow of her storyline and also following her too. And I guess there is like a certain dislike she has been getting too.
Right.
But even though she's
Big
still
dislike.
babyface.
Right.
But yeah.
Point. Like she's gonna lose this match, and it's gonna be like on the preface of what's gonna make her turn heel.
Or they could just say fuck it and have again Bianca win, and people are gonna hate her, so they get that heel heat that they could if they wanted to turn her.
They could.
That would give Bianca the heel heat.
Best case scenario, she just doesn't pin Io though. If she pins Rhea, then like that's tolerable, I guess. But I'm not gonna like it at all though, because Io can she needs to retain it's kind of like do or die. It's like literally what I said. It's like her Bryan Danielson, Daniel Bryan moment of
No, it's a situation where again, like I said, Io has to win to save her career, or else it will take a long time to build it back up.
Right.
But if you wanted, taking a step back and looking at it, if you wanted to actually build for future matches that would actually be bigger, I hate to say it, Bianca would win. Because again, then it would become who's going to be the one to give Bianca the first loss at WrestleMania.
Right.
So
But honestly, no, I want to mention something real quick about that. Like, I get the streak thing, whatever, but it's like, I feel like we're at the stage where it's like
but
it
you
could
can
be.
really that's the thing with
Mm.
Bianca, you really got a gimmick with it.
I know, but the thing is, it's like
WrestleMania has
it's-
EST in it.
no, I get
You
that,
have a gimmick that can work with.
I get that. I
holding
get that. But what I'm saying is like that. You see it like that, but for me, the way I see it is like we're like actually really early in her like street career that like they could actually just be like, okay, we'll like what you call salvage or like toss the streak here and build a new streak from this point forward. Or if there is like
It won't have the legitimacy.
Well, I wouldn't have the
The
legitimacy.
moment you have a loss at WrestleMania, it's a loss at WrestleMania.
No, I'm saying build another person as whoever that Bianca.
Well, yeah,
is.
they could try to do that, but then
Yeah.
they don't have anything started, which means that's going to be again a longevity project. You already have somebody who's got a good beginning.
I feel like just because we're in that new era right now that they can do that. Because this is like what you call the first year into the TKO stuff. They could build from this era going onward. Because that could be something that could die with Vince's because Vince is the one who started the career the streak thing, I'm assuming. So it's like let that die for the Vince and build a new one right here because of what they booked. If this was a 1v1 match, I'd be like, okay, whatever. But because it's a triple threat and they did a really bad job with the Bianca's booking, it's like it just doesn't make any sense if she would win, unless you're actually gonna turn her heel. You can't just tease us and be like, oh, okay, like she wins, everybody boos her, this and that, because it's just gonna make her even worse. She's gonna get like the go away heat, and it's like we don't want to see that. We want to see genuine heat. So, and for me, what it is, like if she wins it, it's 5-0, like come on, like that could be started again. If we were at the double digits, I'd be like, or close to the double digits, I'd be like, she's 8-0.
That takes time to build.
Right. But I mean, like we're at the infant stage, so I feel like yeah, go on.
So in a sense, why not start getting something going?
Right.
When you have somebody who's already close to the double digits,
why
attempt to do a whole new beginning with somebody else? You already have something going. That's like having a cake that's half baked and going, you know what? I wasn't planning on, it's like, I wasn't really planning on it. Yeah, and it's like, but I'm not going to finish this cake. You know what? I don't feel like waiting around for this one. I'll just start a new one.
Right.
You might as well finish this cake and go out. But like I said, I still believe it's going to be Io. Well,
right.
But I'm afraid it's going to be Bianca.
Yeah, I think the streak's gonna die because like to me, I still feel like even though they have some year, it's still infant stage. I feel like 5 years. I feel like if we got a little bit higher, like to the 7, I know what you're saying. You're like, oh, that takes time. I think they might have a loophole or something. Somebody has to be on the roster that, like, whether men's or women's, but majority for the women.
No, I've actually looked through the entire roster. She's the only one that's at that point.
So you're telling me nobody else has like
nobody else has an undefeated streak.
Okay.
At WrestleMania as high as her. There's a few people with 2s, but again, that's like
you can build from the 2. Yeah.
Huh?
Who has
but that's a whole nother start.
Yeah, but like 2 in comparison to what? Like apparently. That's not like too far off when you really think about it. Because if Bianca has 4, that's half of it. Like, so you could just restart a new streak. Because come on. Like, I know what you're saying, and like that's literally what WWE could do, but I feel like WWE has given up. And I'm only really saying that because look how they booked Bianca that whole last year and up until now. Like, yeah, they're kind of like, oh yeah, we want to give her a title, this and that, but they're kind of afraid a little bit too. They could have had a won the Rumble, and they chose not to. They chose the Elimination Chamber because they realized like that's the lesser blow if she loses at Mania. And they made a whatchamacallit a triple threat, so like they could legitimately have the excuse, or not the excuse, but then like, oh, like Rhea ate the pin, this and that. Like I want my 1v1, this and that. So it's like And I'll say this too. There's no big emphasis when it comes to the streak. If Bianca was like, "Yeah, like a streak of this, a streak of that, this is that," it would mean something. To me, I feel like this is just kind of like a fan thing. Like, I just feel like people see this, people acknowledge that, like, oh, she has a streak going on, this and that. But until WWE actually acknowledges saying like this is actually something legitimate, this is something we're building, this is something a big deal. I feel like only really acknowledge it when she wins. They're like, oh, like here she got this and that, but they don't. Like, it's not the same. Like you could build on like what a Taker was. So if somebody does have two,
and don't forget about that quick launch that she lost, that quick loss that she got at SummerSlam to Becky Lynch.
Exactly. And also, I want to, if we're being like technical, she was in a match at Mania and like she didn't win, which was the I believe was it a battle royal, like the pre-show battle royal? Because I don't want to hear people saying like, oh, that's not like a part of the card. It's like, no, she literally was on the card of Mania, whether it was the pre-show or not, and she lost. So it's like, that's why I don't even really. It's like the whole like what they think Charlotte's like record is. They count some things and they don't count some things. And the way I'm looking at the streak is like, yeah, that's something that can potentially be good in the future. But like right now, if they were to say fuck it, it's not a big loss. If we get deeper into the fucking to the 7, to the 8, to the 9, I'll be like, she's about to reach double digits. Fuck it, like you can't have her lose because now you can actually really make it something special. And I feel like WWE's at the point where they would want to reset things. This is kind of the new era, so yeah. Anyways, Silver? Wait, who hasn't won yet? Were you there?
Yeah.
Did you go or no?
Yeah.
I think everyone.
Oh, everyone won?
I said EO.
Oh, okay. So I said EO.
I think everyone was saying EO.
Everyone said EO? Okay. Got you. All right. So what's the next food? Moving on to the next one, so.
Next is tag team match for the WWE Women's Tag Team Championship. Liv Morgan and Raquel Rodriguez versus Bayley and Lyra Valkyria.
I feel like this is something that's going to go to the baby faces.
And baby faces are Lyra and Bayley?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. So Chris is going with the Lyra and Bayley. What about you, Silver?
I'm also going to say Lyra and Bayley, also partly due to what we were talking about with the NXT stuff.
Right.
With Roxanne and Cora Jade win, you have the history there.
Right.
So to play off of that, I'll say that
Okay.
Bayley and Lyra win the titles.
Yeah, I'm going to say Liv and Raquel retain. Because I'm not a fan of makeshift tag teams, just, this is like when you really think about it, like, does this match even really deserve to be on the card? Like, what's the point of this match being on the card? But I get it, I went to Gauntlet, makeshift team, can it get the job done in Mania? Who knows? But the way I'm looking at it, it's like, to be consistent to what my NXT prediction was, I do think it's going to be Liv and Raquel.
Yeah, I'm going to go against my whole NXT prediction thing because I am going to say that Liv and Raquel are probably going to retain.
2-2, okay. Sora.
I don't know. I think I would go with Lyra and Bayley.
Any reason?
I don't know. I know Liv and Raquel are an actual tag team, but they just don't feel like one to me.
Yeah, but have you not heard the segments of Liv saying they're the greatest women's tag team in WWE history?
I don't believe it.
But you know what the stat line is, though? They've won the title 3 times.
Yeah, but that means they also lost the title. How many times?
Technically, Raquel has won it 4 times.
Yeah, she won with somebody else, too.
That one...
Actually, no, she's 5-time. If we include NXT. She won with Dakota.
Oh, no, we're only including the women's.
Yeah, but that counts though. Like overall, 'cause she definitely won. And when they unified the titles, it all became one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Put some respect on the NXT Women's title. They're probably gonna bring that back. I'm just telling you, I'm calling it right now. Like I just have a feeling they're gonna. Like I don't know if they. This is the thing because they're advertising these women and they're doing the whole NXT stuff and they're saying so. It's like I don't know if they really have like. But I feel like summertime would probably be the best time to kind of just be like, hey, we're bringing back the women tag team titles. We're gonna do a tournament, blah blah blah, all that jazz. But Pete, you're back. What do you think?
Next.
Yeah, the women tag team title match, Lyra and Bailey versus.
I'm gonna give an interesting theory, guys, and another one. So I got a bunch of theories for night 2, guys. This one, I think, I honestly think Lila and Bailey are gonna win because if you guys watched NXT, you know, Cora Jade asked Roxanne Perez to be a partner and vice versa. Could this lead to possibly a women's tag team match, the Raw after Mania, where Cora Jade and Roxanne Perez get called up as a tag team and we get Bailey, Lila versus Roxanne, and Cora.
Who's Lila?
Lyra. Oh, he's saying Lila, but it's really Lyra, like Lyra Valkyrie.
Okay, pardon me, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
The Valkyrie chick.
Valkyria.
Okay, the Valkyria chick.
The Magna Warrior, got you.
The Valkyria chick. Okay, well, I'll call that.
Valkyrian.
Oh, Valkyria, my bad.
The Valkyria chick. Okay.
Yeah. No, I see what you mean. It's just I don't know. I feel like I don't like the title hopping, so I'm just consistent. Like they just recently won it. Let them have and then just this makeshift team. Like I don't know. And the thing's what even like what even sucks with that idea too is like, so you're telling me they're giving Lyra and Bailey the title only for them to lose it on Monday to like Roxanne and Cora?
No, I didn't say that at all. I said we were gonna get that match. I didn't say they were gonna win it.
Oh, okay.
Like I would say this would be Cora and Roxanne's call up.
Call the match. Oh, okay, got you. I thought you meant like
No, absolutely not. No, I agree with you. It shouldn't be hot potato like that. I'm just saying we're finally gonna get Cora, Roxanne versus that chick and Bailey.
Yeah, my issue. This is the thing, and like I'll just keep it simple. It's just like the women's U.S. title and the women's IC title should have been defended on these shows. But I
agree.
So with that being said, if Lyra's still the women's IC champion, like why the fuck should you win the tag titles? Like I'm not trying.
You can be 2 belts. Why not? Why not have 2 belts? I mean, Triple H held the IC title and the tag title. Why not?
I can see it, but it's just like we already had a double champion in recent memory, and it's like that's why it's like
fair.
It should mean something when you're a double champion.
I agree.
Yeah, but yeah, that leaves Chris. All right, let's see what Chris said it. Wait, is that
Chris said at the beginning.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I already kicked off saying that it was going to be Bailey. What's her name?
So only me and Tree just said Raquel, and everybody said Lyra and Bailey.
Yeah.
Okay. What's next over?
Next up is AJ Styles versus Logan Paul.
Oh, this is a quick one. This is a quick one right here. Because we know damn well who wins this. Like, come on now. Come
Shit,
on.
how many more do we got before we get to Cody and Cena?
I got another theory for this one, guys.
So we have
2 more.
AJ's match, then 2 other matches, and then we're at the main event.
Yeah.
We have 4 more matches to go.
We can blitz this one because like, come on, we know this.
How are we on time?
We wouldn't know. We wouldn't know until Silver ends the recording. So.
Well,
yeah.
no, I could look at the Craig chat and it's saying I'll stop recording in an hour from now. So we have about an hour.
Well, no, I'm actually wondering like how long we've actually been recording.
Yeah, he's saying how long.
It records up to 6 hours at a time. So if it's going to stop in an hour, we've been recording for about 5.
Gotcha.
Give or take.
Yeah, Silver protected that 6-hour point, so we'll see if we reach that shit. But no,
we're getting pretty close.
Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, what's everyone's thoughts on like who wants to go with AJ and Logan?
Can I start?
Yeah, you can go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, you know what I think is gonna happen, guys? You guys may think I'm crazy for this, but but WWE logic, I wouldn't put it past me though. But I really think what's gonna happen, guys, and again, I'm not a fan of this guy, but I really think Logan's gonna win. I'll tell you how he's gonna win. I really think because of AJ's past. I think someone from AJ's past, i.e., almost might return, turn heel, beat the shit out of AJ, and then side with Logan Paul. So that way, that little snot, that's not those piss hands has a bodyguard, so he can fuck around with, She's like, I'm Logan Paul. I can say what the fuck I want, and if you don't like it, deal with my fucking bodyguard over here. That type of thing.
How the mighty have fallen if you tell me that's the case. Like that's
No, but could you imagine that though? If Almost actually comes back and becomes Logan Paul's thing and feuds with AJ Styles again for treating him badly in the past?
Yeah, but they already told that story. Like that was already.
Yeah, but they rehashed so many stories, man.
Yeah. I'm not trying to see it only for the fact that like.
I'm not saying I want it to happen. I'm just saying it could happen.
Yeah, because I'm just gonna keep it simple. Because I'll just go like I think like with the same logic that I was using with CM Punk, it applies to AJ. We don't know how many freaking manias AJ have. You're gonna really waste it on this pissant.
I agree.
This is gonna be a 5-star match, and it's gonna be a replication of WrestleMania 39 when Seth Rollins wrestled Logan. Did anyone think like, oh, like Seth's gonna get screwed and Logan's gonna win? No,
he really is a pissant.
Yeah, I know he's a jerk, man. I wish he was on my TV, honestly, man. This guy's such a waste of time.
And his drink sucks.
His drink sucks. His freaking marketing sucks, man. His ugly mug sucks. Everything sucks, man. This guy looking like the freaking the Big Bird from Sesame Street. Every fucking time I see this guy.
I'd rather drink New Coke than drink that garbage.
This guy said New Coke. That's what he went back to. Yeah, that's what he went. But my prediction is AJ. Like, you're not gonna waste the remaining time they have with AJ with bullshit. And AJ is probably gonna be like, yeah, I'm not gonna lose to this fucking guy, dude. Like, come on. Like, are you gonna have Roman lose to this guy? No. Are you gonna have fucking Randy lose to this guy? No. Are you gonna have fucking who else? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he has that stake, bro. Like, even Punk's not lose to this fucker, bro. It's not happening. But anyways, yeah, AJ. Who wants to go next?
AJ. Done.
All right. Who's next?
AJ.
All right. The tree.
I honestly think they might have Logan Paul win it.
Oh boy. Explain it. But let's see if it's actually more creative than what Pete said.
No, I just think that, especially if they truly are wanting Logan Paul to be a more full-time person. Yeah. Then they would give him more, in a sense, wins to build him. Why else would he be there? Is he just gonna, if he's gonna be full-time, do you really think they're gonna have him be there full-time and just constantly keep losing?
No.
He literally is a sponsor for them and all of this. No. Business-wise, I think they're going to have him win it. They're using AJ as a good boost for him. Because the thing is that's going to help. That would help make Logan Paul look a bit, credible if he beats AJ.
How would you see him winning, though?
We've seen Logan Paul win tons of different ways.
No, I'm saying, like, you see him being AJ clean at Mania, or is he going to cheat?
I don't know. I just got a feeling that whether it is clean or cheating, I think they're going to start trying to build Logan Paul. I just have that strange feeling.
I say no.
It could be completely wrong. I don't know. I just have a feeling that's...
I'm saying no because, like, just the build-up. If you pay attention to the build-up, it looks like, Logan was getting better of AJ every single fucking time, bro. He kept hitting his finisher. Pulverizer. Bro, AJ's been looking weak going into this build-up. If we're going by, like, logic of, like, who has momentum going into it, like, yeah, they're not going to have AJ look weak that whole time just to lose that Mania. So, that's where the flaw is.
Karrion Kross helped build this storyline more than Logan Paul did.
That's what I'm saying. I think that Karrion Kross thing is, like, what's going to, like, like, that would be crazy if Karrion Kross, like, actually plays a factor in, like, helping AJ win. But there's, like, legitimately no purpose. Like, even with the full-time thing. Even when you said full-time, I don't even believe that. Because he would be like, I'm full-time. But until he proves that he's full-time, I don't really believe he's full-time. He can keep on losing until he actually is full time. And I'll tell you this though.
Well, if you're trying to convince me, I just have this strange feeling.
Yeah, no,
You
you
can
have a
keep
feeling.
telling me I'm wrong. That's fine, but
No,
I
but
just have a strange feeling.
Yeah, and that's fine. But what I'm also saying too is like why I don't believe the whole full timer thing. I'm just explaining for everybody else is he's not even having matches on Raw. He's not having matches. Like he's literally just wrestling on these pay-per-views. Like if you're a full time and you're saying full time, commit to the grind. He's not committed to the grind. And Bill looking at it, it's heavily favored him. AJ just came back off an injury. Like it's like nah. Like AJ, if Logan loses, like I'll be completely honest, like at this point nothing really would hurt Logan because nobody fucking likes him. Like he's just like he can win. It could be like okay, you just ruined AJ, or he can lose. All right, let's get it. Business is picked up. Let's move on. Type of thing. But it's like one of those moments that kind of be like, oh, fans would be happy AJ won. But Logan wins is kind of like I don't know. It's kind of like a blemish. Like yeah, goddamn. Like a lot of people would be like, oh, night 2 sucks because Logan won. It's like I don't know. But yeah, Chris, you can go.
I mean, this is one of those matches I'm not really deeply invested in any more than any of the NXT matches.
Right.
Abono, I can definitely see Logan Paul winning.
Oh shit! Is it because of what Tree said with him being full time or like what?
Well, hold that thought. Hang on.
Yeah. Honestly, to tell you the truth, I don't know, man. I feel like this is one of those situations where it's like if AJ loses to this fucker, like it hurts him badly. Because this is like basically his comeback match. Like he hasn't even had like a pay-per-view match since I want to say last year, Backlash. So why would you bring him back in his first pay-per-view just to lose like to this guy, And what pissed me off even more, like, because now I'll mention it while Chris is like away, it's like I don't even think this is the match we even really should have got. It should have been whatchamacallit, AJ in the US title picture. But that's what they were actually building up. AJ and Braun were like backstage, like I got the fight in me, this and that, and then they pivoted it to this fucker, and it's like, bro, make that shit a fatal 5-way, or make that shit a fatal 4-way, and take that Dom out, bro. Have Finn be the representative. That would have been fucking match of the night right there. Because I would have been like, it would have legitimately won, anybody at that point, but they stick to like still giving the. But yeah, what's your thoughts on that, Silver? Like, shouldn't they just been in the US title picture? Instead of just this match. Oh, Chris is back. Hold on.
Yeah,
Nah,
sorry about
because
that.
this is a good one we want to showcase for Logan.
Well,
even if you won't win it.
I guess, yeah. I can see what you're saying with that. Well, Chris, yeah.
Because I mean, because you could also have that spot where AJ goes to the phenomenal forearm, Logan also dives, and they collide, kind of like that Rumble spot.
Yeah, but we've seen it before.
I know, but
like I don't like when they repeat stuff like that. But yeah,
or
Chris,
like he goes to the phenomenal forearm and Logan just hits him with that punch for a near fall.
Yeah. I don't know, man. Actually, I'll ask you, Silver. Like, are you buying the fact that Logan, like, do you see him actually being a full timer going forward? Or
if he keeps up these sponsorships, then yeah. But
so you seem like
basically want to see him as a full timer. No.
Why?
Because he's fine as he is as a special attraction. Because then every time he shows up, he can bring like KSI or Speed or one of those other streamers / YouTubers for like cool moments.
Yeah, like that would make sense if like he brought like a prime bottle. He is actually. That's probably what's gonna be. He's gonna bring a prime bottle. It's gonna be a distraction. But I don't think AJ should lose though. Like it's just like you know what I'm saying with the AJ thing, right? So like it's just like that's
He's retiring like next year too, right?
I don't know when he's retiring, but like he's just one of the.
He talked about it in an interview, if I remember correctly.
I think he gave like a time frame, yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the thing too. But the thing is like, do you like you think this was AJ like losing like Should that be the case for like Logan? Like, do you think like AJ's like retirement tour or whatever is like more important than Logan, elevating himself being a full timer? Like, what do you weigh like, or like what weighs heavier?
But
AJ's retirement tour is more important than
That's what I'm
Logan
saying
being
too.
elevated.
That's what I'm saying. But also another thing I want to mention too.
Like Logan has all the time in the world to recover from
Right.
losing to
That's
AJ.
that's what I was gonna say. Does it, like him losing to AJ hurt him at all? No, right? So,
It hurt a little bit, but he could bounce back from it.
yeah. Yeah. Chris, you back?
More or less. Not exactly able to talk with all the background noise going on right now.
Yeah. I guess we can move on to the next match and we'll come back to that with Chris. What's the next on the card?
I mean, honestly, I don't really mind just moving on altogether because, again, not really too invested in it.
All right. What's the next match, though?
Pull it up. Next up is this one. Okay. So I'm gonna let Tree start off on this one.
Okay.
Fatal 4-way match for the WWE Intercontinental Championship. Braun Breaker versus Penta versus Finn Balor versus Dominic Mysterio. Tree, go.
So this may not be what people think I would pick. Well, think somebody would pick, but I personally think this is when they actually have Dominic Mysterio win it by pinning Finn Balor, causing buildup of that whole tension that's been going on between them. Also, this will allow them to start having Dominic literally start using the Eddie Guerrero gimmick of cheating and everything he can to keep that title. I think this is a perfect moment to pull this. And, because I feel they could easily have Braun Breaker start going into the more main event card, so he doesn't really need to have that Intercontinental title, anymore. So, in all honesty, I think it's going to be Dominic pinning Finn, and they're going to start having Dominic cheating, stealing line, all that whole Eddie Guerrero gimmick. And I just love the thought of that coming back. And I think Dominic is actually the perfect person to do it.
All right. I kind of like it.
We lie, we cheat, we steal.
and it would be a hell of a callback to the custody of Dominic match.
Yeah, the thing is yeah, he still gets booed and stuff, but it's not as extremely bad as before. And this is a good transition if they wanted to start getting him more in that sort of in between.
Yes.
I just am not sure that people will start cheering Dominic because they have too much fun.
They probably,
him.
yeah, no. But the thing is if he starts pulling in that gimmick at the beginning, yeah, people are still going to be against him. But and over time, he might start building something off of it.
Right.
I mean, good examples of things like that. Look at Chelsea Green on how she came in. Everybody was fucking booing her because she was annoying as fuck. And then all of a sudden, she's still the same annoying person. People cheer. Just...
Yeah, but Chelsea Green's charismatic, though.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you can do stuff through a gimmick. In a sense, having Dominic start doing the whole cheating and, lying, stealing gimmick, that could over time build him up. Because I think it's a perfect transition gimmick for him. He's been in this Judgment Day gimmick so much. I think he could do well with getting that whole Eddie Guerrero gimmick.
I'm going to go ahead and second that, or I guess third, depending on where we're placing things here. Because there's definitely still so much more that can be done with Judgment Day, as well as with Dominique as a heel, or even a heel transitioning into a babyface or a tweener.
Right. Interesting. So I'm assuming he went with Dominic too.
Who, me?
Next.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went with Dominic. Who wants to go next? If Pete, you're next, you can go.
I really think it's gonna be either Finn or Dom winning it, but I really think maybe Dom will be the one to take it, and that way we get a program with him and Finn. Like you guys talked about, we'll see a babyface or a tweener turn. And by the way, shout out to Carlito, because after that spear he took from Braun Breaker, I thought the guy was dead. I thought the guy was dead.
Just
and I
say,
loved how
Pete.
they actually had him have like that PTSD moment and start running when he saw Braun Breaker run into the ring. He's like, "Oh fuck this shit."
Yeah, let's just call it a spade, bro. That was the greatest spear in WWE history, man. Like, if you see
Oh,
that,
yeah.
you see that, man. That's a great spear, man.
I'm not
That
gonna lie
wasn't
to you.
just a spear. That was a fucking superhero spear. The man flew down the ramp. Like,
So, bro, when I tell you this guy almost landed on his head on that spear, like, it was one of the greatest spears of all time. That's
Dude,
all I can say.
Carlito's been on a roll since he came back. Carlito's been on a roll since he came back. Especially, remember the whole backstage thing he did with Dom? He's like, I don't know, it seemed pretty hard to me.
And see, this is the thing. And that's why I guess I'll go next. Whatever. And that whole thing you're talking about with Dominic, I think if you do that with Carlito, that shit would be the best thing ever. Like I know, like well, what's the
Carlito can't do as much as he used to.
I feel like that's the narrative that they're trying to portray. Because
Carlito's admitted it in interviews that he's not the same Carlito.
Well, I don't know, because when I see his matches, I don't think like, oh damn, this guy skipped a beat. Like he shouldn't be in the ring. He's literally that same Carlito, and he bulked up. He looks better. I think Sora tested this. He looks better now than he did back then. I don't like this whole mentality of like just because like somebody is older, than they were in the past, that they can't just like go on that same level. Like I can dare I say like
I'm not basing it off my opinion. I'm basing it off the fact that in an interview, Carlito said he's not, that Carlito anymore.
Yeah, you're gonna have to like send me that interview because I gotta see it myself. But yeah, it's just to me from what I've seen, it's like he hasn't skipped a beat, and he's actually probably hitting a new stride in his career than that he once was. Because we all love the whole I spit at people who don't want to be cool, but like this whole Judgment Day thing, he's like kind of the star of the show when you really think about it. People are really kind of invested in like his side projects. People are kind of invested. Why the hell is this guy playing 2K backstage? Why is this guy like freaking saying the funniest things at the wrong time? Why is this guy keep eating apples and picking up the green ones and this and that? It's like he's doing these things to kind of like engage the viewers into like being invested in them. Dominic, on the other hand, he's just being a sleazy scumbag. Like I could see him doing the whole because it just makes sense, but the way I really see Dominic's match, I'm like, there has to be a reason why they put Dom in this match. And like the way I'm looking at it is like somebody has to eat the pinfall. And that's like, the sad truth that I see. But the thing is like who is gonna be the one to pin him? It would be cool as hell if it was Penta. Because like damn, well like what a WrestleMania debut that would be, giving the US title to somebody that's gonna elevate that title and not just play around with it like Intercontinental, my bad. Intercontinental
which already has its prestige back.
No, it does not, because I feel like the IC title isn't this. Don't get me wrong.
IC title has more prestige, in my mind, more so than the World Heavyweight title.
No, I agree with that, but like that's just because who's holding the world title isn't, like he's just having a shitty run.
Which is the ironic part, because literally who made the Intercontinental title more relevant was
Right. That's the irony. But to me, like, yeah, I definitely see a good run in Breaker. It's just the way I'm looking at it. It's like I want that Gunther level again, and I can kind of see somebody like a Penta bringing it to that Gunther level.
I don't know. I personally think that this is a good way for them to push Penta, and the only thing is that Penta won't eat the pinfall, but he's going to do a good performance. And since his brother is now in WWE, once they do the draft, they're going to be together and start being part of the tag team division.
No, I don't. No. I don't think they're going to team in a very long time. I think they're going to be doing their own thing, and I think we're going to revisit this maybe like a year and a half now. Like they're not going to. It's going to be kind of like the separation that they did with the.
Well, they had plans on them coming in as a tag team.
I know, and the plans are out the window.
Well,
because
they're
of like
both there now, and
no, they're not. Because if that was the case, he would definitely been on Raw. They put him on SmackDown for a reason. So with that said, because I really think they're gonna like strap the US with Phoenix, like for sure. And I feel like that would be such a cool visual, like having like Penta being like the IC champion, having Phoenix being the US champion. It's like damn, they don't need no tag team titles to kind of be like the top what you call it tag team of like WWE potentially. But with that being said, and also another thing too to kind of support the Penta thing, because I'm not still predicting him to win, but I'm saying he has a very strong case than Dominic. And the reason why I'm saying this is he also lost. They made him lose to Finn on one of the shows and this and that. And it's like he lost in the triple threat. He lost to Finn because of I guess what's it called, distraction bullshit, whatever. And it's like redeem this man, because a lot of people are gonna be like, oh, like they ruined Penta. He's like I'm not invested in. They're gonna be invested in because he's gonna do some WrestleMania spots and it's gonna blow our mind. And it would be just like and the roar of the crowd whenever he does win. Like the crowd's gonna lose it. He's over as hell. Everybody's on the ceremony train. The merch that like that's a big investment that you could do. You're not playing around with the title. You're actually creating a legacy when you're giving it to Penta. With that being said, Finn has a stronger case than Dom. Finn has been the joke for so long. People don't take this guy seriously. This guy was on the same level, like world title level. People remember the Demon. People remember his epic moments with AJ. Like he's a top caliber superstar. You look at this whole storyline, it's like legitimately Dominic, you're screwing me. Dominic, like you want a new member for Judgment Day, and he's like, there's not gonna be new members, this and that. And like the way I'm looking at it, it's like you're giving Finn a beautiful moment, or you're gonna have Finn and Dominic, on each other's head, and it's gonna capitalize on either Penta or Braun Breaker. So as much as I really want Finn to win this, because I feel like he's the one who deserves out of all these four, he's the one who put the grind in. He's the one who people are calling this man Finn Balor, bro. Nah, like this guy's like legitimately an A-class superstar. He needs to have the world title. They're freaking coattailing him with his IC. Guess what? He can make something out of it. But with that being said, do I have trust with WWE giving him the IC title? No. But is he the one who deserves it the most in this match? Yes. But with that being said, the right choice, aside from like what I want, and I feel like it's creating an even bigger legacy, because as you mentioned, the IC title is the biggest title on Raw. Continue that. So my prediction is Braun Breaker wins because he spears the fuck out of everybody, and we might even get a double spear, and it's gonna be a great moment because I feel like this would be Braun's first WrestleMania, right? So like you don't want him to lose in his first WrestleMania, and you make him dominant as hell if you like legitimately have him spear everybody and beat everybody. You make him basically the next Goldberg that can actually wrestle. So with that being said, my prediction is Braun Breaker. But yeah, you can go, Sora.
Yeah, I don't really see how Braun loses this right now. So I'm
Right.
also going with Braun Breaker to win.
All right, you got it, Sora.
I guess Braun retaining. It would be funny to see Dominic win, though.
Would you want to see Penta win?
I like Penta, but I want to see him win tag team.
What? Wait, whoa! What made you just change your mind all of a sudden? You never said that to me before. Like, why do you want to be tag team champion all of a sudden now?
Nah, I want to see Penta win it with Phoenix.
Why not?
Because they're lucha together.
Okay, that's valid. So you okay, fair. Okay. All right. So yeah, so I said
I want Penta in the tag team, and Dominic would be funny to win.
Yeah, see, no, I'm gonna say this actually. Like, and this is not a shot on, the whole tag team stuff. But I'm gonna mention this. Yeah, so you good? You still with us? Silver's knocked out.
He was snoring.
Yeah, he's knocked out. But I'm gonna keep it short because I can go on a rant. I feel like we're in a situation right now with Penta that like he's thriving as a single star. If you pair him up with Phoenix, I get it. Like it makes sense. Lucha Bros. Da 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 da. But we know this is one of those situations where like Phoenix needs Penta more than Penta needs Phoenix. Why are you gonna freaking neuter Penta when he's actually legitimately getting over and having a beautiful single run? So I hope.
I personally feel Penta.
Hmm.
From a lot of people I have talked to, Penta's in ring, yes, extremely great.
Right.
Penta's mic skills are not at that level though.
It can get to that level though. You just got to give it time. Because I like literally from what I hear, like
but putting a title on somebody, they're gonna be a part of a lot more segments.
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't think he's that bad of a talker. Like I think he's pretty decent. That's one thing I noticed when he made his debut and me and Sora
Oh
were
no,
watching
when
that.
he made no, this is my personal opinion. When he made his debut, I was like, damn, with the match. And then they went ahead and did the interview, and I checked out. I was like,
Yeah, but
this is taking so much time.
No, that's fair, but to each his own.
And I actually, and not only the time, but it's like I didn't really connect. It was like I don't know, it's like
that's fair. You can have your own opinion, but
that interview felt like something you would do backstage. Like you put on not put it on, the show, just live like that. It's like that's not something you put there. That's like a backstage interview type thing. That and it lost me because it's like I see enough talking between two people, who are trying to build a rivalry. And it's like I don't want to hear more talking. And it not be any really building, it's like because we already have issues with them constantly talking.
Okay, just to give an update, the recording will stop in 49 minutes.
Yeah, we'll be done before then, hopefully. I just want to know quick talk though. Like, Silver, did you hear the interview that Penta did on his debut? Yeah, we watched that, right?
Yeah, we did.
What do you think about it? Like, was it so bad that you had to like clock out, or like you thought it was?
He did decent for his first interview, but it wasn't anything fantastic.
Yeah, Sora, what was your thoughts on the?
I don't remember the interview, to be honest.
All right,
I just like
I liked Ray Phoenix's better than I did Penta's because it was a little bit. It wasn't extended. That's the biggest thing too. Is that it extended? I felt Penta's extended way too long.
Yeah, I differ on that.
It was like okay, they're giving him a little moment. That's cool. Okay, are we? Okay, we're still.
I differ on that only for.
Oh my god! Like
I differ on that only for the fact that even though it was short, like there was a moment where like Penta was like, not Penta, but Ray Phoenix didn't sound right. Like he said, like I am WWE superstar anymore. I'm like, bro, that just sounds awkward. Penta, like legitimately, like he sounded like he was like getting emotional because he finally made it, this and that. And it's like it was kind of like a beautiful moment. But Penta is like he rushed it, and I felt the more awkwardness on that. Like that was to me. I'm like, oh, I never want to hear like Phoenix talk. But
Pika, when he said that, it reminded me so much of when what's his name, Kalisto said, "I'm gonna go do lucha things." I mean that very awkward promo.
Who? Phoenix?
Yeah. No,
exactly.
Kalisto. It was just the same awkwardness.
But from who are you saying that? Like who
I'm saying, what's his name? Ray Phoenix's was like awkward like that, like he was Kalisto.
Right, but do you remember Penta's promo when he made his debut?
Penta was also kind of awkward, but he went on so long. The only difference is that phrase was short and sweet, while Penta just didn't know when to stop talking.
Yeah, and they had to actually cut things because of how long it went.
He was, yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Nice. But yeah. Wait, is that everyone's opinion? I mean, everyone's.
I don't know. I've heard.
Hmm.
I think we've
I
had.
believe
I've
Braun
heard
Breaker is going to
two-
retain.
Hmm.
And if
Yeah.
that's everyone, then we can move on to.
Is that everyone?
Yeah. Did Chris say? Yeah, Chris. No, Chris
I
agreed.
mean,
He
it's in
said
my piece.
Dominic.
I feel like, yeah,
Yeah, you
Dominic's probably
You
going
said
to win.
Dominic, and then
I'll
oh,
also say
Pete.
this
What
for
did
Balor
Pete
too.
say?
Yeah, Pete. What did you say?
I said either Finn or Dominic.
Oh yeah, that's
Okay.
right. He's saying
Yeah, okay.
it's gonna go to judgment.
Yeah, and me, Silver, and Sora win Breaker. Okay, got you. Got you.
I'll also say this to Finn Balor too.
Yeah.
But back when they were both baby faces, him and Bailey used to mix tag together, and I think it was a missed opportunity. Like when Bailey made her heel turn, and that there wasn't any storyline that involved him, I guess, chastising her and pointing out that she's not the same Bailey that he used to know, or something along those lines, and I guess kind of making a further drift more towards her, like going back to being a babyface.
Right.
And yeah, I guess there was just something else right there too, because they had their own, I guess, maybe platonic romance, and that was kind of just going on there.
Right. Yeah, no, I get what you're saying is because like they need to bring that back, the mixed match challenge. Like that was one of the best things ever. You know.
Mm-hmm.
But anyways, what's the second to
Sin
last match?
City Street Fight: Damian Priest versus Drew McIntyre.
This one feels short and sweet.
Yeah, it's kind of predictable too.
Yeah.
Bathroom break.
Drew.
Damien.
Row.
Wait, what?
Damien.
I don't know. I kind of want Drew.
Yeah, I'm saying Damien, man. Because I get it. Drew needs to win because he's been on whatchamacallit.
He hasn't been winning, and I want to Drew.
Right, but the thing is, I like
Drew's been fucking killing it this year.
No, I get he's killing it, but like in my mind, it's like this isn't the match that he should have got at Mania. It should have been something like bloodline related.
He should have been. He should have been the fourth person in the Seth Rollins, CM Punk, Roman Reigns match.
I don't know.
No, like after Drew got the glass in his eye bit, I mean, it'd be kind of weird if he loses, though.
I don't mind him losing because the thing is, like, I don't know. There's something about like Drew Lash that I don't take seriously no more. Like he's just been like this whiny bitch, and it's like I just want to see him whine even more, like when he loses to Damien, because we're not gonna get that Drew McIntyre from 2020. Like I give up on that shit, bro. Like this guy comes in, says, "I'm telling the truth," and he just yaps, and he just can't get and he just can't get the job done. It's just like I'm just so tired. Like if anything, like I just want him to turn babyface.
True.
I know damn well if Drew wins this, they're gonna do another match. Like it's gonna be like, oh, like Damien's gonna be like, oh, fuck, no, like that's not how it's gonna end. This and that, and they're gonna ultimately give like Damien the win at the end. You do fucking Drew win here, and then you can just blow it off, you know. And it's Sin City, you know what I mean? Like it's like you can literally have like a moment where like it could be like a south of heaven through a table. It'll be such a great spot, you know. But get it, like that's the unpopular thing. Like, people actually like Drew and they like his persona, and I get it. Like he had the best rivalry of the year last year with CM Punk, but it's just like now it's just like getting repetitive. With Damien, it's like he's elevating himself ever since he lost the world title. He's doing the opposite of what Gunther is doing, to the point where like if he does beat like Drew here, I do want to see him challenge for a world title. You have him lose here, he's like, okay, so what do you do next? Like you're just gonna, do this whole like vortex of like, I'm gonna get my revenge at WrestleMania Backlash. It's gonna be a whatever, like, Puerto Rico City street fight. Like, no, dude, I'm done with this shit. Like you put a stipulation on this, it should be one and done. So I'm going Damien. But did Chris say his prediction?
I want to say that Drew's gonna win because he's gotten so many losses, and yet he's still on the card, and he definitely deserves his time in the spotlight.
Right. No, but the thing is, this is the thing I noticed too. Like, I think he had a spotlight when he won the world title last year, and I feel like when that got ruined, this and that, it's like I don't know if I can really see him winning like 2 times in a row. Like, like he won last year. That was just like, that was his moment. Now this year, it's like, okay, put Drew over, put Damian over. But, yeah, Silver's
Over.
a sleep.
He's out.
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
Oh,
You can use his mic.
Yeah. But anyways, yeah. So I guess we all gave our predictions. Everyone went with Drew, I went with Damian. This is my Shinsuke moment. So when he wins, I'm gonna be the last one laughing. But if he loses, hey, you know what? Hopefully Drew doesn't cry about it or something. Like it's kind of crazy, but main event time.
Main event
What's
time.
the
Peter, what's the main event?
Okay, gentlemen, I gotta tell you something, and this will either conclude with either you guys calling me a fucking moron, or either saying I'm very brilliant with these ideas I've come up with. And knowing Silver and Pika, Silver will go with the former, and Pika will go with the latter.
Yes.
But here's what I think is going to happen, guys. I think what we're going to get here is a full shit show, and I say that in a very positive way, believe it or not. I think what's going to happen, guys, is that we're going to get a repeat, a deja vu moment of last year's WrestleMania because they like to run this back with us, guys. And there's two things I think is going to happen at the end of this Mania. I think we're gonna have what they call, the Avengers Endgame type of thing where everyone starts coming out, and I think this is gonna lead to, instead of Undertaker coming out, it's gonna lead to Steve Austin and The Rock going out, and then after they brawl, it's gonna be like you think that Cody's gonna get the win, but however, it's gonna be either two people that are gonna be turning heel. And I think one of them is going to be what I talked about earlier, which is where we foreshadowed with Seth Rollins and Paul Heyman, because I'm actually going to provide a picture with you guys very soon where how it could kind of correlate between Seth Rollins actually turning heel, betraying Cody Rhodes as he's done in the past with his buddies to gain something for it, as we all seen in the past with that. That's what I think is going to happen, and then form this stable with Paul Heyman, The Rock, Seth Rollins, and among other people. Another thing that could potentially happen too, if you look at the puzzles and the pieces, I think this whole thing is an inside job, because look at the thing. I think that another person that could turn heel and turn on Cody Rhodes and betraying him is Jey Uso, and perfect examples of this. There are two examples and evidence to prove this. One is because who accompanied Jey Uso, I believe, on the debut of Raw on Netflix? Travis Scott. Very good.
Yeah.
Now let me ask you this: who did Jey Uso eliminate at the Royal Rumble?
John Cena.
And tell me this: how did John Cena react when he got eliminated? Did he seem pissed off? No, he seemed rather happy in a very unusual way. Don't you think that was kind of peculiar, guys?
No,
That he
yeah,
hugged him at the end.
kind of, yeah.
Yeah, and by the way, going with Seth Rollins, there is a correlation between Seth Rollins and John Cena. Technically, if Seth Rollins actually helped John Cena win at Elimination Chamber to thus become in the WrestleMania match at Cody Rhodes. Tell me if I'm not telling a lie on that one.
No, it's true.
Yeah, so I really think that WrestleMania will end a la WrestleMania 17, guys, where like one of the biggest baby faces turns heels and joins forces with the evil bosses, which could eventually lead to a Survivor Series match where it leads to some kind of, power struggle between Triple H and The Rock, where we get Team H versus Team Rock at Survivor Series. Obviously, Triple H can't wrestle, but he would have representatives to fight for his team. That would be the case, but I honestly think that WrestleMania this year will close out with Jey Uso, Travis Scott, The Rock, and potentially Seth Rollins and John Cena all standing in the middle of the ring. And I really think I have a hunch, guys, that this is going to be a really heelish WrestleMania.
All I'm gonna say to that is like, if that is actually the final picture, and they're all winners, that shit might hit like crack. I ain't gonna lie. Like that shit might actually hit like.
What do you guys think of What do you guys think of this?
I'm gonna be honest. I think there's like, I don't agree with it, mainly because I feel like there's like you're trying to connect a lot of things. I feel like this is a conspiracy type, not connecting it personally. I mean,
I respect your opinion, by the way.
no. I mean, it's, I've had my moments like that, but it's funny because I'll put a picture in general. That's exactly what I thought when I was hearing it. But I've had my moments where I've had thoughts like that.
And speaking of pictures, though, I do want to share the picture that I came across that kind of, solidifies the whole Seth Rollins thing. If you guys don't mind.
Yeah.
No.
He shows.
Yeah, hold on. Let me go get down. I emailed it to myself. Because I had it on my computer.
But I'm gonna say this though.
No, I do think that Cena's gonna. I agree with you
He's
that
definitely
Cena's
winning.
gonna
I
win.
think Cena's
Yeah,
100% winning.
I do think that Stone Cold would end up coming down, but I think some of the additional stuff that was added, I don't think is gonna happen.
Okay, guys, look at this. Tell me this is not some kind of, pattern here.
Alright.
It kind of makes sense. And by the way, Seth has been known to betray his buddies in exchange for, benefiting himself.
Oh, you did wear the outfits, huh?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's what I said. Seth could have something to do with this.
No, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like how Chris, can you do yourself real quick? I'm not gonna lie, like how Tree like denounced that idea. I think the likelihood of that idea actually happening is really high. And the only reason why I'm really saying that is because that's what WWE is nowadays. Like they're really like pumping up the whole like cinema aspect, expect the unexpected, this and that. Like who would have thought like Cena would turn heel this year?
Nobody.
Most people did not know.
Yeah,
No.
people made fantasy predictions because that would have been one hell of a show, right? If because like it's not like we really predicted John Cena's heel turn and it actually happened, right? Like
The moment, the moment I knew he was turning heel was the moment that
hug. That hug.
Yeah, pretty much where he grabbed Punk, and I was like, oh, they're going to be turning him heel. Well, no, the first time I thought he was turning heel was when he did that interview after the Royal Rumble, which was the best for business. That's when I started thinking, oh, they're thinking about something.
Right, but did you think they were actually going to pull the trigger, though?
I thought they were going to do it at some point. Not the way, not that way. I thought they were going to do it a different way.
Yeah, so that's like the point I'm trying to make here. It's like, look at what they did at Elimination Chamber. Look how they booked the main event of WrestleMania 40 night too. It was a whole menagerie of horse truck. People were coming out. We had the Shield entrance. We had like Undertaker show up and this and that. What Pete's saying is not really far fetched. And would it be kind of cool if the context makes sense? It would be cool. If like Jey Uso won and he's world champion, and if Seth Rollins won his main event of WrestleMania, and then Travis Scott happened to be accompanied this and that, and The Rock like kind of manipulated this whole thing, and it happened, and like all of them it's kind of like the reverse Uno when you really think about it. When Cody won at WrestleMania 40, he had all that help for him to finish his story. Now it would make all the sense in the world if he had everything against him to end his story. You know what I mean? Like there's some fire to what he's saying, and like I can't say he's overmissing or he's fantasizing or he's connecting the dots because of what happened in last year's main event and what happened at Elimination Chamber. Because people were really overthinking, like you know what I mean, Silver? Like, is it really that fantasy? Like what Pete said?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Because it's like that's the reality we're living in. It's realistic. Like what he said is actually realistic, which is why I'm like, if everything aligns, I would like to see that. If everything doesn't align, then I don't want to see that.
I am going to say this. I believe that personally, I do believe that Cena will win.
Right.
Like I said, I agree with the first half of what you were saying, but I don't think that Rollins and all that other stuff will happen. But again, I do think that Cena is going to win this. And I will also say, since this is the last one, that's my prediction. I'm going to go. I need to get to bed. I got work tomorrow.
Final question on this.
I'm going to have to wake up in like less than 5 hours now.
Final question. You can answer this really easy.
Oh shit! Sorry, Tree.
Yeah, I was a little like, oh my god, this is going for so long. I wanted to get to this so that way I could go to bed.
Yeah, I just want to know your final question. Do you think Cena wins clean or not?
No.
Okay, so he cheats and like what's the scenario? Like The Rock helps him, right? And he wins because of that, right? Or some bullshit like that. Or...
something along those lines, I guess.
All right.
I'm sorry to start rushing now, but it's like,
guys, I gotta bounce.
Tired. I need to go to bed.
Yeah, you guys gave your predictions, so y'all can go. Yeah.
All right.
Thank you
Thank
very
you guys
much
for having me.
Yep.
I'll have a great
All
night.
right.
Anytime, man.
All
Take
right.
it easy.
See ya.
Peace, peace, peace. All right. Sora, you're in the hot seat, man. Carry the show.
Cody Rhodes versus John Cena.
Yep. What do you want to see?
Cody Rhodes loses so he can stop going crazy.
Wait, Cody's going crazy?
He's getting all paranoid, man. That title's too heavy for him right now.
The lights are too bright? No way, Sora. Sora, what do you mean, Sora? He's had the title for almost a year. You know, he starts
Yeah,
the
but
show.
it's getting to him.
It's getting to him. Like, but how bad? Like, are you trying to like say like basically like it like
He's not the same Cody as before, man.
damn, he's not the same Cody that finished the story, man. Holy moly. So you're telling me Punk was right?
Nor should he be.
I think so.
Damn.
Where was the Punk was right shirt?
See, Kevin has to give him that moniker though. Like he has to pass that shirt. But okay, so Sora's going with John Cena. Okay. Chris.
Well,
Wait, what's a hot seat?
what's the hot seat?
Yeah.
You're not familiar?
No.
Like how they like use that in court to just describe like being on the stand.
I've never been to court.
Well, then,
You ever even had a
there
mock
was
trial?
also there was also Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. When you were answering the questions, you were in the hot seat.
I never really watched that show.
Most people didn't. That's okay.
I watched it back when Regis Philbin was hosting it. It was great then.
Oh yeah, I remember those days. Shout out to the goat. But yeah, Chris.
Anyway, to my predictions.
Yeah.
I think there is a possibility that Cody could win it, but it's also very likely that Cena's going to win. And it's definitely going to like keep WWE interesting because Cena said that he takes the title, he's going to walk with it. And we've never seen that happen in our generation, or at least the current generation of viewers. And it would just be an interesting change of pace that could keep the viewers glued. So I think it's definitely to WWE's interest to have like a big swerve where Cena does win.
Yeah.
And Cody loses. And we also see like what direction it'll take Cody's character after this.
Right. I like that. Okay, so my take on this is, it's pretty simple. Everybody said what they got to say. I'm not going to top what Pete said, but that would be one hell of a visual what Pete said though, because that would be like something ideally that could potentially.
It's probably the best case scenario for an angle.
Right, and the thing is, it makes so much sense because like that's the vision that we see when Cena, finally breaks Ric Flair's record and becomes a 17-time world champion. But with that moniker being there, like Cena going for number 17. Ending, the whole like Ric Flair legacy of like 16-time world champion WWE. He's gonna be the most world champion man in WWE. The main reason, aside from that, is you turn Cena heel. There's no like excuse of like not giving him the title because of like this whole heel turn. I was there, by the way, when Cena turned heel. I was in that crowd. I was loving it. People were crying. Some people were loving it. Like I know I had a beautiful face, thank you, but I was there, man. And also Randy returned and Jade, pulled a K97, but that's neither here nor there. What was I gonna say? But yeah, this has to be Cena because if Cena loses, then it's like you kind of basically killed the whole momentum. You're kind of making him sympathetic again, and you just basically wasted the heel turn. You have Cena win. Basically, it's like okay, now what? We don't have a champion right now. Like everybody's gonna be tuning in on that Monday Night Raw. So, and also Silver, man, have some respect for me, man. Like you're sorry where anybody else is talking, you snore when I'm talking. Fuck your Silver. That's all I'm gonna say. All right. Anyways, that being said, I'll keep it simple. Yes, Cena wins. It's a must do. You have to. they booked this way, and it's like if they do it any other way, it's going to be a disappointment, and nobody's going to really be excited to tune in for that Monday Night Raw. You have freaking Cena win and leave, then what? It's basically the whole like CM Punk when he wanted WWE to have Money in the Bank. You created that scenario again. Now we got to crown a new champion. Now we got to do something, So it's like, and then when Cena comes back and says, "I'm the real champion," it's gonna hit like crack at SummerSlam. So my prediction, Cena. So the floor is yours. End the show right here.
I can't really top what everyone else has said, but it comes down to this. Cody's held the belt for a year. It's gotten stale.
Yes.
Heel Cena is something that we've been waiting for 2 decades now at this point.
Yes.
I would normally say that there would be no way in hell I would want to see Cena break Ric Flair's record, but that was only because he was a baby face, and it would be the same old crap, like all his other runs. Now you have a new dynamic with Cena being heel and threatening to walk out. I want to see where it goes with that, so I want Cena to win. If Cody wins, it's going to be boring as fuck, and he'll basically become the new Roman without wanting to become the new Roman.
But that's not even the biggest crime. The biggest crime is like what you did to Cena.
Yes.
Yeah. So that being said, your ballot is what you're voting for?
Cena.
Yeah. Okay.
As if it wasn't obvious.
Yeah. And what do you expect that they're going to be going forward then? What they're going to do? Like, because the whole moniker, if you did not know, it's like he's going to take the title and leave with it.
I hope he does, so that we can get a new belt design. 1 and 2.
Hell yeah.
And 2. Actually, it's mainly for a new belt design, but I want to see who WWE would pick as the next the next torchbearer. Because whoever they give the title to after Cena walks out is going to be the next guy of the company.
I think I know who it is. It definitely got to be the guy who potentially could win Night 1's main event. That's the long game right there. Heel Cena, face Punk. At Money in the Bank. money. And that's it, folks. Any final statements, I guess, to wrap up the show, so?
How would they do that match if Cena walks out with the title?
Oh, I don't know. Like, Punk entering himself into a tournament that lasts for like months, and then like basically they crown a champion just before like Money in the Bank time, and when Punk basically wins it like Rey Mysterio style, Cena comes back, the Almighty return. But you gotta do it the pay-per-view before Money in the Bank though. But yeah. Someone's like, I'm not trying to see that.
I guess, but at the same time, that would kind of cut into his retirement tour if he walks out and doesn't show up for a few months.
Yeah, but I see this tour not going all the way though, because if you're looking at like how they're utilizing him, it's like he's not really being in matches and this and that. So I think what it is like they're gonna give him a lengthy run up until like I want to say maybe early spring, end of spring, and then like probably like 2-3 months, and then they can do that whole like But yeah. That being said, that's the finale, man.
On that note, thank you to Sora, Pika, Patti, Pyro, Tree, Pete. Thank you everyone for joining us.
Yeah, appreciate it.
It was long, but hopefully it will be worth it.
Hell yeah.
Enjoy Mania, people.
And always remember,
Enjoy stand and deliver.
they chastised me, but it was always Canadian made puck. I'm just saying, it was Canadian made. And we're not being a 51 state. Fuck that shit.
We're just saying it was Canadian made crappy. Got it.
I swear to God, man. Bye.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Bye.